First up, we have Beyond the Black with Break the Silence. Beyond the Black is a hard band to narrow down these days, starting more as a symphonic metal band, then becoming more and more of a modern metal band. With their sixth album, they feel like they're capturing both sides of the band while adding a huge heap of melodic metal and melodic rock to balance everything out. It's interesting to hear such heavy riffs at times, followed by passages that feel like they could be on modern rock radio. It feels like a paradox to say this, but it feels like it's the band's most ambitious, but also their most mainstream album to date. But that is what's going on here. The band is focusing on melodies, harmonies, and not being afraid to make the music that they want to make. Add some guest spots from Lord of the Lost, Love Bites, and the mystery of the Bulgarian voices, and you have one of the most intriguing albums of this style for 2026. It'll be interesting to see how bands of a similar flair will fly this year, but until then, if you want a band that is not afraid to take risks, check out Beyond the Black. Now we have Orchid Throne with Buried in Black. The debut album from Nicolas Bosanto is coming out at the right time. Early January is filled with dread, introspection, and questioning what life is all about. All of those themes and more are explored on this melodic doom metal album, and it rips out your soul, makes you feel seen, or possibly both. For me, it is of course both. You can feel the pain in this album from the lyrical content, the way that it's sung and screamed, the musical tones that the style brings. I guess it's hard to be objective with the style, as it is one of my favorite genres, but this is the kind of album I needed, and it only gets better with every repeat listen. It gets deep, gets heavy, and for all the heavy hitters of the style, like Swallow the Sun, Woods of Ypres, and November's Doom, you are sure to like what you're here, with a mix of Anathema and Draconian. 2026 is starting off amazingly well for melodic death doom, and I can't wait to see where it goes from here, now that Orchid Throne has set the bar. And lastly, for new albums out today, we have the Proto-Men with Act 3, The City That Made Us. An album I've been waiting for since 2009 is finally here, and it's everything that I want it to be. Granted, every song has been out since the beginning of December 2025, but it's officially out today, and I wanted every excuse to be able to talk about this 2026 album since it's technically out today for release. The Proto-Men is a hard band to describe without going into the futuristic folklore that it rightfully deserves to be talked about, but this is just a blurb review, so in short, and missing out on a lot, imagine a mix of Meatloaf, Queen, Styx, Coheed and Cambria, and Queensryche, focused on the themes of anti-fascism, destroying the hierarchy, and Mega Man, amongst so much more. The lore is very deep. While it's only January, this does feel like the comeback album of the year, and one that I've been waiting on for 17 years. This is simply how you continue a long-standing rock opera shining through the darkness. No matter your style of rock, punk, metal, prog, pop, etc., you're gonna find something to love about this one. It has it all, and the more you listen, the more it all comes together. Is it too early to say this is going to be in my top 100 albums of the year? Probably, but I can't imagine this one not being there. It is simply that good. And now for everything that I missed last week, starting with Elend with Zertfall. The latest album from this Austrian tearjerker of a band is one that is a true punch to the soul, but it's also a needed one that is filled with just the right kind of optimism. Don't get me wrong, this is an album of misery, questioning life, and the world that we live in, but in that there is a sense of feeling less alone as we're all suffering, and that kind of message can be inspiring and make you want to continue. You don't always get that from a genre that is known for the meaningless of life and feeling like it's given up on everything like post-black does. While I don't understand the lyrics, the way they are sung comes off as gorgeous, and it's filled with such authenticity that you simply can't fake. Match that with some of the best post-black that you can imagine, and you get one of the best albums of this style of the year. I know this came out January 2nd, and it's too early to say that, but once you hear this album, you'll understand why I would say that. If you enjoy the likes of Harakiri for the Sky, Territoire, and Alceste, you need to check out Elend and everything they have to offer. And finally, for albums that I missed, I have Fwath with 3. After an excruciating 5-year wait, Fwath is back with their third album. The one-man band from Andy of Seor is a dark, raw, melancholic, atmospheric black metal side of his writing compared to the crisp, clean, gorgeous music that Seor has become. While you can definitely hear similarities in both bands, Fwath is the band that you go to when you need the most melancholic and disdain display black metal. Between all 4 tracks, you get almost 43 minutes of the darkness that not only surrounds winter, but life in general. This is not an album for you if you're in a good mood. This is when you are at a low point in life and you want someone else to scream about the realities of life, and honestly, in 2026, who couldn't use that right now? The production is, of course, raw, but not unlistenable, which can be such a fine line, especially in black metal. If you need an album that can channel Wolves in the Throne Room, Wooden's Throne, and early days Seor into a devastating pace of atmospheric black metal, look no further than Fwath. First up, we have Carrion Vale with Slay Utterly. The fifth album from this Indiana band feels like it's coming out at an appropriate time. The world feels so turbulent, and having a soundtrack that feels like the world around you, it's quite the experience. The band has mastered its sound and continues to push the boundaries with every release. The genre bending on this one is astounding, and it hits so many elements of death-defying moments, all while feeling natural at the same time. While this is very much a melodeath album, you can hear so much tech death, symphonic, progressive, and almost deathcore elements mixed together to make the music feel like a whirlwind, but a storm that you want to be swept in time and time again. If you enjoy the likes of the Black Dahlia Murder, Revocation, Summoning the Like, and Allegion, Carrion Vale is a band that you need to check out. Slay Utterly is the perfect starting point. Next up is Grey Wind with Severed Heart City. 2 albums into this Irish duo's career, and they have credited an emo side that I don't naturally gravitate toward, but I can't get enough of what they're doing with Severed Heart City. The album is about trauma and looking for a way to get past it all, and, well, if you know my backstory, that's probably why I connect with it so much. The songs are layered in pop, emo, pop-punk, electronic moments that feel like it should be tailor-made for modern rock FM radio, and who knows, maybe one day that'll happen here in the US. The production is so slick and polished, and it makes the music work so well, and especially making the lyrics stand out in the best of ways, and really make it feel like a gut punch to anyone who has any kind of empathy to their soul, or can at least appreciate the music. If you enjoy the likes of My Chemical Romance, Taking Back Sunday, and True North, give Grey Wind your proper attention. Now we have Hyperion with Cybergenesis. The third album from this Italian heavy metal outfit is bringing the classic sound into 2026 in the best of ways. It hits that itch that makes classic heavy metal work, but it updates it just enough to make it feel like it was made in today's age. With a production style that feels authentic and a songwriting that knows when to trim the fat and when to expand it as needed, this is what more bands of the style should be striving to achieve. For anyone who enjoys that classic new wave of British heavy metal sound, mixed in with some 80s thrash, some speed metal, and more, Hyperion is required listening. Up next, we have Creator with Crushers of the World. The 16th album from one of the most legendary names in all of thrash is easily some of the band's best work, and that is no easy thing to achieve. The band has always found a way to never repeat themselves, but still sound exactly like Creator time and time again. This time around, the band focuses on creating a grand atmosphere that covers the best elements of the band, but surrounded by such killer melodies, harmonies, and when called for, symphonics, to make this one of the most bombastic albums of the band's career. They hit everything a diehard fan would want, all while being accessible to anyone checking them out for the first time. The production on this one is off the charts, and it pulverizes you, while the songwriting is so crushing, no pun intended, yet dignified. There is a reason why Creator has been blasting in your eardrums for 41 years now, and they have taken time to improve and maintain their legacy. This is a masterclass on how to make thrash metal stand out while never losing yourself in the process. Come December, this will be recognized as one of the best thrash metal albums, if not one of the best metal albums of 2026. Now we have Of Sulfur with Endless. The long-awaited sophomore album from this Las Vegas band is something I've been waiting for since their debut, The Burden of Faith, back in 2023. Arguably my favorite band in the symphonic, black and deathcore realm has lost no momentum in the songwriting, and if anything, has found a way to make what works best for the band and double down on it. The symphonic elements hit even harder, the crushing breakdowns hit just at the right spots, and the blackened atmosphere of it all makes it feel like the album stand out amongst the crowd. The production on this one is brutal, and you can hear every note as intended, and with music this intricate, that is essential. Imagine a mix of Lorna Shore, Mental Cruelty, and Dimmu Borgir, and you will have one of the best, if not the best, symphonic blackened deathcore album of the year, bar none. And finally, for brand new music out today is a band that I think is pronounced Vaselis with Home. The debut album from the Santa Clara, California band is the left-of-center symphonic black metal that should make everyone who enjoys bands like Crack Engren, Sigh, and early-day Cradle of Filth very happy. The debut brings this finesse into its off-kilter and avant-garde style of symphonic black metal that feels authentic, soul-draining, and very depressing. Add in the right kinds of cinematic and genre-bending moments, and you have an album that is so far from your typical run-of-the-mill style album, and one that holds your attention from beginning to end. With a production style that hits hard but feels real, you have an album that, if they catch on, Vaselis is going to be one of the biggest names in symphonic black metal in due time. All you have to do is check it out for yourself. And now for everything that I missed along the way, starting with Blue Mountain, or Blue Mountain Sweden, with When Heaven Falls Down and Hell Freezes Over. With an album title like that, you would imagine maybe a symphonic power metal album or an apocalyptic black metal album. No, you get some excellent quality AOR melodic rock that soothes the soul every time that you spin it. It has that classic 80s sound that we all know and love, the catchy melodies and harmonies that become instant earworms, and those solos that just bring everything together. The production makes this feel like an album that came out in 1986, but polished just enough for 2026. The songwriting hits so very hard and will stick with you, as any good AOR album should. At 10 songs and almost 44 minutes, this is the kind of album that you put on and forget your troubles, even if just for a little bit. And it looks like 2026 is going to be filled with a lot of those moments, and we definitely need music like that. If you love that classic sound of AOR, Blue Mountain is delivering the goods. Now we have Denominate with Restoration. The third album and first in 6 years from this Finnish band is a style of progressive death metal that I need right now. Being able to mix together a super heavy sound that would make Obscura and Carcass fans happy, mixed in with progressive moments that will shiver down your spine if you enjoy the likes of Neovel Scaris and Edge of Sanity, and enough of their own blends to create an album that pushes the envelope of what progressive death metal can be in 2026. It never goes too far into any one direction, but it never strays from the path. It expands enough to explore what is possible and always finds a way to bring it home, even if it's in unexpected ways. The production is that perfect balance of clear but human, and that is needed to make an album like this effective. As mentioned, I needed an album like this right now that will destroy everything in its way, all while having melodies, harmonies, and more that will ring in your head for days on end. I don't envy any other progressive death metal band putting out an album this year, as Denominate has set the standard bearer for 2026, and it'll be no easy task to try to beat this one. This is absolutely stellar. Now we have Destroy Them with Threshold of Apocalypse. To anyone concerned that thrash metal will not continue into younger generations, you need to calm down after hearing Destroy Them. The debut album from this German outfit is a phenomenal display of the classic German thrash metal sound, but with twists and turns to make the music a true evolution of sound. Of course, you will obviously hear the creator influences, and when you look up the band, that's understandable why. You will also hear bands like Warbringer, Clear Sky Nailbomb, and The Crown, done in a way that feels genuine and feels so good to listen to over and over again. The production feels top-notch and the songwriting is inspired and feels fresh. If you need a thrash metal album that feels like a punch to the face, you'll be hard-pressed to find another band who does it quite like Destroy Them. Now we have a band that I absolutely apologize if I'm pronouncing wrong, El Barret's Grace with Where Silence Speaks. This is a spin-off of the band Black Jade, focusing more on the symphonic, folk, modern, and power metal side of the band, and keeping just enough of the extreme end to keep things exciting. Layered in fantasy and Tolkien themes, the album feels like an adventure that is worth taking, from the soaring highs to the devastating lows. The songs hit hard from pillar to post and are done with an authenticity that you simply can't fake. While many bands of the style are focusing on being more mainstream, the band here can blend Stream of Passion, Lake of Tears, and Early Day Epica to make a band that is putting other bands of the genre to shame. This is what bands should strive to achieve in the style, and if this catches on, it has every chance of being the standard bearer for the genre for a long time to come. Seriously, if you need some authentic, symphonic, and fantasy metal, check this one out. Next up, we have Enshine with Elevation. The third album, and first in 11 years from this French and Swedish band, hits that melodic death doom sound in a way that destroys the soul, but leaves you wanting more. The perfect example of how to mesh these genres together in a depressing and authentic way. Of course, you have Sebastian Pierre of Fractal Gates and Jari Lindholm, formerly of Slumber. How could you not have that rich, gorgeous, and devastating blend? The band has melodies and harmonies that soar through the ages, with just enough of the darkness to tie everything together. Matched in an otherworldly production style, and you have an album that is meant for those who truly want to get lost in melodic death doom. This is going to be a hard album to top in this style this year, and I am awaiting every band of the style to try to topple it. This is such a phenomenal display of the haunting beauty that truly is melodic death doom. And at long last, we have For My Pain with Buried Blue. They say you have your whole life to make your first album and about 18 months to make your second. Sometimes that sophomore album takes about 23 years. I can say with pure certainty that this is more than worth the wait. This Finnish band captures everything that you love about the late 90s, early 2000s goth sound without any of the fluff and the pure hooks from beginning to end. Of course, when your lineup consists of past and present members of Eternal Tears of Sorrow, Andromeda, Barbarians, and Poison Black, you are going to have a band that knows how to write dark, catchy songs, and they will be stuck in your head for days on end. At 11 tracks and 51 minutes long, this feels like a return of the Finnish goth that the world really needs right now in an ever-growing darkened world. It simply matches the mood. Whether you need a nostalgia trip or you just want to hear how the style needs to be done in 2026, Buried Blue is going to be one of the finest examples of what made the genre work for decades now, and it won't take much to understand why. And finally today we have Walls of Babylon with Aeons Apart. The fourth album in 11 years from this Italian progressive power metal band has created an album that is filled to the brim with what makes the genre work. Whether the band goes all guns blazing, focusing on the catchiest choruses possible, or shows off just enough of their chops, the band knows how to write for the style and for the music at hand. The production is stellar and it makes every song sing, all while the songwriting takes you all over the universe of the genre without breaking the boundaries. This is easily for anyone who needs their fix of bands like Halloween, Stradivarius, Skull Revenge, and Lost Sanctuary. It's the kind of band that will make you smile from ear to ear in a time that we really need to get every smile that we can get. First up, we have Crystal Lake with The Weight of Sound. The sixth album in 24 years from this Japanese metalcore band is pushing the boundaries of their sound while delivering everything that you would expect from the band. No two songs on this one sounds the same, and it expands upon their ongoing sound in both directions. While it gets heavy, it obliterates everything in its path with near deathcore elements in its breakdowns and tones. When it gets lighter, there are some emotionally impactful moments that the band does like no other. And when you have guest appearances from Jesse Leach of Killswitch Engage, Carl of Misery Signals, David of Side of the Swarm, and Taylor Barber of 7 Hours After Violet, and of course Mike Terry of Fire of the Gods and Volumes. From those appearances alone, you can tell the diversity of sound that's going on. Overall, this is an album that strikes hard, but knows when to pull back for emotional moments, showcasing what metalcore in 2026 can truly be all about. Now we have Elwood Stray with Descending. Elwood Stray showcases both sides of their metalcore and post-hardcore elements here with ease on the sophomore album and expands upon both the heavy and melodic moments. The band doubles down on what works best on their debut album, but strays from the path just slightly to incorporate some new elements that pushes the band's sound, but never losing what makes them winning over fans time and time again. The riffs are infinitely catchy, the choruses are as sing-along as possible, and when it gets heavy, the pits will cause in the live setting will be huge. This is easily for anyone who enjoys the likes of Anna's Okay, Dead Eyes, Awake the Dreamer, and Bad Omens. Metalcore is off to a great start in 2026, and albums like Descending from Elwood Stray are going to be mainstays for the year. And now we have New Miserable Experience with Gild the Lily. When you have past and present members of bands like Revocation, Rivers of Nile, and Rosetta, your first thought is not that they would be making a dark, alternative synth rock album, but that's what happens here with the third album of this now full-fledged band. You can tell everyone a part of this album knows how to play their role in the music, as it feels crafted in a way that doesn't feel like a side project or something to do in your free time. This feels like the music comes first, and whether they're channeling their early day love of Nine Inch Nails, placing Mellotron to make Opeth and Porcupine Tree fans happy, or making sad music for the Radiohead and Jeff Buckley variety. This is a varied album with every song fitting like a glove. This won't be for everyone who checks out my list, but if you can appreciate a band who's known for having members who can do post-metal, tech death, progressive death metal, etc., showing a different side of their personality, check out what New Miserable Experience is all about. And finally, for brand new albums out today, we have Textures with Genotype. The Dutch prog metal band has returned after a bit of a hiatus and has put out an album that feels like a rejuvenated spark for the band and embarks on a new chapter. The band is always known for being one of the first bands to really showcase the progressive metalcore gen sound, being heavily inspired by Meshuggah and other bands of that style. But after some soul searching, the band feels like they are born anew with a still proggy sound, but exploring more of the melodies, harmonies, and dare I say mainstream sounds of Genotype. While the album still goes all over the place, Textures feels like they are more at home with bands like The Contortionist, Leprous, and The Ocean, and in all honesty, after many repeated listens, this was the right call to make. Rather than feeling like they're trying to retread water, they are exploring what is possible and still having hints of what the band used to be in albums and easily winning over new fans. While I can understand if longtime fans aren't going to want an album like this, I say just give it a proper spin or two. It'll start to click with you if you give it some some time, especially if you enjoy the album Drawing Circles. Sometimes you have to reroute to remain, just like the In Flames album, and it would have been easy to come back and just write another album of the typical Texture style for the nostalgia trip, but I appreciate their new path, and I'm all here for it. Give it time, and it might just work for you as well. And now for everything that I missed along the way, starting with Cold Night for Alligators with All That's Left. 4 albums into this band, straight out of Denmark, and the band continues to push the boundaries of their sound and still make it as catchy as possible. With their latest album, the band blends heavy prog elements, alternative quirkiness, poppy sad boy elements, and the overall sense of cinematic sounds that makes this album like no other. This feels like the soundtrack to a very dark and demented album that is yet to be made, but really should go into production soon. While this may be a little too left of center for some, for others, this is album of the year worthy in every sense of the phrase. If you enjoy the likes of Vola, Earthside, Royal Sorrow, and yes, even the dreaded Sleep Token, give Cold Night for Alligators your proper attention. This is an album that should be heralded at the end of 2026 and beyond. Next up, we have Dimitri Paradox with Born from Chaos. 3 albums into this band from the Czech Republic, and I randomly discovered this band on YouTube last year for the Heavy Debriefings podcast, but I was left intrigued, but also trying to figure out what I was listening to after that first track of this album. After sitting down with the album, this is all starting to click with me, and it truly works as long as you dig the sound. The sound is super catchy while still having the right amount of heavy elements to balance everything out. It feels like a whirlwind of bands like Takeda, Machine Head, and Amaranth. Try wrapping your mind around those comparisons. You have a dark but uplifting album that feels so appropriate for the world that we live in today. If you're not too true or cult, this one could be for you. Now we have Exul with Sealed Into None. This is a band that's simply epic. The debut album from this Canadian band is a welcome treat for anyone who enjoys the 80s epic sound but wants it updated for 2026. In what feels like an unholy mix of Candlemass, Crimson Glory, Crypt Sermon, and Early Day Fate's Warning, it is a combination I never would have expected, but I am falling in love with this album every time that I put this one on. The production feels like pure 1986 in every conceivable way, and the songwriting hits that power, progressive, doom, and classic metal sides with such ease and finesse. I would be shocked if this band doesn't explode into the stratosphere this year. This hits everything that you love and none of the fluff. To say this is a contender for album of the year for me is a complete understatement. It's everything that I love rolled into one, and I can't wait to follow what they do in the future. Next up is Polaris Express with Drifting Through Voids. What a thrilling album, combining the best elements of thrash metal, progressive metal, and just straight up heavy metal in what feels like an unholy mix of Voivod, Vector, and Cynic. When the album gets fast and heavy, it gets truly fast and heavy, feeling like it's slingshotting you across the universe. When it slows down just enough, it allows you to enjoy a beautiful view of everything that's around you. With a production style that is pure 90s progressive death metal, it feels rich and clear. At 10 tracks and nearly an hour long, this won't be everyone's cup of tea, but if you love sci-fi, progressive thrash metal, and you need it to reign supreme, I argue, who is possibly going to top Polaris Express in 2026? Coming up next is Cosmos with an album title that will make you understand that I never took French in high school, La Astre de la Désirance. I hope I got that right. The 7th album from this one-man French outfit is my first experience with the band, and it's an otherworldly feel that hits both on the mysteries of the universe and the frailty of being alone. With a bleak production style and songwriting that grips you, this is a 5-track, 38-minute exploration of the idea of longing for something or someone that is no longer here, and the concept it hits is expertly done. Hitting this mix of early day Alcest, middle era Opeth, the progressive death metal era, and the occasional Bluntas Nordnod, this is an album that captures that atmospheric black metal sound, the occasional death metal, and the avant-garde moments to make this a truly unique listen. But also, it's a universally relatable theme. Now we have Mariana's Rest with The Bereaved. Mariana's Rest has been on my radar since their 3rd album, 2021's Fata Morgana, and it hasn't left my side since. Now with their 5th album, the band is continuing to explore their blend of melodic death doom, with nods of elements of melodic death metal and funeral doom, to make this one of the most depressing but cathartic listens of 2026. Much like the album title implies, this is an album of mourning, retrospective, and the inevitability of having to move on, and there isn't anyone alive who hasn't had to experience something similar. If you love this genre, this is required listening. If you're not familiar with it, go in with caution, especially if you're having a good day, as this one will drag you down, but at the same time, these emotions are very much needed. If you enjoy the likes of Insomnium, Swallow the Sun, My Dying Bride, and In Shine, Mariana's Rest has released another tearjerker that is more than worthy of your time. This is melodic death doom done to perfection. Now we have Servitude with Smoke and Mirrors. The debut album from the Swedish progressive metal band is one that connects with that classic 90s sound of the genre and mixes it up with the mid-2000s prog in a very hard-hitting mix of Symphony X and Opeth, with newer bands like Lost Sanctuary and Walls of Babylon. The production feels like a mid-2000s prog metal album, and that is a great thing. The songwriting knows when to get proggy, when to get heavy, and when to write for the song, which is not always the case in this style. This is a fantastic approach to prog, and it feels like a great first album to check out if you've never heard this style before, but want to see how it's influenced bands in the current day. Everything you love about progressive metal is here in all 8 songs and almost 57 minutes of music. It's palatable and it'll be stuck in your head for days. It reminds me of why I fell in love with the genre almost 25 years ago. Now we have Soen with Reliance, 7th albums into the Swedish prog metal band's career, and they continue to evolve their sound with every release. With Reliance, the vocals hit the hardest they've ever hit. The music has become less proggy over time, but has this fine balance of prog and mainstream appeal, and the production is simply flawless. Every song on this one is an earworm, whether it gets heavier, proggier, or more somber. It will live rent-free in your head. The band refines and improves, and I could easily make the argument that this is their finest album to date. They have found their sound, embraced it, and continue to show what is possible with it. This is the kind of prog metal that speaks to me in 2026, and I'm so happy Soen is doing it with such authenticity. If you need a mix of Leprous, Catatonia, and Riverside, check out what Soen is doing in 2026 in all their glory. Next up is a band name that I'm going to try my best to get right, as I can think of a few pronunciations for this. Upior with Forefathers Eve, Redemption. The sophomore album, and first in a 2-part album, with Forefathers Eve, Damnation coming out April 3rd, is a sonic blast of symphonic blackened death metal that we need right now. It combines the brutality of Flesh God Apocalypse set in what they set the standard for, while adding elements of Crack Ingrid, Dimmu Borgir, and Cradle of Filth into a grandiose sound that makes for an album that feels like a symphony from the depths of hell. If you don't like segue tracks, this could be a deal breaker, as there's several in this one, but I've never had an issue with that. It's a nice break from the storm. Overall, the band has every chance of making the best symphonic blackened death metal album of the year, especially between both releases, as it was really smart to separate them into 2, give you the first course now, and the next one in a couple months to leave you wanting more in the process. This is absolutely spectacular, and if you love this genre, you'll have to agree. And finally today we have Valiant Sentinel with Netherrealm. You wouldn't believe how many times it took for me to get that and not say Netherrealm like Mortal Kombat. The sophomore album from this Greek band channels their love of heavy power metal and creates an album that strikes hard with every pounding moment. The production on this one is mesmerizing in all the right ways, and the songwriting, knowing when to go full force and when to let the melodies and harmonies shine, feeling like a grand mix of Blind Guardian and Rage, making for a style that hits as hard in 1996 as it does in 2026. Sometimes you just want an album to rip your face off from beginning to end, and that's exactly what Valiant Sentinel has accomplished with Netherrealm. If you want heavy power metal, check this one out right now. First up, we have Course of Fate with Behind the Eclipse. The 3rd album and first time I've heard of this Norwegian band hits a style of prog metal that hits right at home for me, taking the classic prog sound and updating it into a dark atmosphere with plenty of heavy moments and dynamics and songwriting. Between the stellar production style and the articulate songwriting and musicianship, this is what fans of the genre should be going after. This can get as heavy as Opeth and Evergrey, as grand as Circus Maximus and Queensryche, and stands alongside newer bands like Philosophobiya, The Eternal, and Connect the Circle. 2026 seems to be a great year for bringing back the classic late 90s to early to mid 2000s prog metal sound, and I'm all here for it. This is a fantastic example of celebrating the past and pushing forward. Next up, we have the Hirsch Effect with what I hope is pronounced Der Bosch. I'm very bad at German. Easily the most diverse album to date from this German outfit is in the form of their 7th album. It's not often you'll find a band channel Sixth, Dredge, Between the Buried and Me, and the Dillinger Escape Plan, but that's exactly what's going on here. For every moment of bombastic chaos, it is balanced with hauntingly beautiful melodies and harmonies, and it feels even and appropriate. The production is clean and slick, with the songwriting taking left turn after left turn, making you excited to see where the music goes next. This won't be for everyone, but for those that want prog and mathcore on the experimental side, this is an album that is more than worthy of your time. This is genre pushing for those who dare to check it out. Now we have Lone Wanderer with Ezequiel, I think is how you pronounce that. My apologies if I got it wrong. 3 albums into the career of this German funeral doom band, and while I can't imagine it was intentional, this feels way too appropriate for 2026 so far. It's deep, dark, depressing, and it hits everything that you expect from the genre and still finds a way to hit you in ways that you don't expect as well. The production is fantastic and the songwriting grips your soul and drags you down into the grave. I also didn't realize that 3/4 of this band is a part of the revival metal band Kerrigan, so I have to give them extra props for being able to show off their diversity in songwriting as well. Overall, this is a masterclass of funeral doom that is not meant for the faint of heart, but feels so appropriate for everyone and anyone struggling right now. This is catharsis in a 72.5-minute husk. Up next, we have Mole with Dream Crush. The 3rd album from this post-black band out of Denmark is an album that more than lives up to the album title. This feels like the epitome of what it sounds like when all your hopes and dreams are crushed into oblivion. And in 2026, that seems more than a reality than ever before. While there are moments that can feel happy, hopeful, and joyous, it balances everything out with the darkest post-black laid to record to date. It takes both the good and the bad of having hopes and dreams and puts them into reality. And that reality is more often than not bleak. The production on this one is some of the best that you'll hear in the genre, and it makes me so happy to see that Nuclear Blast sees the power of the band and pick them up for this album. This is an album of beauty and pain, and if that doesn't describe life, what else possibly could? If you enjoyed Death Heaven, Numenorian, Garia, more is more than required listening. Up next is Our Mirage with Fractured Minds. My first taste of this German band comes in the form of their 4th album, and it's a shining example of that modern metal sound in 2026. The band could get super heavy and balance it out with gorgeous melodies and harmonies of mainstream that seems to be the sealing deal or the deal breaker depending on your taste in music. To me, the great thing about music is showcasing what you love to play no matter what the tones come out in the process. The production is crystal clear, and you would imagine that from this style, and the songwriting is so full of heart. No matter the emotions, it feels appropriate. No matter your state of mind, I think you might enjoy this one. And if you do enjoy the likes of Elwood Stray, and Is Okay, and Dead Eyes, Our Mirage might be your new favorite band in 2026. Up next is Raven Fire with Square One. The sophomore album from the Spanish heavy metal band hits the soul in the right ways. While the subject matter of the lyrics is quite dark, the music will put a smile on your face with its classic yet modernized sound. For being a DIY produced band and album, this feels like an album that any band of the 80s would have dreamed to have had at their disposal. Between all 9 tracks, you'll hear the revival metal sound mixed in with the melodic metal, AWAR, and sometimes even hints of prog for good measure. It's just an album that you can kick back or throw your fists in the air while enjoying it. If you want a mix of Scorpions, Dio, Cauldron, and Warlock, Raven Fire is here and ready to take flight. Give them a proper listen. And finally today we have Urn with Setting Fire to the Sky. Seeing the evolution of Urn since I interviewed them for their debut album is nothing short of mesmerizing. In just 5 years they went from an Opeth and Nevermore inspired album with Serpent and Spirit, to a dark Gojira inspired album about dementia and Alzheimer's with A Feast of Sorrow, to another evolution to Setting Fire to the Sky, feeling like a mix of Mastodon, Trivium, Gojira, and of course their previous material. Urn has put out another dark and refreshing take on society, grief, and abstract themes to make for an album that is an auditory sensation, even if it is a bleak one. The production is spectacular, but of course that's going to happen when you have Justin Hill of Sixth producing this one. It is a cathartic album as well that may help you weather any storm that this year has to offer. This is a year where we need to take any help that we can possibly get, and I'm glad that we get that through the gaze of Urn. And now for everything that I missed, starting with Archival King with what I hope is right because I'm terrible at French, Au Horizon d'Espérer. The sophomore album from this one-man French band is classic black and thrash in all of its glory. From the raw and atmospheric production to the songwriting that has zero fluff to it, this is 8 songs and almost 47 minutes of what made bands like Seth and Hellripper rise in infamy. While I can't claim to understand the lyrics on this one for the aforementioned reason that I can't speak French, the passion behind the screams is more than enough to let you know the pain and the hell that is being unleashed before you. If you're looking for a black and thrash album that feels like it's straight out of 1996, Archival King is more than delivering the goods. Up next is Emotional Fire with Rising. The debut album from this classic-sounding AOR melodic rock band is everything that you would expect at this point. The songwriting is simple, but it hits just hard enough. The vocals soar, and it feels heartfelt, and the aesthetic is the right kind of cheesy to make you smile from ear to ear. And let's not forget those melodic solos that can sucker in even the most diehard of technical fans out there, and make you appreciate the power of the 80s guitar solo. As usual with this style, you know what you're getting into, but once you put it on, you will want to listen to it from start to finish. This is 11 tracks, almost 43 minutes of a pure escape from reality that we all need right now. Take the trip, check out Emotional Fire. Up next is what I hope I get right, Genus Ordinis Dei with The Land East of Eden. 5 albums into this Italian band's career, and they have put out an album that I simply would not have expected, combining so many catchy elements into one band that knows when to lure you in and when to sucker punch you with authority is not an easy thing to achieve, but they've pulled that off and then some. They even got the almighty Roy Khan to show up for a track, which is a welcome thing to see, especially in this style of music. And what is that kind of music? Well, imagine the reroute to Remain era of In Flames, Amon Amarth, Lamb of God, and Orbit Culture. I know that might sound like a strange mix of sounds, but if you were there for the early 2000s in metal, it makes all the sense in the world. It takes so many twists and turns, and it makes for a musical experience you won't soon forget. This is a killer album that is more than worth your time. Up next is Glamour of the Kill with Vengeance. The third album and first in 12 years from this British band is the 2000s band that takes the best of the era and modernizes it, especially for 2026. This takes the sound of Avenged Sevenfold, Killswitch Engage, and especially early day Bullet for My Valentine, especially Scream Aim Fire, and remade it for the modern day. The production feels like the Poison by Bullet for My Valentine. The songwriting feels excelled and inspired in a way that no matter your love of catchy metal, you will find something to appreciate. It's melodic metalcore, it's hard rock, it's modern metal, and those nods to new wave of British heavy metal all rolled into one. That is either a nostalgia trip that you need, or the sound that will never be for you. Neither is wrong, but Vengeance is more than worthy of a spin to show you what the early 2000s sound has impacted for the modern day. To me, it's a cool thing to see in 2026. Now we have Iridium with Hell is Just a Halfway House. The debut album from this London band is the modern metalcore dripping in atmosphere, introspection, and a look at society at large that we kinda need right now. From the gripping screams to the soul-draining cleans, the vocals and lyrics hit hard, and they build a catharsis that needs to be built. The music hits everything from the 2020s metalcore scene to atmospheric post-rock elements that are deep and has heavy breakdowns to make this a diverse and captivating album from start to finish. The production is right where it should be, and the overall album is not an easy listen, but it's a needed one. If you enjoyed Leave from last year and you want something a little bit heavier out of that, Iridium is that in a nutshell. If you fit into the niche of genres that this album is about, you'll be spinning this one all year round. Now we have a name and an album title that I completely apologize for butchering, but I'll try my best. Jud Varnes with Tekmes. The third album from this Lithuanian band is some of the best progressive black metal that I've heard in quite some time. It combines both sides of the genre equation in the best of ways and feels equally balanced, mixed in with an authentic production style and songwriting that couldn't feel more inspired. This is a band that should be on anyone's radar if you enjoy the likes of Enslaved, Borknagar, In Vain, and the proggier era of Moonsorrow. At 7 songs and 42 minutes, this is the lean, mean, progressive black metal that we truly need. It's absolutely incredible work. Now we have the Ruins of Beverast, with an album title that I know I'm going to butcher, Tempelschlaf. 7 albums into this one-man German band's run, and it's quite the trip. With a raw, almost unsettling production style mixed with a raw and almost unsettling songwriting style, the band continues to showcase what can be done when you mix doom, black metal, atmospheric, and goth rock all rolled into one. It's strange to hear Blutas Nord, Elend, Triptychon, and Typo Negative in one album, but that's what you get when you listen to this one. This is an album that you need to go with a little bit of caution, as this album will have many twists and turns that you won't see coming, but if you like your music experimental but almost familiar, this is something that you need to check out and experience for yourself. Now we have Soulbound with Sin. The third album from this German band is my first foray into the band, and it will definitely not be the last. Mixing Lord of the Lost, Goth Minister, Cult of the Sun, and even Powerwolf together to create an unholy but captivating sound that is an incredible thing to experience, and it feels so very appropriate. Every song is an earworm matched up with authentic production style and the right amount of real and tongue-in-cheek lyrics. The song Not Metal Enough is a perfect song to take down with Gatekeepers. Overall, this is an an album that'll be stuck in your head for days on end, and when it's gone, you'll want to spin it again. This is how you take a familiar sound, but make it your own. Now we have Symphony of Sweden with Stand My Ground. The fourth album from the Swedish band is some of the catchiest music I've heard in this style since I discovered Takeda. Everything is crafted to be as catchy as possible with the right amount of pop, rock, metal, and when needed, symphonic elements to make this album feel like a variety show for anyone who enjoys those styles to find something to appreciate. No song go past the 3-minute and 11-second mark, and it's 12 songs and 35 minutes of all killer and no filler material. Sometimes you just need an album like that lets the music do the talking. It's the kind of album that will make you nod your head and appreciate everything on display. Do you really need anything more? And finally today we have Total Annihilation with Mountains of Madness. The fourth album from the Swiss powerhouse is a textbook definition of how death thrash should be accomplished. From the blitz of speed to the aggression behind the vocals to the overall assault, this is everything that I love about the genre done to perfection. It's heavy, plus it makes you think. Feeling like a mix of Sodom, Exodus, and Vader, it's a hard thing to achieve while making it sound like it's your own, but that's on full display here. At 11 tracks and almost 42 minutes of pure, unadulterated death thrash, this is just simply how it's done. First up, we have Engine Bite Misery with Remorse of Conscience. This left-of-center debut comes in the form of this New Hampshire band, a mix of atmospheric black metal, sludgy doom metal, and avant-garde twists, and turns that will make you turn your head. The production on this one is raw, but not unlistenable, as everything does come through the mix. The songwriting explores so much in sound, reminding me of a very sludgy side of the band Primitive Man, the blackened side of the Minnesota band Suffering Hour, and moments of Blutas Nord and Imperial Triumphant. If you like your music to take on adventures that you just don't see coming, you will find it within the debut album from Engine Bite Misery. Up next is All the Damn Vampires with Vice Core. I'm a bit torn on covering this one as 5 of the 12 tracks are covers, so it's very close to being a reimagined covers album, but the magic of the music is so good that I don't want to skip this one. The debut album from Davey Oberlin fuses dark synthwave, alternative metal, AOR, and a cinematic landscape to create an album that feels like an 80s album made with a haunting sense of 2026. Imagine if someone made an episode of Miami Vice that's based on the Lost Boys, or the band Magic Dance taking a more modern metal influence, and you have Vice Core. The original tracks have a nostalgic flair, while the covers from artists like Phil Collins, Whitesnake, Cutting Crew, Benny Bardonas, and Martika have the influence on point, but are updated just enough to make them a little bit darker than the original intent. Overall, this is an album that hits hard, especially on the throwbacks, but it's just sinister enough to feel like a soundtrack to a movie that hasn't been made yet, which would be really cool to see made one day. If you want a modern throwback, give All the Damn Vampires a shot. You just might enjoy the trip as well. Next up, we have Induction with Love Kills. The third album from this fantastic band may be their best album to date. They have always found a way to be more than your typical catchy band, while still hitting you with some of the catchiest hooks, melodies, and choruses possible. With the latest release, the band continues to push what is possible in a symphonic, AOR, melodic metal sound in a power metal band, and that feels so at home with bands like Latter Day Edguy, as it would Gamma Ray, as it would Sonata Arctica. It just hits all the right elements that you love, making you close your eyes, nod your head, and making you happy that you're listening to this kind of music. The production is right where it needs to be, and the songwriting, as stated, is as catchy as possible while still hitting everything that you'd want in this sound. This may not be the most groundbreaking power metal album ever made, but in 2026, it's an album that will remind you why you love this side of melodic power metal so much, and it will give you infinite replayability. We need more of that in 2026. Up next, we have L'Amour with Sabok Rogue. This may be the first album that I've ever come across that comes out of Reunion Island, and that is so cool for me to be able to do to keep discovering music out of new territories. The sophomore album from this thrash band is the kind of thrash that makes you a fan of the style to begin with, sounding like a mix of Slayer, Early Day Testament, and especially Creator. This hits that 80s itch of sound, but updated for 2026, so it has incredible production style and just enough fluff cut out for maximum impact. This is 11 tracks and almost 45.5 minutes of what makes thrash exciting after all these decades. Whether it's all guns blazing or slowed down enough to have some variety, this is a band that knows how to write a song and have it stuck in your head. Thrash fans, old and new, need to check this one out. Now we have Mayhem with Liturgy of Death. With a legacy as this Norwegian band has had over the past 40 years and counting, it's hard to believe that they only have 7 albums deep into their career. Even more so, the fact that no 2 albums sound alike despite always sounding like Mayhem. With the latest album, the band explores more of what is possible with their sound, while still having that signature black metal sound. They're experimenting more with clean vocals, off-kilter songwriting, and of course feeling like evil is pouring right out of your speakers. While the band will never be everyone's cup of tea, it is a welcoming thing to see that the band is still pushing their songwriting ability and not resting on their laurels. It's a hellacious 8-track, nearly 46-minute ritual that is rewarding if you give it a full spin, proving that they're not just a legacy band, as they know what to do to still be here to this day. And finally, for brand new albums of today, we have Paganizer with As Mankind Rots. Sweden's Paganizer's 14th album is layered in old school Swedish death metal that simply works since the late 80s, and it never lets up in momentum. It hits hard, the riffs are crushing, including the song Devoured, which kinda sounds like a song from one of my old bands that never got put out. To me, that is a cool thing to see, and it just feels so right. They've always had that entombed, grave, dismember sound, and that's why I keep going back to them for this sound. Arguably my favorite kind of straight up death metal shines with a style that is all substance and just the slightest amount of flair. Mix that in with the classic production style and I'm sold. If you need your fix of Swedish OSDM, you need to hear the latest from Paganizer. And now it's time for everything that I missed along the way, starting with a band name that I deeply apologize for getting wrong, as I know I'm gonna hit it wrong. Aftoktonia with Through the Nebulae of Empyrean Aether. The 3rd album in 4 months from this already prolific Norwegian one-man band is a magnificently made black metal that burns the soul. And no, this is not AI. There are flares of mystical moments that remind me of bands like Labyrinthus Stellarum, while still hitting that 2nd and 3rd wave black metal edge, while hinting so closely to DSBM. Every release so far is 4 songs a piece, or 1 song separated into 4 movements, and this is no exception. It's a long trip at 52.5 minutes between 4 tracks, but if you enjoy a soundscape of hellish proportions, this is more than worthy of the experience. It's cold, dark, barren, and oddly soothing all at once. If you don't like long-form black metal, this will not be for you, but for everyone else, this should be a mandatory listen. Now we have Every King Has a Clown with their self-titled debut. The debut album from this one-man US band is filled to the brim with too many guest performers to mention in a block like this, but still feels like the band has been around for decades, hitting so much of what there is to love about the 80s through the 2000s heavy metal sound, sometimes getting a little proggy, sometimes getting more power metal, sometimes getting a little doomy, and sometimes just straight up metal. It has a little bit of everything and none of the fluff. The production feels right where it should be, and no matter the genre shift, it feels like a chameleon, hitting everything that the styles call for, and it feels so satisfying to hear. If you want to hear a loving tribute to bands of the classic genres of metal, check out what this project has to offer. Next up is Exile with Karga. The debut album from this French outfit is striking a chord with me in a way that feels indescribable in its accuracy. While I do not know the lyrical content on this one for not being able to read or speak French, the melodies, harmonies, and screams are hitting me so hard and not letting up. I can hear elements of Amateurs in the style of post-punk and post-black, while added elements of Amenra on the darker side, Unrequited for the emotional side, and Ghostbath for the more consistent vocals. This is an 8-track, almost 36.5-minute assault to the senses that will leave you feeling cathartic and longing for better times. This is exactly what a good post-black album should bring to the table. It's hard to believe that this is just a debut, as some bands of this style wish they could hit this much power in their 4th, 5th, or even 6th album. It'll leave you an emotional wreck, but that is mandatory for any post-black fan. Now we have Fireborn with Dreamcatcher. The sophomore album from this German band feels like the perfect combination of new and old, formed to create something for every generation of rock and metal fan. Every song, no matter the tempo, feels like it was tailor-made to show off the best of the genres that they have to offer, while still sounding as catchy and full of earworms as possible. Whether you're looking for Rainbow, Dokken, Doro, or even Alter Bridge, you will find something that grabs your attention and not let go. The production hits so hard and it doesn't let up in its momentum. Sometimes you just want to straight up hard rock and heavy metal album, and in 2026 so far, you're not going to find a better example than that with Dreamcatcher by Fireborn. Next up is Queen Kona with Long Live. The fourth album from this New York City band is the kind of progressive metalcore that grabs my attention. While it does have some gent moments, it doesn't rely on it, in favor of more of the mid to late 2000s metalcore sound that is more than just fretboard Olympics and wanking. There's real songwriting going on here, mixed in with vocal variety and a thick atmosphere throughout the entire album. It feels like a mix of After the Burial, Bury Your Dead, and Unearth, and for someone who grew up in bands like that in my pivotal teen years, that's a cool thing to see. Mix that in with a brutal yet clear production style, and you have an album that between all 10 tracks and almost 39 minutes is filled to the brim with peak performances and songs that hit so hard on record, but I'm sure will hit even harder live. Give this one a proper listen if this is your bag. You just might be won over as well. And finally today we have Sidious with Melphic Necropolis. While originally having more of a symphonic black metal sound, and some of that is still here even if it's not prominent, the fourth album from this UK band feels sinister in its triumphant black metal sound, with an exceptional production style that you just don't often hear in this style, and a songwriting that feels like it was crafted to perfection. This is one of the best black metal albums that we're gonna get in 2026. It's everything that you'd expect from the genre, but just done better. This is what the second and third wave black metal bands wish that they could have been able to do with their production. 9 songs, 35.5 minutes of pure, unadulterated nihilism. First up, we have Ashbringer with Subglacial. The fifth album from this Minnesota band, and actually they're just one town over from me, is the band expanding upon their blend of false black metal. The band has always been known for pushing the boundaries of progressive, post, folk, black gaze, and so much more into their black metal sound, and I've loved it ever since day one. With Subglacial, it feels like the band is going back into harsher sounds that they started with in the beginning, but not losing anything that they've learned along the way. The production will either be hit or miss for you, as it is quite raw, but every instrument is clear and the songwriting is worth your attention. It feels like it brings together everything that I love about bands like Aglock, Emiensis, Together to the Stars, and Panopticon into one place, but done with a southern Twin Cities metro charm. I can't say it enough, Minnesota has a phenomenal black metal scene here, and Ashbringer, while exploring so much more than its core sound, is an excellent example of it. I dare say this is their best album to date. Check it out for yourself. Next up is Blood Red with Colors of Pain. The fourth album from this German blackened death metal band is a visceral display of blending the genres and creating a dark and realistic look at life. Just from the album title alone, you can tell that this is a personal album that hits the pain of the current world while dealing with it on an individual level. The music more than matches up to it, and no two songs sound alike, and they all feel like they're exploring something just a little bit different while staying connected. All 8 tracks and 43 minutes of this album hits on so many levels, and if you like your black and death metal on the more mellow death and Viking metal and early day Amon Amarth side, Blood Red is for you. Now we have Defaced with Icon. The Swiss death metal band is back with their third album, and it hits extremely hard. It's that fantastic combination of hard-hitting 90s death metal sounds mixed in with 90s melodeath, feeling like a combination of Morbid Angel, middle era At the Gates, and even a newer band like Abysmal Dawn. No track truly lets up on this one, and it's filled to the brim with intensity, even when there's less instrumentation and lesser tempo. Simply put, this is 10 tracks of what makes death metal work to this day. Sometimes you can't sell a death metal album better than that. Next up is Eye of Purgatory with Darkborn. Edge's Sanity is reborn? Not quite, but it is very, very close. The third album from the Swedish trio is everything you know and love about 90s progressive death metal, from the songwriting to the production to the tones being produced. This is also the second album as a full band with Jeremy Kling and Taylor Nordberg, who have worked together in so many bands, filling out the rhythm section. This is another album that I don't need to sell you on too hard. If you love Opeth, Early Day In Flames, and especially Edge of Sanity, you need Eye of Purgatory. Now we have Greyhawk with Warriors of Greyhawk. The third album from the Seattle outfit is that classic metal, power metal, and epic metal styles personified. 11 tracks and almost 50 minutes of the nostalgic sound in a revival metal package, paying tribute to the legends of Judas Priest, Dio, and Hammerfall, all while falling in line with bands like Visigoth, Sumerlands, and Eternal Champion. While nothing here is reinventing the wheel, it doesn't need to. It just needs to be undeniably solid, and Greyhawk may be the shining example of how that's done in 2026. This is sure to make any revival metal fan smile from ear to ear, and it'll only take one listen to understand why. Now we have Hoaxed with Death Knocks. The sophomore album from this Portland trio is such a killer album, combining that dark and occult rock sound mixed in with hard rock and classic heavy metal to make for an album that can hit you on so many angles, but all of them feel right. Mixing a sound that reminds me of Ancient Wisdom meets Unto Others meets Tribulation meets Blood Ceremony. While the debut album is great, I love the direction of the band is going in now, and I hope they continue to explore it further. If you want to hear your hard rock and metal on the dark side and captivating, Hoax is a band that you need to recognize now. You'll be so glad that you did. Next up is Melfic with Impermanence. The debut album from this Atlanta blackened death thrash band is an incredible experience that hits on all the right elements for this style, blending black metal, thrash metal, death metal, and an out-of-this-world melodies and harmonies that tie everything together. Between the clear and punchy production style and the songwriting that feels endlessly inspired, this feels like a band that mixes the Black Dahlia Murder, Carcass, Old Man's Child, and we kinda need that right now. Making for an album this strong at 9 tracks in under 40 minutes is such a cool thing to see too, because they give you everything that they have and it'll still leave you wanting more. You don't often find a band like this on their debut album with this quality. Check out Melfic and what they're all about. Now we have a band and an album title that I'm gonna deeply apologize for getting wrong. Ponte del Diavolo with Di Vemen Natura. Talk about a captivating album. The sophomore album from this Italian band more than lives up to the album title. This feels venomous in a way that strikes between its darkest black metal, its catchiest post-punk and gothic overtones, and the occasional doom that roars at you as you lie on the ground from the impact. It's such an odd combination on paper, but when you hear it executed, it makes all the sense in the world. The production is human, but it still sounds crisp and clear, and the songwriting is impeccable and inspired in ways that'll take you by surprise on the first listen. Imagine a mix of the latest album from Mesa, but adding moments of Latter-day Rotting Christ and Sisters of Mercy. That initial hit may shock you, but once you pay attention to everything that's going on, you'll keep wanting more. This is how you make music inspired in 2026. Next up is Slaughter Day with Dread Emperor. This is how old school death metal is at its most primal. The 5th album in 15 years from this German duo knocks the classic sound of that late 80s, early 90s death metal out of the park. From the authentic production style to the music, mixing it up between the pit-inducing riffs and the near-death doom elements to the classic sounds that remind you so much of Obituary, Autopsy, Grave, and Entombed. 10 songs, almost 40 minutes, and not a second wasted. This is how that classic straight-up old-school death metal is meant to be played. Here we have Space of Variations with Poisoned Art. When I interviewed this Ukrainian band back for their previous album, the world was in a very dark place, and 4 years later, it's only gotten worse. Somehow this band has gotten heavier and catchier at the same time. For every moment of modern clarity in the music, or a throwback to that 80s and 90s music aesthetic, they will come up with a breakdown or a monstrous riff that makes the band balance the melody and the disharmony of life in every song. You will hear moments that remind you of modern bands such as I Prevail and Elwood Stray, but you'll also hear moments that remind you of early day Killswitch Engage, just like it hit me 20 years ago. Well, I guarantee this will not be for everybody who normally checks out my lists. If you have an open mind when it comes to more mainstream genres, this is a band that is more than worthy of your attention. They are pushing the envelope in ways that need to be pushed, and it's going to pay dividends in the long run. They keep getting bigger and better on every release, and they deserve to do so. Now we have Temple Balls with their self-titled album. Just to get it out of the way, Temple Balls is a name that's always gonna make me laugh no matter how many times I hear it. Now that we're past that, the 5th album in 9 years from this Finnish band is one of the reasons why I keep going back down the well of melodic rock, melodic metal, AOR, etc. Every time that you think the genre is getting stale or needs a change, a band like Temple Balls comes out and reminds you why you love the genre in the first place. Every song is endlessly catchy, and somehow it never sounds the same. This is also sadly the last appearance of Nico, who sadly passed away a few months ago from cancer, and this is an excellent send-off to his guitar work and his songwriting, and I truly hope the band will be able to keep going forward and become even stronger in the face of tragedy. But to put it simply, if you want a fun and thrilling look at one of the best genres of rock and metal, you need to check out Temple Balls. And finally, for brand new albums out today, we have Worm with Necropalace. Right off the bat, Marty Friedman does a guest appearance on the track Witch Moon, The Endless Masquerade, and I never thought I would say that he would be a part of a blackened death doom album, but as you would expect, he nails it in every conceivable way. The 4th album from this North American band is everything that 90s extreme metal is all about. From the super raw production to the clear and audible style of that, to the songwriting, whether it is 14 minutes at its longest or 7 at its shortest, it's all of the blackened, death, doom, and experimental moments that are simply legendary. You hear everything from Black Braid to Hood and Menace to Emperor to Cradle of Filth here, and it's still not as random and as quirky as the album gets. I mean, just check out the album cover. I mean, come on. This is the kind of album that is either a grandiose masterpiece or a complete hodgepodge of sound depending on your ears. I am of the former, and I can't get enough of it. Let Worm slither into you. And now for everything that I missed along the way, starting with Before I Turn with Immoral and Malevolent Happenings. 5 albums into this New England band's career, and they've made one of the most haunting and horror-infused metalcore albums I've ever heard. It's dripping in atmosphere, punishing in its riffs and breakdowns, and just the right amount of cleans to make the music feel even more tragic. This is the kind of album that feels like a film score when you close your eyes, and it fills you with dread with every passing second. You don't often get a kind of band like this with a theme where the music has this sense of a bands like Currents, The Contortionist, Periphery, Shadow of Intent, and the horror soundtracks of Danny Elfman. I can't guarantee everyone will like this, but if the idea of this intrigues you even in the slightest, you need to see what this band is all about and what they will surely come to be in the future. Who knew that saving progressive metalcore and deathcore styles would simply be honing in on the true horror that it can represent? Now we have Crystal Sun with The Trace You Left, the first and final album featuring Ale Mose, who started off the project as a studio project, became a tribute to him, with everyone who joined the band guesting on the album, and his legacy with the money for the album going towards cancer research. How can you not be in favor of that? The music is layered in death metal, but there's so many moments of thrash, melodeath, new wave of British heavy metal, and more that makes it so much more than just a simple death metal album. With so many guest appearances, I can't list them all off here in a short little review like this. It helps make this album even more varied and even more of a thrill ride from beginning to end. This is an incredible tribute to the legacy of Ale Mose left on his peers, and it shows what he was capable of in the scene that he was a part of, all while showing off the rest of the world what he was capable of until his final recorded moments. Will this be the only album from Crystal Sun? I hope not, as I hope that they continue on, as it would be cool to see where else this project can go from here, while still praising its creator. But even if this is it, this is an album that won't easily be forgotten, and it is sure to leave a lasting impression on you, and I really hope we will find the end of cancer one day. Next up is Evoked Eclipse with The Cries of Evil. The debut album from this Italian one-man band is some of the most haunting and devastating music of this style I have ever heard. For every moment that goes into the more extreme end of things, it's balanced out with a gothic overtone that rips you apart emotionally and doesn't let up. It feels like when you take a mix of Dissection and Naglfar, and you mix it with equal parts Swallow the Sun and Early Day Catatonia. Intentional or not, with the week that I've had, this album brings tears to my eyes in a cathartic way that I truly needed. Put all that together with a production style that feels like any 2000s masterpiece of this style, and the songwriting that truly feels from the heart, and you have an album that will bring as much enjoyment as it does devastation. All of that in only 8 tracks and 33 minutes is no easy thing to achieve. Give this one a proper listen and prepare to be floored. Here we have Ivory Moon with The Silent Ruins of Mars. The 5th album in 22 years from this Italian band hits the perfect elements of epic symphonic metal, and it makes for such a heavy, catchy, and triumphant music. Mixing the symphonics of Nightwish, the power of Living Tales, and the technical ability of Pyrames is such a cool thing to experience. It's a bit of a lengthy album, coming in at 13 tracks and a little over 55 minutes, but if this is your bag, the album does fly by and warrants instant replays. The production style in this one hits so hard, and the songwriting feels like it's done to the best of their ability, and leaving very little fluff in the process. If you want to hear the past, present, and future of what epic symphonic metal is in 2026, check out Ivory Moon and what they bring to the table. Next up is Carnival with Inverses. I did not imagine Carnival coming back, especially after 13 years in between albums, but the Australian band has made their 4th album more than a worthy comeback. The band has helped shape what alternative progressive metal can be, and influenced countless bands in the prog world, and they are as strong as ever, showing that there is so much left in the machine. While the incredible production style lets you hear every single note and gives every single note purpose in their songwriting, the band has taken the past nearly decade and a half and are playing to their strengths, giving us surprises that are more than worthy of the trip. If you're new to the band but you want to hear how bands like Tesseract, Caligula's Horse, Vola, and Elo get their inspiration, check out Carnival and see how alternative progressive metal still leaves a huge impact in 2026. Next up is Meteora with Darkest Light. The fifth album in 9 years from this Hungarian symphonic metal band is easily the band's best work to date, feeling like an even stronger version of bands like Epica and Mayan, and giving nods to bands like Ancient Settlers, Neopera, and more. Meteora takes what works best in this style of symphonic metal and gives you everything from the heaviest to the most extreme to the most majestic and beautiful moments that you can hear in the genre. This is another longer release at 13 songs and 63 minutes of music, which I know will turn off some, but I have zero problem with it. Every second recorded here fills with purpose, and it fills you with wonder. Meteora should be heralded from the rooftops, and I hope one day they will be considered one of the best of the genre, like Epica. But until then, they are that band that deserves your attention, and to help get them to that level. Now we got Night of the Vampire with the enchanting winds of the Dream-Weaving Masquerade. The debut album from this Texas outfit is a combination of music I didn't know I needed until I heard it. Mixing black metal, post-punk, and 80s synthwave feels like an unholy combination. Given the name and the subject matter, that's actually correct, but it works miraculously in execution. Feeling like middle-era Tribulation, Bathory, and Joy Division feels so wrong that it has to be right. The production is quite raw, but it adds to the vampiric nature of the music, not just a pun intended. And at 9 tracks and almost 34 minutes, this feels like the perfect example of what a debut album can offer you. And when it comes time to take that second bite, I think you'll be entranced. This is such a killer release, and I can't wait to see what comes next from this band known as Night of the Vampires. And finally today we have Tail Gunner with Midnight Blitz. The sophomore album from this UK band takes the best elements of their debut album and doubles down on what worked best while adding new flavors and experiences into the music. Of course, the most hyped thing about this album is that KK Downing produced the album, but I would have been excited for this one even without his name attached. When I reviewed Guns for Hire back in 2023, I knew I was hearing something special in that revival metal sound. The band is showing what they're truly capable of here, and it is some of the best revival metal that you're going to hear in 2026. If you love Judas Priest, Primal Fear, Enforcer, and Iron Maiden, Tail Gunner is raising the flag high. They are more than worthy of your attention. Give them the love that they deserve. First up, we have Abstracted with Hearwraith. The sophomore album from this Brazilian band is quite the progressive experience. While you can hear so much from bands like Meshuggah and Textures, you can also hear bands like Between the Buried and Me, Opeth, and Scar Symmetry. The band has leveled up on this release and only getting stronger and showcasing the best songwriting and musicianship to date that they have done. The production is a bit on the raw side for today's age, but it also makes it feel more human at the same time. For anyone who wants that mid-2000s progressive death metal sound, Abstracted is bringing that with a 2026 flair, and it truly shines. Next up, we have Aeon Gods with Reborn to Light. The sophomore album from this German band brings back the greatness that is symphonic power metal. Depending on who you ask, everyone has their different kind of symphonic power metal that they love. From the all guns blazing speed, to the crushing riffs, to the crowd chanting choruses, to the theatrical symphonics that takes the emphasis. Aeon Gods ask, why not do all of that and more? This is the perfect crash course of the genre while still putting their own signature onto the sound. Add a crystal clear production to the mix, and you have one of the best symphonic power metal albums of the year. It will take so much to try and top this one. If you want your kick of Powerwolf, Hammer King, and Battleborn, check out Aeon Gods in all their glory. Now we have Among Ruins with Advent of Chaos, and make sure to check out my written review with Among Ruins up on heavydebriefings.weebly.com. I discovered this band with their previous album Land of the Black Sun back in 2023, and in such a short time the band has found a way to improve even stronger and has recorded what might be one of the best melodeath albums of 2026. The music is equal parts heavy and melodic, knowing when to switch things up without going too far into either direction, mixing with a production style that simply fits the music and the lyrical sense that feels so appropriate for 2026, and you have one killer release. If you enjoy the likes of Night Rage, Primal Frost, Wolfheart, and Go Dark, you need Among Ruins in your life. Next up is Bizarre Cult with an album title that I hope I get right, Alt Som Finis. This is the post-black album that I've been waiting for this year. It hits everything that I love about the genre on the darkest ends, and it does not let up for 8 tracks and almost 43 minutes. The production on this one is stellar for the genre, and the songwriting hits everything from depressing to tear-jerking in the best of ways. The Siberian-turned-Norwegian band's third album is an absolute triumph of how the post-black genre works. For anyone who enjoys latter-day Enslaved, Do Heimskard, and Durkvig einer Freiheit, check out Bizarre Cult immediately. You do not want to miss this one. Next up is Daedalus with Dante. The sophomore album from this German one-man band is one of the most punishing symphonic black metal albums I've ever heard. It simply hits all the right elements that makes everything work, from the sinister overtones, to the symphonics, to the aggression of the black metal side, to sharing nods to bands like Dimmu Borgir, Flesh God Apocalypse, Karak Engren, and Septic Flesh, but having their own sound in the process. The production is brilliant and lets you feel every single note to its full capacity, and the songwriting is the kind that is inspired and doesn't leave an ounce of redundancy. The lyrical concept of the album is a reinterpretation of the Divine Comedy by Dante, but it's through Dante's eyes, and the power of the themes more than matches up the music and vice versa. Simply put, this is the symphonic black metal album that we needed in 2026, and the genre is back with a full bang. I can't sing the praises of this one enough. Go check this one out. Now we have Skullet with The New Flesh. Skullet is an ever-evolving band, and with their 7th album in 18 years, the band captures the best of their technical ability, matched with making riffs that are so catchy and memorable. It's a fine line between trying to capture both sides without it sounding like a hodgepodge of sound, but the band balances everything out, knowing when to be more mainstream and when to be more brutal. This is much more than clean vocals on this one, but I don't find that that's a bad thing. It works for the music, and it makes everything catchier than ever before. The production is crystal clear and lets everybody shine, hitting moments that'll remind you of bands like Orbit Culture, Darkest Hour, The Haunted, and a simpler, more refined Ex Mortis. Skullet is a band that feels like it can be for everyone if you give them a proper spin. Now we have Transatlantic Radio with Midnight Transmission. It's really hard for me to find an AOR album of the modern day that I don't like, because every band that does it now is only doing it for the pure love of the music. This brand new supergroup is no exception. It hits everything that you love about the genre, from its cheesiest moments, to the flying solos, to the pure 80s aesthetic. But again, it's done with a pure love of the genre that is undeniable and feels truly authentic. If you're looking for everything from Y&T, Danger Danger, Giant, or even Foreigner, you will find it here and more with Transatlantic Radio. Just put it on and smile. We need that more than ever before. Now we have Rectify with Dissecting the Leech. 6 albums in this Canadian thrash band's career, and it feels more important than ever to have them around. Just from the lyrical content alone, the band is showing the atrocities that happen in life, and we really need a light shone on that right now. Match that up with thrash metal that feels equal parts Creator, Nevermore, Strappy Young Lad, and Annihilator, and you have an album that is satisfying to the ears to listen to time and time again. I will say that I know the production will not be for everyone, but if you hit the particular niche that this band hits, you will understand it and you will love it. It also helps that the likes of Steve Smith, Chris Poland, Stu Block, and more add their touches to the music and make it even better. 10 songs, almost 50 minutes of devastating thrash. And finally, for brand new albums out today, we have Zepter with their self-titled debut. Equal parts Thin Lizzy, Angel Witch, and Night Demon comes a debut album from Austria's Zepter. It somehow captures the mid-70s sound, the new wave of British heavy metal sound, and the current revival metal sound all rolled into one. While not coming close to reinventing the wheel, that's nowhere near the intent here. This is beyond solid, and it takes that classic hard rock, classic metal, and speed metal sounds, and creates a fusion that makes you remember why this sound is still prevalent to this day. The production feels like 1982 done in 2026, and the musicianship is tighter than ever before to make it sound as accurate as it needs to be. This is the revival sound that we need in 2026. And now for everything that I missed, starting with Beheading Samsara with Black Cloud Masses. Sometimes a band will put out a 6-track album that's barely a half hour long, has an In Flames cover at the end, but those first 5 tracks are so ridiculously hard and they leave you stunned every time you listen to it. That's what happened to me when I put on the sophomore album from the Spanish band that has clearly put their thoughts, hearts, and souls into the music they're creating, and it worked triumphantly. I should note that every original song on here from the band is from their very first demo back in 2018, but the songs have been reworked and recorded to work as a full album, and at least according to Metallum, that is the case, so that's why I'm counting it here. This is spectacular work that truly hits that 2026 definition of progressive melodeath. If you want to mix of bands like Persephone, Early Day, In Flames, Opeth, and Rivers of Nile, do yourself a favor and check out Beheading Samsara. I can't wait to see what they do next. Next up is Converge with Love Is Not Enough. I'll keep this one short and sweet, just like the album. 10 tracks, barely 31 minutes long. It is pure Converge through and through. The first half of the album focuses on the more intense elements of the band, and the second half sees the band exploring more of their sound, yet somehow the entire album is consistent and it's done before you realize it. In fact, this is the shortest album the band has ever made. It's a crash course of the band from their earliest sounds to their most left of center moments and everything in between. If you ever wondered how first wave metalcore, mathcore, hardcore punk, and experimental sounds mix together and you've never heard Converge, let this be your first taste. Next up, we have Nulling Roots with Fourth Dimensional Dreamscape. At long last, after 6 years, comes the 6th album from this Arizona post-black band that has put out some of the best material in the genre. It has been a long and rough time without new music from the band, but was it worth the wait? Absolutely. This is easily some of the band's best work from beginning to end, hitting some of the most optimistic highs and pessimistic lows the band has ever recorded. The music is filled with wonder, hitting so many different emotions and styles all under the gaze of post-black. The production will not be for everyone as it is quite raw, but I dare say that the musicality on this one is such a high that after a while you won't even notice how raw the music and production is, and it will just fill everything with the right kind of atmosphere. This is also on track of an album, as it's 6 songs and 53 minutes, so if you don't like long songs, this may not be for you, but if you just care about the quality of the songwriting, this is a magnificent and spectacular release in a time where this music truly hits hard. If you like your post-black on the raw but defined side, check out Nulling Roots. Now we have Story of the Year with Arson. After coming back stronger than ever with 2023's Tear Me to Pieces, I had no idea what to expect with what will end up being this latest album. Arson feels like the polar opposite experience. It is much heavier in both the music, more screams, and especially the lyrical content. While there is a lot similar to its predecessor, like the fact that they have the same production team, several songs have that emo pop-punk sound to it, this album hits so much more on the raw, modern, post-hardcore approach. To put it simply, if Tear Me to Pieces is their Page Avenue, Arson is their In the Wake of Determination. And finally today we have Wolf Chant with Echoes of a Time Once Past. It's been 21 years since the debut album of this German folk metal band, and with every album they find a new way of being consistent yet never sounding the same. That continues here with their 9th album, filled with some of the best riffs of the band that they have ever created, mixed in with more genre bending and of course the folk elements that can never leave. You have a Wolf Chant that feels so appropriate for the 2020s, yet makes you long for the early 2000s when things were a bit simpler. The production is the right balance of clear and humanized to make everything flow together. And if you love that sound that comes from bands like Equilibrium, Tierfang, Winterforst, and Inseverum, Wolf Chant is required listening. Check this one out. First up, we have Assignment with the End Comes Silence. The long-running German progressive power metal band returns with their 6th album in 23 years. It's been quite the 6 years since their previous album, but the band has taken the time to refine everything that works about the band and hone in on their catchiest elements and create an album that is filled with technical ability, soaring vocals, and gorgeous melodic solos, and it makes the band truly stand out. The production on this one strikes hard, and it has everything that you want to be able to match the quality of the music. If you need your of bands like Symphony X, Evermore, Timeless Fairy Tale, and Chaos Frame, Assignment is doing the progressive power metal genre proud. Now we have Black Swan with Paralyzed. 3 albums into the powerhouse of a group with past and present members of Michael Schenker Group, Winger, Foreigner, and Mr. Big is the late 70s through early 90s hard rock and metal personified. The key difference is that pulling off this music in 2026, you have to have a pure love for the music, and that is showcased here throughout all 11 tracks. With a fantastic production style, it lets the songs shine whether they are more heavy riff orientated or a little more subdued. Without question, this is the band's best material to date, and there is no signs of the band slowing down. I'm so thankful for bands like Black Swan that showcase the best elements of their sound, but still find a way to make it relevant and rewarding for the modern day. This is why rock and metal will never die. Next up is Cryptic Shift with Overspace and Super Time. The sophomore album from this UK outfit featuring 3 fifths of the band Slime Lord is the kind of 90s progressive death metal meets 2000s tech death that I didn't know I needed until now. Feeling like equal parts atheist, necrophagist, and blood incantation, Cryptic Shift is applying the past and the present into a package that is not for the faint of heart. The production is pure 90s with that unquestionable presence era atheist vibe going on that I will never get sick of hearing. And the songwriting songwriting is quite the trek as well. The shortest song is almost 9.5 minutes and the longest song is almost a half hour, so this will not be for everyone, but for those who love their musical journeys, this will be the absolute elsewhere of 2026. Now we have The Gloom in the Corner with Royal Discordance. The fourth album from this Melbourne, Australia band is quite the intriguing mix of sounds that I simply wasn't expecting. This is one of the most bombastic and diverse metalcore albums I've come across in a very long time. It gets as heavy as it does mainstream and catchy, as it does experimental and just plain bonkers, feeling like an unholy mix of Lorna Shore, Latter Day Make Them Suffer, and Sixth. The production is super clean and punchy, which is what you need to make this kind of music have a full effect. While it may sound like a hodgepodge in description, once this one unlocks for you, the music flows together naturally and feels both heavenly beauty and hellish landscapes for your listening pleasure. It won't be for everybody, but if you want to hear what can be truly done to innovate the metalcore sound, this is a band that you need to have on your radar. Now we have Hella with A Reign to Conquer. The fourth album from the Spanish melodic doom band is thought-provoking and captivating. Embracing the dark side of the music even further, the band hits the style of melodic doom that can both sucker you in with its beauty and rip your soul apart with its themes and emotional power. The production is perfect for the style, and the band never feels like it writes the same song twice in its presence. If you want to hear something that channels the likes of Trees of Eternity, Early Day of the Gathering, and Sub Rosa, Hella is a must-listen, especially with their best release, that is, A Reign to Conquer. Now we have Joel Holska's 13 with From the Fade. The fourth solo album from Joel Holska is such a great mix of the classic sounds done in 2026. You can hear as much AOR and classic rock stylings with the approach that would come from a newer side of rock and metal fans that they would appreciate. The lineup for this album is also insane, with Vinny Appice on drums, Derek Sherinian on keys, and so much more. The production is a modern AOR sound, so everyone shines loud and clear, but of course, Holska blazes through it all no matter how simple, melodic, heavy, or shreddy the guitar work comes into play. His resume is too long to list in a blurb review like this, but it'll only take a song or two for you to realize the true staying power of this album. Give it a proper spin and prepare for some of the most competent music of the genre in 2026. Now we have Locust Noir with Shadow Sun. Straight up, this is going to be my goth album of the year unless somehow something beats this. Ben Demon of one of the most underrated bands of the 21st century, Cybreed, takes a stab at gothic music, and it feels so hauntingly beautiful as it does authentic and painfully accurate. The production feels like modern day with enough classic callbacks to make this more than a nostalgia trip. The songwriting channels everything from Typo Negative to Sisters of Mercy to Middle Era Paradise Lost, making them fall in love with every track and reminding why you love the style with every spin. This is a masterclass of the style of goth in every sense of the genre, and I will be singing its praises till the end of the year and beyond. If you want to hear what is probably going to be the goth album of the year, check out Locust Noir in all its glory. Here we have a band name that I hope I get right, but I feel like I'm gonna mess it up. My Valier with The Past Tales. The debut album from this UK melodeath band has learned what it takes to make the genre work so well over the years, but has upped the ante with the intensity and pure power. The band layers its heaviest moments with instrumentation that would make folk and symphonic metal fans happy, in a blend that showcases that brutal music can have sophistication and importance. It's quite striking to hear bands like Amorphous, Shade of Sorrow, Orbiculture, and even Blind Guardian levels of thematics going on, but this is a band that knows to wear their influences on their sleeve while still innovating for the future. While it might take a little bit to digest, it is more than worth the investment, as this is the kind of melodeath that feels like slow, brooding monster. Its dynamic instrumentations and sheer power will rule over you. Next up is Necrofire with Transcend into Oblivion. The third album from this Houston Mellow Black mainstay is the sheer intensity of the Mellow Black style done with a sophistication and proper style that feels both like the best of the genre, but also something that you would hear in a horror movie that has a ballroom scene set in hell. Featuring past and present members of Oceans of Slumber, Terror Corpse, and the new lineup for Nevermore, the band is filled to the brim with some of the best musicians Houston, Texas has to offer. The production is easily their best, and the songwriting matches it tenfold. It's the most triumphant album to date in their catalog, with 3 songs separated into 3 sections, and each with an instrumental track in between each song. It's quite ambitious, but it also pays off in the best of ways. If you want Rotting Christ meets Necrophobic meets Dissection, with just the slightest glimmers of some more Southern Doom, Necrofire is the band that you need to give your proper attention to. Next up is otherwise known as a Wilhelm scream with cheap heat. I'll keep this one short and sweet as the album turned out to be. 10 songs, just under a half hour, and filled to the brim with what makes this Massachusetts band work for over 27 years. From the fast and furious riffs to the more subdued moments, to those moments that'll break open a pit no matter where you are. The production is just what it needs to be for this to be effective, and the songwriting is fun and filled with meaning. It's just great to see that the band's 8th album has not let up in quality or momentum in any way. This is absolute perfection. And now for everything that I missed along the way, starting with Among Wolves with Reflections of the End. The debut album from this Utah band combines everything that I love into one sound. You will hear progressive, melodeath, metalcore, power, thrash, and so much more rolled into one package that is not afraid to explore its sound, but also snap back into what their core sound is. No two tracks sound alike on this 10-track and hour-long endeavor, but it may be a lot for some. And if you don't like your music adventurous and filled with authenticity, maybe look elsewhere. Among Wolves is a band that is on the cusp of launching into the stratosphere if everything works out in the right ways. And with a sound like this, they deserve that, and then some. Now we got Cold Communion with Monuments to Ruin. Bear Gambling of Daylight Dies and Tim Roland of Silent Vigil have joined forces for one of the best melodic death doom albums of the year, combining everything that makes the genre work, from the tear-jerking riffs to the pain-driven vocals and lyrics, to the overall atmosphere that makes your heart wrench every time. It's all matched up with a stellar production that drives the sorrow-driven power home and makes you remember why bands like Woods of Ypres, Opeth, November's Doom, and Rapture will always be in people's hearts. I can't sell this one much better than that. This is the melodic death doom album of the year for me, and it's going to take a colossal album for it to knock it down. This is a masterclass of the genre in every conceivable way. Now we have Exhumed with Red Asphalt. This might be the most fun Exhumed album to date. Every song deals with being on the open road in some way, shape, or form. The album just hits everything that I've ever loved about the band, but it's done to a new level. With as much love for the classic gore metal sound on display, the band also incorporates much more groove into the sound that makes you want to go full speed ahead on the highway, but brings things back enough to remind you that if you do, you may face your demise in numerous ways. It's 10 tracks and 36.5 minutes of horror-filled love letter to the open road. It's everything that you want it to be and more. Always support Exhumed. Next up is Leatherhead with Violent Horror Stories, or VHS. The sophomore album from this Greek band is a perfect love letter to the horror genre done through the gaze of classic heavy metal and speed metal. 8 tracks, 37.5 minutes of fast and furious metal with that 80s flair that makes Flotsam and Jetsam, Hellstar, Vigil Hunter, and Star Force fans happy time and time again. While not reinventing the wheel in any way, they are making some of the most rock-solid speed metal of 2026, and making it feel as evil as it deserves to be. If you want that classic sound, and of course your love of horror, Leatherhead has nailed it perfectly. Next up is Love Bites with Outstanding Power. 5 albums in 9 years from this Japanese band showcasing the pure ferocity that the speed, power, and heavy metal genres can still have, all while making the best music possible in the process. The band has always been fun, and this is no exception. Every track, no matter the tempo, is memorable and worthy of being played live with a raw but human production style, and some of the best musicianship that you're going to hear in this genre, done with an authenticity you simply can't fake. I also gotta add how sick the double bass and guitar fills are on this one. Every time that you hear them, it just makes you smile from ear to ear. The genre is meant to be fun, and no one does it quite like Love Bites anymore. Go check them out. Now we have Silent Deep Ocean with Essence of Existence. The 6th album in 2 years, and no, this is not an AI band, from this duo featuring Gregory Hickey, formerly of Spine Furnace, and Tahina Spazova, one of my favorite funeral doom bands, Destruction of Orion, is back for 2026 with some of the best music of their catalog. Richie does almost everything on the record, both behind and in front of the production board, while Spazova does guitar, clean soprano vocals, and the cover art, giving an atmosphere for the dark, emotional doom metal that is cascaded by hauntingly beautiful vocals to make the music feel even more eerie but intriguing. The production will be hit or miss for a lot of people, but that is common in this style as it is quite raw and it matches the music perfectly because of that. It will also be rough and ambient for some people as this is over an hour and 24 minutes long, so it is quite the trek for some people. But if you enjoy this style, it will knock you over with its power and you won't even notice that almost an hour and a half has gone by. There is so much to love about this one, and if you leave your inhibitions at the door, you will find a treasure of a Doom album with Essence of Existence by Silent Deep Ocean. If you're any kind of Doom fan, do not skip out on this one. And finally today we have Skullet with Reality Dimension. The debut album from this Italian-turned-German band is a wild combination of both classic, progressive, and melodic death metal, and it sounds like it was unearthed from 1996 recordings right after In Flames recorded Horacle. There's also flourishes of folk and thrash metal thrown in for good measure that ties everything together. It is a modern throwback in the best of ways throughout all 9 tracks and almost 51 minutes of music. If you want a contagious mix of Godiva, Ravenblood, and of course that classic In Flames sound, Skullet is a band that is more than worthy of your attention. Give them the love that they deserve. First up today we have Grave Mass with This Is The Way, the debut album from this influential lineup featuring past and present members of Zimmer's Hole, Revocation, Tenet, and Just Cause, is as heavy and as brutal as you would imagine it to be. The riffs hit in such an impactful way, blending the blackened death metal, thrash, and of course the subtle nods to Zimmer's Hole and Strappy Young Lad all over the place. The production on this one packs a punch but still feels human, which is needed in songwriting like this to make sure that it feels all the more sinister in all the right ways. Grave Mass is the kind of band that you spin and forget your troubles, as it sucks you in for all 10 tracks and almost 30 minutes in length. Then you will instantly start it back over because it is just that good. We need something like that now more than ever. Next up is Legionary with Never Ending Quest for Purpose. Another short and sweet one here with the third album and first in 12 years from this Bronx outfit. 5 songs, a half hour long, and not a second is wasted. The production hits you hard and the songwriting on top hits you even harder. Between this duo, the band also gets Chris Clancy of Mutiny Within to contribute vocals on the entire album. It hits like the best of the more aggressive side of thrash and occasionally death metal, but it is also layered with so much melody and harmony on top, balancing everything out in a way that sounds so satisfying from beginning to end. If this sounds like a combination for you, I assure you that it is. Give this one a proper listen. Now we have Lost Sanctuary with Hell is a State of Mind. Finland's Lost Society is back with their 6th album, and I dare say it's their biggest departure from their original sound yet. While originally they were a straight-up thrash band, but with every subsequent album, the band has explored further and further in what is possible with their sound, and it is evolved into more modern metal, groove metal, and metalcore mixtures. While definitely won't be for everyone that checks out my list, it is for those who want something a little more conventional and mainstream in their metal, but much more unconventional and experimental at the same time. Imagine if Avenged Sevenfold's Life is But a Dream was a bit more comprehensible and a little more Murder Dolls and Wednesday 13-ish at different moments, and I think you'll start to get the idea. This is pushing the modern metal sound into different territories, and that can only be a good thing. Next up is Mega Colossus with Watch Out. Just a little over 2 years since their last album, this North Carolina band is back with their 5th album, and it is arguably their best. Combining what has always worked best with the band in their sound and still pushing the boundaries just enough. And of course their lyrical references make this an album that is simply fun for all 7 tracks and 44 minutes in length. This is also one of the more expanded albums in the back catalog, not in the number of songs, but in song lengths, with some of them being the longest in the band's history. Letting the songs tell their story to the best of their ability, but it's not overly drawn out. Mix all of that with a production that matches both the modern and vintage techniques perfectly, and this is exactly what revival metal sounds should call for time and time again. There's an argument that this is the best album of the style in 2026, and I'm eager to see if any band can top it for the rest of the year. Now we have Nefastus with Shadows at the Light of Dawn. The sophomore album and first in 12 years from this Italian band is a welcome change in sound for 2026, combining melodeath, symphonic metal, thrash metal, and straight up death metal into a very catchy and groove-laden mix is not an easy thing to do and not make it sound like a hodgepodge of sound, but the band makes their vision quite striking and sophisticated. The production is more on the raw side, but nothing distracting, and the songwriting is a real feast of an album, hearing all the changes and how they interconnect. If you want a band that can channel Children of Bodom, Winter Sun, and Flesh God Apocalypse, see what Nefastus can offer for you. Now we have Tardigrade Inferno with Hush. The 3rd album from this left-of-center band is such an intriguing mix of dark cabaret music, mixed in with progressive metal and oddball moments to balance out the catchiness and the absurdity. The production on this one is insane and truly captures the nuances needed for a sound like this to pay off. There is no easy way to mix a sound that can remind you much of Devin Townsend, Stolen Babies, Unexpect, and Diablo Swing Orchestra, but that is what you get here and so much more. What I wouldn't give for Tardigrade Inferno and Stolen Babies to go on tour one day. But overall, this is the kind of album that is quirky, but it matches it with musical proficiency. If you dig that style, you will love Hush by Tardigrade Inferno. Next up is Temple of Void with The Crawl. The fifth album from Detroit's heaviest death doom band is another sign that the band continues to refine and improve with every release. So many people discovered the band from their 2022 release Summoning the Slayer, but the band has taken that sound and mixed it in more with what feels right in 2026 with The Crawl. This is a punishing album from start to finish, never truly letting up, though it does give you the occasional moment to breathe before crushing you all over again. Of course, you need a production style to match the songwriting to make these songs truly work, and that's what's done here flawlessly. While I know death doom isn't everyone's bag due to the slow tempos, Temple of Void does mess with the tempos quite a bit on this one, and it doesn't just feel like one giant dirge. It's 7 distinct songs, almost 42 minutes in length, and it gets only more rewarding the more you listen to it. If you enjoy anything from Hooded Menace, Nightmare, to Woe, to Awoken, Temple of Void has something for you. And finally, for brand new stuff today, we have Raid with The Skies Turn Black. The 10th album from the almighty Raid is one of the most diverse albums in the Norwegian band's discography. For every song that reminds you of their signature blend of mellow black, there's a song that goes completely shocking in comparison. Sometimes it can be a film score motif, sometimes it can be an industrial goth rock song featuring Party Boy in the video. Overall, it's an album that is not for the faint of heart. This is great to see it, a band that has been rolling for 22 years plus and still finding new ways in their songwriting and showing that there's no lack of inspiration going on. The album just keeps getting better and better the more you listen to it. While I know this won't be for every Raid fan, this is for those that want to see the creative juice flow for the modern day, and that is a wonderful thing to see. And now for everything that I miss along the way, starting with the band Atlas with Sunder. The third album from this Finnish Northcore band combines elements of Orbit Culture, Gorgira, Hymn, and Catatonia, which feels like such an odd thing to say on paper, but when you listen to it, you can hear all of those elements and so much more. Of course, the music is fully layered in the modern metalcore sound, but it's those odd mixes of progressive metal, gothic metal, melodic doom, and more that makes the music stand out from the 2020s modern metalcore sound. The clean vocals are absolutely stunning, and the harsh vocals tear right into you. At 8 songs and almost 29 minutes in length, this is an album that doesn't waste a second and it goes right in for the kill at every possible chance. For anyone who ignores metalcore simply by association is truly missing out on Sunder by Atlas. This is a magnificent piece of metal. Next up is Domhain with Imperfect Stillness. The debut album from this UK band hits everything that I love about the combination of post-black and shoegaze. It knows how to balance out the most harsh and beautiful moments in perfect harmony, all while creating such a dark and captivating atmosphere. Of course, you need just raw enough production style to make this style worth in its full effect, and it takes full advantage of the tones they have created. This makes the most of its 5 tracks and 35 minutes in length to create a sound that should make anyone who enjoys the likes of Early Day Alcest, Agalok, Sayar, and even Early Day Woods Vipre very happy. In comparison to a lot of albums in the style, this is a short and sweet affair, but it's sure to have a lasting effect on you for years to come. Do not miss out on this one. Now we have Ennui with Oraba. For anyone who has known me over the past 15 years, you know that doom is one of my favorite genres, and when it comes to the right kind of funeral doom, I instantly fall in love with it. That's what happens here with the 5th album from this funeral doom band, straight out of the country of Georgia. It hits everything that I expect of the genre, the dark, depressing dread, the slow tempos where every single note matters, and the lyrical content that makes this genre what it is today. The production is a little raw, but not overbearing, and on the right sound system, it's going to sound huge. This is easily for anyone who enjoys the likes of Helllight, Mesmer, and Awoken. What a better time to check out some of the most depressing music in the world than our current state of affairs. It feels so depressingly accurate. Next up is Ethereal Treason with All Is Vanity, the 3rd album in 2 years from this unidentified band simply listed as sole member Animus. This is a band that feels like it's going off of bands such as Dayseeker and that dreaded Sleep Token at times, but there is enough of a difference. The music stays dark the entire time and knows when to transform from more alternative moments to poppier moments to crushing riffs. This is an album that, despite the subject matter, I can put on and relax and still get that heaviness factor thrown in for good measure. While I could proceed with caution on this one, if you're very much up in arms with the current mainstream heavy trends, for everyone else, this is more than worth your time, as it explores so much of what is possible with this style, and it gives you what you want on the heavy side. That's all I need to be happy. What about you? Now we have a band name and an album title that I know I'm going to get wrong. I'm going to try my best, but I apologize. Evig Not with Vakentimmen. The fourth album and first in a decade from this Norwegian band is hitting that gothic death doom itch that I always need scratched. It's everything that I love about the genre and gives additional gut punches for good measure. Mixing the male growls and the female cleans is always a winning formula for me, and this is no exception. And when you mix into that sound that hits so much of what I love about bands like Draconian, Trail of Tears, and early day Serenia, it just makes the dark soul that I have so happy. Also, the production on this one is top notch, which is not always common in this style. Overall, gothic death doom is one of those genres you either love or hate, or you think is okay. But I've always been in love with it, and this is a shining example in the darkness as it is to the power, intensity, and emotional strength that it takes to make music like this. Spectacular work. Now we have Gladenfold with Soulbound. The fourth album from one of the very best bands in the melodeath / power metal genre is back after 4 agonizing years to create what could be heralded as their best work to date. This meshes the heaviness and the extremes with the power metal melodies and harmonies perfectly. Neither side feels like it is fighting for presence, with excellent production and every single riff feeling like it matters and has purpose. This is the kind of album that I put on and remember why I love both genres so much and appreciate when a band like this can pull both off and it never sounds forced. While I completely understand if you only like one style or you really hate one of them, it probably won't be for you. This is for those that can appreciate what is displayed on both sides, and it only gets better as time rolls on. If you enjoy the likes of Winter Sun, Camelot, Children of Bodom, and Brimir, you need Gladenfold. Next up is Good Tiger with The Most Negative Day of the Year. The fourth album from this international band featuring past and present members of Tesseract, The Safety Fire, and The Faceless, though the drums on this album was performed by Matt Halpern of Periphery before Alex Rudinger joined the band. This is a tour de force of what progressive and alternative metal is all about. Despite the band's many backgrounds, there's no screams, growls, or anything extreme on this album. This is all about the music at hand, making it as melodic and catchy as possible within the prog aspect, and still having some left of center moments that will surely make your head turn. The production on this one is insane, along with the musicality on display. The music itself can go from ethereal to beautiful to downright heavy when called for, and it never feels like it's repeating itself. If you enjoy the likes of Sky Harbor, Circus Survive, and The Safety Fire, Good Tiger has put out one of the best albums of that progressive and alternative metal sound in 2026. Now we have Rosario with Northern Crusaders. The sophomore album from this Norwegian band is a tried and true take on the heavy metal / power metal variety, while using the power metal aspect as more of a flavoring. This is a pure heavy metal album through and through, hitting so much of what you expect from that classic sound, but updated just enough for effect. The production has this modern vintage feel to it. The drums in particular remind me so much of 80s Def Leppard, and the songwriting should be right at home for anyone who enjoys contemporary takes, like from bands such as Temple Balls, Black Swan, and Stargazer, all of whom I reviewed in recent times. The classic sound of heavy metal is alive and well. Check out Rosario and see for yourself. And finally today, we have Speglas with Endarkenment, Being, and Death. The debut album from the Swedish powerhouse hits a style that is meant for anyone who enjoys the left-of-center elements of bands like Tribulation, Chapel of Disease, and Floating. While it is a death metal album through and through, the elements of black metal, heavy metal, and other left-of-center moments are what make this album stand out amongst the rest. I love when a band can play what they want to play and they don't feel like they have to be pigeonholed into a box because of the normal style of a genre. Every song on here has its own texture and somehow stands out, but also fits together with everything else on the album. The production reminds me so much of that second era of Tribulation when they started embracing more of the black metal and gothic side, which is a cool thing to see. And the songwriting feels infinitely inspired. This is an album that feels real and it goes for the jugular. If you need that in your life, check this one out and be prepared for what they do in the future. First up, we have Alchemia with Hexen. After covering their debut album back in 2024, this French black metal band returns with their sophomore album, and astoundingly, they have vastly improved from an already tremendous sound. Everything from this machine has improved, from the excellent songwriting to the spot-on production that is the perfect balance between raw and clean, to the musicianship that just feels tighter and tighter and right where the music should be. If you need an album that is going to channel your inner love of Garia, Emois, Nagelfar, and Durvig Einer Freiheit, make sure you do not miss out on this album. Next up is Dead Void Inc. with Chapters. The debut album from this Finnish melodeath band channels everything that you love about early 90s through mid-2000s sound of the melodeaths variety. You can hear the godfathers of the sound with At the Gates, In Flames, Dark Tranquility, etc., but you'll also hear moments of more classical elements of like Children of Bodom, or just the pure melody that you hear on a lot of Amorphous albums, even closer to metalcore elements like Heaven Shall Burn. The production feels like pure 2002 in the best of ways, and the songwriting is endlessly catchy between all 8 songs on display. If you love that classic melodeath sound but you want it mixed in just enough with the 21st century sounds, Dead Void Inc. is the band for you. Now we have Masticator with Total Misery. The sophomore album from this German death thrash band feels like a nostalgia trip, but modernized just enough not to sound like a clone in any way. It hits on the best elements of the genre and adds just the right amount of melodic punch when needed to stand out amongst the rest. The production absolutely pounds, making these already great songs sound even better. The songwriting is inspired, and you can feel the true love of death thrash going on between all 11 tracks without 1 second wasted. This is for anyone who loves The Haunted, At the Gates, and New World Depression. When you put this on, I can't imagine you will be disappointed. Here we have Monosphere with Amnesia. 3 albums into this German band's career, and the press release was not lying. This is easily the band's most ambitious album to date, and one of the most ambitious albums I've heard in progressive post-metal in a very long time. Combining the crushing riffs of post-metal in the vein of Cult of Luna and The Ocean, with the progressive tendencies of The Contortionist, and especially a band like Between the Buried and Me, and you have an album that can turn on a dime and hold your attention with every twist and turn. The production on this one is stellar and lets everyone shine through the songwriting, breathing fresh air into the genres represented, but still gives you a familiar feeling. This is a mind-blowing release that goes into the most heartfelt and devastating emotions one can feel. This is a must-listen for any progressive post-metal or progressive post-metal fan. Now we have Monstrosity with Screams from Beneath the Surface. The legendary Floridian death metal band is back with their 7th album and it crushes everything in its path. Always known for being a pioneering name in the Florida death metal scene, the band continues doing what they do best, creating killer riffs with just the right amount of melody to stand out amongst their peers. Also hearing Ed Webb, formerly of Massacre, doing his debut on this album absolutely slays and adds even more to the band's sound. If you want to hear the best elements of bands like Cannibal Corpse, Death, Malevolent Creation, and Deicide from one of the most underrated and underappreciated Florida death metal bands, you need to hear Monstrosity. Next up is Ravenspell with Obsidian King. The debut album from 3/5 of the Quebec black metal band Beholder is showing off another new form in Ravenspell. This is the band's take on heavy metal and speed metal sounds from yesteryear, and they nail it perfectly. 10 tracks, 40 minutes of pummeling comes in the form of the veins of Iron Maiden, Night Demon, Visigoth, and Cloven Hoof, making everything that just feels sinister enough, but never losing the tightness that makes the genre work. The production is pure 80s in the best of ways, and it's matched up with outstanding musicianship and plenty of headbanging moments. While we're in no shortage of the vintage metal sound, Ravenspell proves that there's lifeblood in the genre is still unalive and can never die. If you need the classic tones, check this out immediately. Next up is Vicious Rain with The Anatomy of Surviving. The sophomore album from the Swiss band is just the right kind of mainstream meets heavy sound that suckers me in every time, and there's no shame in that. For every breakdown, there is a melodic chorus that is undeniably catchy and will get stuck in your head for days on end. The band knows how to explore almost every major heavy genre of the last 30 years, and finds a way to make it palatable for everyone interested. There are as many modern sounds going on here as it is late 90s love, and none of it feels contrived or forced. For anyone who enjoys Elwood Stray, Heart of a Coward, Awake the Dreamer, and Space of Variations, you need to check out Vicious Rain. And finally, for brand new albums out today, we have Wolf Bastard with Satanic Scum Punks. It's been a while since I've come across some pure blackened crust punk, and I finally have some in the form of the 4th album from this UK band, and they truly live up to the album title. This feels like it was made by a bunch of satanic scum punks, and I mean that in the best kind of compliment. 11 songs and almost 29.5 minutes of grimy, slimy, crusty music, with the best elements of black metal and punk to make it a fast, thrilling ride that is over before you know it, requiring instant replay. If you want that midnight, Discharge, Venom, and Motorhead sound, Wolf Bastard has it nailed down, and I wouldn't want it any other way. And now for everything that I missed along the way, starting with Blackwater Drowning and Obscure Sorrows. The sophomore album from this North Carolina band doubles down on everything that made their debut album killer and explores what is possible in their sound. Feeling like a perfect mix of American melodeath and American metalcore, the band hits some of their darkest, most intense moments so far, while still finding the right melodies and harmonies to tie everything together. You can hear everything from The Agonist to Volcandra to Arch Enemy, and especially the Black Dahlia Murder, all rolled into one, but captivating at the same time. Blackwater Drowning knows what works, and they are showcasing it to the best of their ability. If this is even faintly intriguing to you, you need to give this one a proper spin. Next up is Distorted Reflection with Doom Zone. The sophomore album from this Greek epic doom metal band more than lives up to the album title, as it feels like you were put dead center into the doom zone. While the production is more on the raw side, the songwriting, musicianship, and the pure atmosphere makes this a doom metal album that should not be missed. It hits everything that you would want from bands like Manila Road, Crypt Sermon, Beholder, and Sorcerer, and still finds a way to make it uniquely their own. This is an 11-track, almost 39-minute exploration of the heaviest, most captivating aspects of epic doom metal, and it only gets better with every listen. If you need that classic sound, give Distorted Reflection your proper attention. Now we have Final Gasp with New Day Symptoms. The sophomore album from this Boston band is my first taste of their blend of gothic metal and death rock, and all I want is more. This hits both genres perfectly and gets more and more satisfying with every listen. At 10 songs and almost 32.5 minutes long, it doesn't wear out its welcome in the slightest and uses every recorded second to its advantage. Imagine a mix of Unto Others, Tribulation, Ancient Wisdom, and In Solitude, and you have what this band does, and it leaves so much more room for what else could be. There's not much else I can say to really sell you on this one. No matter your type of goth love, you will find something to really truly appreciate about Final Gasp. Now we have Grace Death with Tender Skin, and I really don't know any other way to put it. This is one of the sexiest gothic albums I've ever heard, if not just one of the sexiest albums I've ever heard. The debut album from this Belgian duo puts the best elements of goth, rock, metal, occult, and other tantalizing moments that are meant to lure you in before they go in for the kill. Hearing everything from 2000s Finnish gothic metal, Catatonia, Killing Joke, Sisters of Mercy, and so much more is quite the combination, but it's simply works. The production lets every recorded element shine, and there's at no point does it lose focus throughout all 10 songs at almost 43 minutes. I don't know a better way to put this one. It's a hot album. Next up is Godovir with Artificial Dream. The debut album from Igor Kondovic, I apologize if I got that wrong, is quite the prog metal experience, hitting so much of what I love about bands like Riverside, Opeth, Gojira, and Amorphous, while having a huge influence from Devin Townsend, which you can absolutely hear in Vladimir Lilek's vocal delivery. It just makes anyone who grew up on 2000s through 2010s progressive metal nod their head they're in agreement. Between the excellent musicianship and songwriting, the production is right where it should be, and no matter how heavy, how melodic, how experimental things go, it's always done in a way that's palatable and makes you want to listen time and time again. Do not let this one slip by if you're a 21st century prog metal fan. This has everything that you could want, and so much more. Next up is Machine Supremacy with their self-titled album, and yes, that is pronounced machine. A breath of fresh air that I didn't know I needed comes in the form of the 10th album from this Swedish band. It's my first foray into the band, and that is quite surprising considering their debut album came back in 2004, but I digress. This is a mix of the catchiest alternative metal, power metal-esque moments, and the occasional video game chiptune Nintendo core elements that make you feel like you're living in this 80s future retro soundtrack at an arcade. While sounding like such an oddball mix on paper, the execution couldn't be more authentic, and it just puts a smile on my face every time that I check it out. If you are of a certain time period and you love arcade culture, this will put a smile on your face from beginning to end. If you dig bands like Syra, Soilwork, Sonata Arctica, and In Flames, this is a band that is more than worthy of your attention. Next up is a band name and album title that I deeply apologize for getting wrong, Misery Luminis with Sedera, one of the most intense atmospheric black metal metal albums I've come across this year, and that's going to be a really hard one to top. Imagine the atmospheric black metal sound, but with a modern production rather than being as raw as possible, and that's what you get here. It hits the nail on the head for the genre, but they leave so much room for experimentation and genre bending that no matter your love of black metal subgenres, there is something here for you. Hitting everything from Alcest to Garia to Harakiri for the Sky to the black metal side of Diha, this is a band that will mesmerize you from their proficiency and win you over with their songwriting and musicianship. Seriously, if most atmospheric black metal is too raw for your taste, you need to give this one your proper listen, as I think this one will win you over for the entire genre. It's just that good. And finally today is another band name and album title that I deeply apologize for getting wrong. Rosa Farenskap with Intending Forbler. Again, deeply apologize for getting all of that wrong. The sophomore album from this innovative Norwegian black metal band is, in their words, a love letter and a declaration of war against everything black metal. Since the genre is being known for so much hatred over the decades, and you know exactly what I'm talking about, it always makes me happy when I can find a band that can turn the genre on its head and make the gatekeepers, bigots, and squares vomit and rage, somehow sounding like a mix of Mayhem, Converge, and Death Heaven. This is a band that's not afraid to make the music they want to make and stand up for what they truly believe in. Even if the album sounded atrocious, I would have covered that for that reason alone, but this album is a spectacular display of how innovative black metal still can be to this day. It's just raw enough, it's more than made up for by its intensity. While I know this won't be for everyone, whether it's too raw or experimental, or you're just not into black metal, or you just have those tendencies that I'll never agree with. If you hate this album for what it stands for, you're why this album exists. We need more of this in every genre of music, so if you're so inclined, please check this one out. Starting things off, we have Axel Rudi Pell with Ghost Town. The staggering 23rd album from the legendary German guitarist is here, and it's the classic sound that you expect. From the mainstay riffs that you expect, to the soaring vocals from longtime vocalist Johnny Gioli, to the standout melodic guitar solos, it's patented Axel Rudi Pell. That is the best compliment I can give. It's the familiar sound that we need right now for those who need something to go back to and escape reality. This will help you forget all your troubles in all 11 tracks and almost 56 minutes of classic metal, melodic metal, and AOR. Sometimes that's all you need. Next up is Evermore with Mournbraid. The third album from the Swedish power metal band is easily the band's best so far, and that is truly saying something. This is everything that made 90s power metal so special, done with enough authenticity to make it their own. You'll hear moments of bands like Edguy and Stradivarius, but also newer bands like Krillone and Twins Crew that showcase both the past and the present in power metal, and they give it their all. The production is off the charts in quality, and the songwriting already feels legendary, and it just came out today. This is the pure, unadulterated power metal, and I simply can't sell it better than that. Here we have Lost in Hollywood with their self-titled album. The sophomore album from this German modern metal band is a pure hit or miss for those who normally check out my list. If you like the more aggressive underground stuff, this will not be for you, but I've said it before and I'll say it again, between all of my Funeral Doom, post-black, and progressive metal reviews, I'm a sucker for a good catchy song, and every track on this self-titled album is filled with that, and so much experimentation going on at the same time to keep things interesting. The production is slick and polished, and the songwriting is insanely inspired, reminding me of bands of Electric Callboy, Elwood Stray, and Our Mirage. Again, proceed with caution if you don't like modern mainstream metal. For everyone else, give this one a proper spin, and you'll be in for a great surprise. Now we have Mistfall with Embers of a Dying World. The sophomore album from this Greek band is truly a tour de force. Since I covered their debut album, 2/3 of the band have changed, and a bit of a sound change has happened as well. That is not a bad thing at all, as the symphonic gothic metal that I fell in love with is still here, if not doubled down on. It just feels like an even more confident album. The cleans and operatic vocals simply shine on this album, and they fully take center stage, so whether that's for you or not, you have to check it out for yourself. The music behind her is a whirlwind of everything that makes symphonic gothic metal so great. For everyone who enjoys the likes of Oriad, Glacia, and Bill Morte, need to take note on this one. This is going to be one of the best albums of symphonic gothic metal in 2026. And finally, for brand new albums out today, we have Stainless with Lady of Lust and Steel. Easily one of the most fun speed metal and heavy hard rock albums that you're going to hear in 2026. The debut album from this Portland band creates a sound that makes speed metal, heavy metal, and hard rock work so together in that 70s and 80s sound, but it's filled with so much more lust and sin. The production feels like it was recorded back in 1982, and the musicianship on hand gives it that authentic feeling. This is a pure sex and rock and roll album that covers everything from Judas Priest to Whitesnake to Exciter to Sumerlands, and it's everything that you would want it to be in that sound. 8 tracks of pure, sinful rock and metal. Who wouldn't want that? And now for everything that I missed, starting with Black Ruse with Death. The 4th album in a concept by Masario Dortes, my apologies if I got that wrong, is an excellent display of making dark music in a dark time. This album truly feels like its album title, Death, because this is the final album of this concept. In such a time of uncertainty, this feels like an excellent soundtrack to the world around us. Done in a very Paradise Lost, Host style, but done differently enough not to feel like a clone. The production is perfect for the style and the songwriting. It's a gut punch after gut punch, and despite feeling like the end of this 4-album concept, I really hope this isn't the end of the project, as I would love to see where else this project can go, tackling the terms of themes and styles and what else can be done. But if it is the end, what an incredible way to end the journey. If you need your fix of heavy, depressing, gothing doom rock, check this one out. Next up is The Duskfall with Everlasting Shadows. The 6th album in 24 years from the Swedish melodeath band is everything that makes the Swedish melodeath sound legendary. Everything shines through the darkness here, and it makes for some of the best vintage but inspired melodeath going on today. The production feels like 1996 done in a way of 2026, but it makes it feel timeless. This is easily for anyone who enjoys the likes of At the Gates, Night Rage, Darkane, and obviously Gates of Ishtar. I mean, look at the lineup. Sometimes you need to hear one of the most underrated melodeath bands to come back in a huge way to remind yourself why you love the genre so much. That is exactly what's done here, and I can't recommend it enough. Now we have Huron with From the Temple to the Grave. Coming out all the way back in January, you wouldn't believe how many albums I got right now in my back catalog that I still want to try to cover. It's well over 100 at this point. The debut album from this German band is a truly dark take on the black metal genre, and it makes for some of the most eerie and sinister sounds in mellow black that you will hear this year. Even with how cold and evil the music sounds, there's just the right amount of melody going on here that either makes the music more triumphant or creepy depending on your taste. The production is a bit raw, at least in the mix, but it adds so much chaos to what's on display, and it leaves you with very little downtime before getting pummeled into the grave once again. If you enjoy the likes of Nulling Roots, Starer, and Prison of Mirrors, Hieron is making the mellow black for you. Up next is Oathbound with Colors in Grey. The debut album from the Seattle band hits progressive metalcore in a much different light. With this style, you would expect more of the djenty sound, and that simply isn't the case here. This feels like a true mix of second wave metalcore and progressive metal I haven't heard done like this since Mutiny Within, but with a much more mainstream side. It's odd to hear moments that remind me of so much of like middle era Soilwork or Symphony X, in a sound that is layered with bands like I Prevail, Bless the Fall, and Fit for a King, but that's what's going on here, and I'm all for it. I can also sense how many people who normally check out my list will probably avoid this one, but I will say if you have an open mind, you will find something to love here. Musically, I can't say enough about how much I dig this one, and I think that alone could win you over, given the chance. Give it a proper shot. And finally today we have Us in the Void with The Fallen Empire. The debut album from this Finnish band is one of the most shocking melodeath albums I've heard in quite some time. It hits this blend of melodeath, progressive death metal, and cosmic death metal that you simply don't hear from a lot of bands, and it cascades over you song after song. With a production that hits the spots and the songwriting that stretches and snaps back like a rubber band, it's a shot in the arm that the melodeath genre needs every once in a while. It's an out-of-this-world experience for those who are looking for a mix of Omnium Gatherum, Belcore, Edge of Sanity, and In Mourning. Simply put, do not miss out on this one. It is more than worthy of your time. First up, we have Acidosis with Arrival. The debut album from this Miami Beach thrash band is chock full of fun tunes that hit some dark subject matter. The songs are all blistering and hit this level of thrash and similar subgenres that scratch the itch for those that are looking for a band that can do a little bit of everything from power trip to Megadeth to DRI to Suicidal Tendencies all in one band. The production on this one feels vintage in the best of ways, and the songwriting feels like a love letter to the past while updated enough to be effective for the modern day. This 26 6-minute assault is more than worthy of your time, no matter your style of thrash enjoyment. Now we have Defacing God with Darkness is My Crown. The sophomore album from this band out of Denmark is how you make symphonic, gothic, and black metal sustainable. The entire album feels like they doubled down on what worked best from their debut album and added the right herbs and spices to make the music as catchy as it is haunting. Mixing the best of bands like Dimmu Borgir, Karak Ingren, Frantic Amber, and Zornheim, Defacing God is pushing the genre back to the forefront, and it's desperately needed. We've been sitting well on this style in 2026 so far, but we always need more, and this is a band that is more than delivering the goods for symphonic, gothic, and black metal. Next up is Divine Chaos with Hate Reactor. 3 albums into this UK thrash band's career, and they are easily at their best so far, capturing a great mix of thrash, melodeath, and super catchy choruses to give you a little bit of something for everyone, but never feels pandering. The production feels modern but authentic, and it's clearly real, with songwriting that is the exact same way. If you want a mix of Exodus, The Crown, and Silosis, Divine Chaos will be a band you need in your life. Next up is Godsticks with Void. The 7th album from this UK prog band hits the perfect balance of progressive rock and metal. It never gets too heavy, getting into progressive death metal that is, and it never gets too soft being straight up progressive rock. It's right in the middle, and it feels so good. That is not to say that this is not a dark and angry album, as it is easily their heaviest album that they've ever put out. And it's for those who enjoy Latter Day, Porcupine Tree, and the heavier ends of Riverside. The songwriting is top class and intricate, with a production style that feels sensational for the style. You can tell that they push themselves on this one, and it makes for an album that is worthy of any prog fan's ears. If you need a prog album that couldn't feel more appropriate in 2026, give this one a listen. Now we have Growth with Under the Under. The sophomore album in first in 6 years from this Australian band is something I truly needed. It combines the right elements of tech death, avant-garde, and extreme metal in a way that is palatable but pushes the boundaries of what is possible in these styles. Featuring past members of Niavlascaris, The Red Shore, and Function Cease, the band is more than up their game, and they showcase music that is for those who enjoy the likes of Ulcerate, Gorguts, and Volcandra. If you want that balance of chaos and eeriness, you need to check out Growth. Next up is Kerrigan with Wayfarer, and I'm just gonna say this is probably my favorite revival metal album so far in 2026. The sophomore album from this German band, featuring 3/4 of the funeral doom band Lone Wanderer, returns with their signature style of vintage heavy metal, and it's easily some of the best that you will hear this year. I love the debut album Blood Moon that came out a few years ago so much, but this is a gigantic step in the right direction, and it's the best qualities in all the right ways, from the production to the performances, and especially the songwriting. This feels like the best band of 1986 that you didn't hear until 2026. If you want a band that can combine the best of bands like Satan, Night Demon, Haunt, and Defender, do yourself a proper favor and check out what might be the best revival metal album of 2026. Now we have Power Paladin with Beyond the Reach of Enchantment, and I'm just gonna say it, this was my most awaited album of the year, and this is probably gonna be my favorite power metal album of the year. This Atlantic power metal band came out with one of my favorite power metal albums of all time with The Magic of Windfire Steel, and I think that they've actually did the right move and made it a more power metal album that is more mature, fewer references, and more refined. It was the right choice. While the music maintains the passion, fun, and everything that makes the genre work, it just takes things more seriously, and it's done with more earnest, and it makes for what will be likely my favorite power metal album 2026, and arguably one of my favorite power metal albums of all time. The production is killer, the songwriting is as majestic as it is smile-inducing, and it just captures that pure joy of what power metal brings to the table. This is my kind of power metal, and you need to experience it for yourself. Up next is Rivers Ablaze with In External Dread. The 5th album in 6 years from this Hungarian band is my first foray into the band, and I'm absolutely loving what I'm hearing. This is an extreme take on progressive, blackened death metal that is so satisfying to listen to over and over again, feeling like an unholy mix of a flourishing scourge, an abstract illusion, and oddly enough, I hear a lot of gore fest in the growls, and it makes the album feel so much more crushing with all these genres working in the right way, and it still finds a way to feel triumphant and cascades into a sense of darkness all around you. I love it when a combination of music like this works, and Rivers Ablaze is more than carrying the torch for it. It's sensational work. Now we have Samurai Pizza Cats with Press Start. My 3-word review of Electric Cowboy's techno was as follows. Big, dumb, fun. If I have to keep it as short as that, Press Start by Samurai Pizza Cats is as follows. Bigger, dumber, fun. 11 songs of anime, video game, and pizza-inspired alternative metalcore that is just meant to put a smile on your face and enjoy what you're hearing. Obviously, this won't be for everyone who checks out my reviews, but if you want to escape reality for a while and fall into a world that is as silly as it is proficient, Samurai Pizza Cats has provided you with that with Press Start. Now we have Siege Perilous with Become the Dragon. The debut album from this Colorado band is another fine example of just taking what makes power metal and epic heavy metal work and putting your own spin to it all. Of course, the band isn't fully reinventing the wheel here, but in a genre like this, that's not the point. It's to make the most solid music possible while hitting the moments that you would expect. You combine that with the excellent production and 2 awesome guest spots from Fabio Leone and Kristen Starkey to give this just a little more cred, and you have an album that is for anyone who enjoys the likes of Blind Guardian, Rhapsody, Krillin, and Evermore. Excellent, excellent music. And finally, for brand new music out today, we have Total Maniac with Love Overdrive. The sophomore album from this Baltimore band is pure sex, drugs, and Satan, combining 80s sleaze rock, crust punk, speed metal, and more into a familiar but fun-filled album that is exactly what you need sometimes, and you get more of that here than a lot of other albums. The production has that classic 80s flair to it, and the songs are tailor-made for the live setting. It's 8 tracks that are short, sweet, and fulfill the needs of bands like Midnight, Bat, Motorhead, and Stainless. What else could you possibly need? And now for everything that I missed along the way, starting with Chalice of Suffering, with The Raven Cries, One Last Time. The 3rd album from this Minneapolis Funeral Doom powerhouse is exactly what I needed. It's so much more than your run-of-the-mill Funeral Doom by adding so many textures and layers to the music, creating an atmosphere of dynamics and just raw enough production and pure sadness across the album to make this authentic. Feeling like a mix of Apocalypse Orchestra, Aro, and Swallow the Sun, this is an album that redefines what can be done on one of the most haunting genres of metal, and it rips your soul apart in the process. This is how it's done, folks. Next up is Fabian Ernie with Starvale. One of the most standout vocalists in metal today has finally created a solo album, and it feels like the perfect mesh between her other bands Illumishade, Elvati, and her love of other styles of music rolled into one. Between the clear and polished production, the songwriting on this one showcases the best elements of her vocal ability and makes everything shine. It's a brilliant showcase that I hope builds into more solo albums and even more of a vast collection of material and styles in the future. Until then, this is a perfect crash course of everything that Fabian Ernie is all about. Now we have Fading Sun with their self-titled album. The 3rd album from this German outfit is a combination of sounds that simply works, creating a mix of epic metal, melodeath, and more to create a sound that is for anyone who enjoys bands like Ayat, Socom, and Keep of Kelsian. The production is raw and authentic, with growls that are utterly gruesome in the best of ways, balancing the epic, melody, and death metal that is a hard combination to nail, but Falling Aeon has done it in a way that more than showcases what can be done when you truly care about the music you're making. This is more than worthy of your time if you want to hear epic melodeath. And now for one of the most polarizing post-black albums of 2026, it's Garia with Loss. Portugal's Garia took a gigantic chance on their latest album Loss, shifting from their post-black sound that made them a huge name in the underground and started incorporating more melodic metalcore and modern metal attributes into their post-black sound. Some people are very much up in arms about this change. I, on the other hand, think it was the best decision they could have made. The music hits so much harder when it gets into the extreme end of things, and it suckers you in with undeniably catchy choruses and out-of-nowhere melodic riffing that you simply won't see coming, making a change that they wanted to make, instead of just repeating what they've done in the past, and this is what's going to skyrocket them into post-black superstardom. For anyone who digs Deafheaven, Mole, Heretois, and Groza, take note, Garia might be the most prolific post-black band out there after this album, and they may have put out the most popular post-black album ever made. Next up is Hanging Garden with Isle of Bliss. The 9th album from this long-running Finnish band continues to push what is possible in the gothic death doom sound, and it may end up being one of my favorite albums from the band. Not only does it cover the core sound that has always been a part of the band, but they continue striving for more dynamics, tempo changes, left-of-center changes, and simply making the best music possible. Matched up with a stunning production style, this is how innovation should feel. If you enjoy the likes of Counting Hours, October Tide, Suicide, Paradise Lost, and Swallow the Sun, you need Hanging Garden in your life. Now we have the horror with Fallout. This came out back in the end of January, so it took me a while to get to this one, but I'm so glad that I did. The sophomore album from this English band is a winning combination of the catchiest elements of 2020's rock and metal, but done with absolute sincerity that you simply can't fake. From the emotional riffs, the pained vocals, and the outstanding guitar solos that appear at just the right times, this is a band that hits both the most commercial sound, but heavy enough to be on any metalcore show at the same time. This is for those who enjoy the likes of As Everything Unfolds, Lost in Hollywood, and As December Falls, who makes an appearance on this album. I can't imagine that if you were looking for the sound, you would be disappointed in this one. Now we have Inner Vitriol with Semper Taci, which I think is how you pronounce it. The sophomore album and first in 14 years from this Italian progressive metal band is more than worth the wait. It captures everything that I remember hearing all the way back in 2012 with their debut album, but updated for the 2020s, but never loses its edge. They even got Jeff Tate to show off his vocals on the album, which is pretty cool to see. Mixed in with an early 2000s production style, imagine hearing a melding of Pain of Salvation, Selwyn, Evergrey, and In Virtue, and you have a stellar display of progressive metal. Give this one a proper listen. Now we have Neurosis with An Undying Love for a Burning World. Through many trials and tribulations, Neurosis is still here after 41 years, and they have made another evolution. Aaron Turner, formerly of ISIS, and now of Sumac and Old Man Gloom for such a long time now, is taking over on vocals and some of the guitar, and the band shadow dropped their 12th album and first in a decade last Friday. Without having any idea what to expect from this lineup, I think the band has recaptured everything that I ever loved about the band in their post-metal sound, their atmospheric metal, and sludge metal sounds as well. The band both recaptured the sound, but also forges a new path at the same time, which is a very hard thing to achieve. This puts all the mainstays of the genres on the current day on notice. Neurosis have returned, and they may have put out their finest album of their career, and as sacrilege as it may sound, this might be my favorite since Through Silver and Blood. It's just that good. Now we have Salos with A Slaughter for the Empire. Given the amount of music I cover every year, my instrumental intake has diminished over the years to only albums that make my jaw drop, and the debut album from this Greek duo is that and then some. This captures everything I love about progressive post-metal, with so many ethereal and atmospheric dynamics to make the ebb and flow, the peaks and valleys, and the overall sound so satisfying. Matched with a killer production style and songwriting is clearly from the heart. This is an instrumental album I can't recommend enough. If you enjoy the likes of Sometime in February, Long Distance Calling, Russian Circles, and God is an Astronaut, check this out immediately. Next up is Shoreline with Is This the Low Point or the Moment After? The fourth album from this German band hit me like a ton of bricks, and with every listen, it hits harder. While this is not my usual style of music of that post-hardcore, emo, and punk variety, when it's done right, it suckers me in, and it doesn't let me go from beginning to end. From the devastating lyrics to the just heavy enough riffs to the general atmosphere that simply makes you feel something, this is the kind of album that help you binge and purge all of your emotions. If you enjoy the likes of Touche Amore, Spanish love songs, and Chief State, this is required listening. Now we have The Silver with Looking Glass, Hymnal Blue. Members of Horrendous, Crypt Sermon, and Night's Blood are making outstanding post-black metal together. I don't think I could ask for a better combination to make this style of music. The sophomore album from this Philadelphia band captures the most gorgeous and the most extreme ends of the genre, and it makes it completely their own. With a production style that's as real as it gets, and songwriting that knows how to keep her interest for 8 songs in almost 43.5 minutes, this is an innovation of post-black that I didn't realize that we needed, and it only gets better the more you listen. Seriously, this is why it pays to listen to more styles of music than what you normally listen to. You get a band like The Silver, and it's ridiculously good. Here we have A Somber Funeral with Since You Left These Shores. Have I mentioned how good we're setting on post-black in 2026? This is another shining example in the form of the sophomore album from this German duo. The music is as raw and gut-wrenching display of some of the saddest and some of the most gorgeous elements of atmospheric post-black, with lyrics that will shatter your soul. There's a ton of great guest spots from some of the best musicians in post-black as well. If you want a real crash course on the raw side of this genre, this is the perfect class 101 for the genre. Seriously, give A Somber Funeral your proper attention. And finally today we have Taiketo with Closer to the Sun. For a band that's been around since '87, I'm stunned that there are only 6 albums from this New York City band, but I also remember that I interviewed the band for their last album Reach back in 2016. So regardless, Taiketo is a shining example of making the music that you want to make and not following the trends after the times have changed. This is everything that you've ever loved about the band, from the bluesy aspects to the just right amount of glam leanings to the full-on AOR elements that made the band last. It's great to see them back, and you can tell from the videos of the new album that they are happy to be here. Considering how many of their contemporaries sound today, and how many of them have just simply given up on trying to make any good music, Taiketo is as reliable and as enjoyable as they were all the way back in '91. And if you want that throwback sound with an updated production style, check out Closer to the Sun by Taiketo. First up, we have Archspire with Too Fast to Die. The 5th album from this Canadian tech death band is simply their best work to date. The band has gone through a lot of peaks and valleys over the years, with a lot of trials and tribulations, and they've come out the other side writing their magnum opus. This is everything that has made the band stand out over the years, but everything is done to its absolute limits. When the music gets more melodic, it's even more melodic than ever before, but it's matched up with sheer brutality. The musicianship from everyone involved is utterly insane, and it's matched up with perfect production value. This is what other tech death bands aspire to be in 2020, no pun intended, and Archspire is sitting firmly at the top of that tech death mountain, and what a ride it's been so far. Next up is Immolation with Descent, the 12th album in 35 years, one of the most devastating death metal bands in existence, and it more than lives up to everything the band is capable of, and more. The band has always been known to put in the right amounts of brutal, technical, and melodic moments into their blended death metal, and with every release, they find a way to one-up themselves, and this is by far no exception. Everything that you love about the band is here, but done with just a little more finesse and elegance. Matched with the killer production style, this is some of the band's best work ever, and helps put some of their contemporaries to absolute shame. Immolation has been laying waste to everything in their path for 38 years now, and Descent, if this is any clue, shows that they are far from slowing down anytime soon. Now we have Long Distance Calling with The Phantom Void. The leaders of progressive post-metal are back with their 9th album, and it might be their darkest album to date. The whole album, while instrumental, is a concept album that focuses on a dark, horror-drenched story that is matched up with visuals made for the album, which makes for a terrific display of not only musicianship, but storytelling, and proves that vocals aren't always needed. The band will always master the sound, and they only get better as time goes on. The songwriting is at its band's peak so far, and the production matches it perfectly. As far as the traditional Long Distance Calling album, this might be my favorite since Avoid the Light, and that is not an easy thing to say. If you want to hear how progressive post-metal is done to the best of its ability, you need to check out The Phantom Void. Now we have Lord of the Lost with Opus Noir Volume 3. The final album of the Opus Noir trilogy is finally here. I covered Volume 1 last year, but didn't get to cover Volume 2 as it came out in December during my yearly break, although that is an incredible release as well. Volume 3 feels like the perfect culmination for this era of the band, matching their blend of industrial, melodic, gothic, and heavy moments, combined to create a sound that is as catchy as it is dark. Much like I said about Volume 1, this feels like the best of Lord of the Lost with brand new material, and between all 3 albums, it's clear that the band can clearly balance quality and quantity at the same time. If you enjoy the style, you simply need Lord of the Lost in your life. Now we have Ricket with 2026. The debut album from this Swedish death metal band featuring past and present members of Benighted, Netherbird, Northborn, and Terminal Prospect is a fantastic display of the genre. An album that is thematically about the tragedy of Swedish history, all performed in Swedish by the way, and the music more than matches up with themes, going from all-out fury to hauntingly beautiful passages on the turn of a dime, and never losing its edge. The production on this one feels so natural for the sound on display, and it gives a true mid-90s Swedish melodeath feel. If you want a band that mixes Edge of Sanity, Grave, At the Gates, and Dismember, you need Ricket. And finally, for brand new albums out today, we have Void Chaser with Interstellar 1. The debut album from this Montreal band is the perfect blend of Between the Buried and Me, Dream Theater, and Haken, matching the musicianship of all 3 of those bands, but adding their own herbs and spices into the music to create a sound that pays homage to the classic progressive metal, but still keeps up with the 21st century twists and turns. It gets cold, dark, and heavy, but it also gets very melodic, harmonic, and smile-inducing, all while showing off their unbelievable musicianship and tenacity. If you love your progressive metal new and old, but you want a new take on all of it, Void Chaser is here and delivering the goods. And now for everything that I missed, and trust me, there's a lot of it this time. Starting with Corrosion of Conformity with Good God, Bad Man. The 11th album from this long-running North Carolina band is picking up right where No Cross, No Crown left off. But there has been a lot that has happened since then. Trials, tribulations, and sad changes in the lineup due to leaving the band and passing on. But the core sound of the band still exists with Pepper Keenan in that southern metal, sludge metal, stoner metal sound, and it sounds just as heavy and groove-laden as ever. Even Stanton Moore returns on the drum throne on this one, though he only does the recording for this, he has not joined the band. In all honesty, this is probably my favorite COC album since In the Arms of God, and that spirit from 21 years ago is still very strong here. The production is tailor-made for the band, and the music creativity and diversity is so strong. While this has gone from the band has been a lot, it still feels very strong here. This incarnation of the band is carrying the torch and doing a phenomenal job. If you love this era of COC, you will love this album. Next up is Cruel Force with Haneda. 4 albums into this German band's career, and they continue making better and better music with every single release. This is exactly my kind of black and speed metal, thrash metal, and so much more, from the guitar tones, the double bass assaults, and of course those rototom fills that couldn't feel more 80s if they tried. While this is nothing groundbreaking, it doesn't need to be. It just has to be absolutely solid, and this is one of the most solid black and speed metal albums that you're going to hear in 2026. Next up is Dance with the Dead with Malambra. The 6th album from this California duo continues to make horror-inspired dark synth and industrial rock and metal that I've always loved from them, but done somehow even better. The fact that the band's trajectory has only gotten better and better over the years is no easy thing to achieve, but it's all done here in all of its glory. All while instrumental, the music more than carries the weight without vocals needed, and they make the most of their combined musical talent time and time again. The production matches the mood, and the album is so layered and diverse in its sound, making for one of the most well-rounded albums and fun albums that they've made to date. If you love 80s inspired synth, horror movies, and of course fun, you need Dance with the Dead. Now we have Dust with Thoughts of a Falling Man. The sophomore album from this Italian band is a great step up from their debut album back in 2019. They've taken everything that they learned over the past 7 years to create stronger, harder hitting, and more in-depth lyrics that strike a chord with me time and time again. Mixed together with a clear and powerful production style, this is an album that is meant for those who enjoy the likes of Trivium, Gojira, Parkway Drive, and Faith Burner. If you want some quality groove metal, metalcore, and death metal, this is one that'll truly make you think. Next up is Grain of Pain with Behind Us All. The sophomore album from this one-man Finnish band made one of the finest examples of melodic and gothic doom metal with their 2024 album, The Moon That Lights the Way. In 2026, they have not only created another masterpiece of the genre, but it is easily the best album of the two. Everything that works so well with the debut is doubled down here, and they create so many new outlets for the music that makes it stronger, tighter, and filled with so much more sorrow. Not to mention the guest vocal spots from the singers of Decapitated, Ignat, and more, and you have an album that is filled to the brim with everything that I love about this genre, done with pitch-perfect production and songwriting. For straight-up melodic and gothic doom metal, you'll be hard-pressed to find an album that tops this in 2026. And if you enjoy the likes of Dawn of Solace, In Mourning, Swallow the Sun, and Hanging Garden, check out Grain of Pain. Now we have Green Incarnation with A Dark Poem Part 2, Sangui. Part 2 of the trilogy known as A Dark Poem is here with Sangui. This is a bit shorter than Part 1 at 6 songs and 38 minutes, but it feels complete and the true centerpiece of the trilogy. The songs on this one have more of a commercial feeling throughout, while never losing their gothic, progressive, and doom metal elements. For example, the single I Am Time is easily the catchiest song the band has ever done, and that is saying a lot. The lyrical content on this one is also the darkest from the band to date, with subject matter that hits way too close to home on my end, but it also feels nice to be seen as well. The production will inevitably sound similar on parts 1 through 3 to become a full album. That's how it works, but it sounds fantastic and so clear, and I am chomping at the bit to hear part 3 coming out later this year. But until then, I have 2/3 of this massive collection, and playing them back to back feels so rewarding. If you dig Green Carnation and you want to hear something a little less stretched out but down to its true meat and potatoes of the band, check out Sangui, A Dark Poem Part 2. Up now is Hellripper with Cornock, and I really hope I pronounced that right. The fourth album from the Scottish band is by far the best in the band's catalog. It has everything you ever loved about the band, but done with just enough finesse, tenacity, and care for the music at hand to make it some of the most melodic and intriguing music in the catalog, mixed in with a perfect production style for the music. It's that perfect blend of black metal and speed metal to give you just the best of both worlds and leaving you wanting more. James McBain has done it again. If you dig Midnight, Bewitcher, Sodom, and Sabbath, you know what to do. Check this one out now. Now we have Orathonia with Echo of Freedom. The debut album from this Ukrainian band is everything that I love about the style of folk metal. It's not wacky or over the top, it just hits the right elements, feeling more like Borknikar than Elvati or Trollfest, if you catch my drift. While I'd be lying if I said I understood the lyrics or the concepts going on with this album, I love how they are sung and screamed, and they fit so well with the music behind it. I can see some people not digging the vocal style on this one, but for me, it perfectly matches the music. If you want something in the vein of the aforementioned Borknikar, Druth, or Nocturnal Mortem, give this one a proper listen. Here we have Poison Ruin with Hymns from the Hills. The third or fourth album from this band, depending on how you look at it, is from the Philadelphia band, and it's my first foray into this band, but it definitely won't be my last. Hitting the level of punk, post-punk, new wave of British heavy metal, and almost blackened crust punk at times, is something that hits just enough of all these sounds without going too far into one direction, with a production style that fits more like 1986, and sounds that hit you right after another. This is a punk album that feels as classic as it does modern in all of the right ways. If you want a band that can channel their love of the Damned, Ambiex, Killing Joke, and even Dark Throne, check out Poison Ruin in all of their glory. Next up, we have Ramzet with Sapien, one of the most left-of-center albums that I've covered so far this year, and I think it's going to be one of the most left-of-center albums I'm going to come across this year. It comes in the form of the sixth album and first in 14 years from this Norwegian band. Feeling like a true mix of Unexpect, Stolen Babies, Diablo Swing Orchestra, and Tomera, this is a band that I'm discovering for the first time here, and it captures so much of that progressive, gothic, blackened, and avant-garde moments, but instead of just going bonkers with no real rhyme or reason, every single note has a purpose, and it makes the song so much better for it. The production on this one is also stellar, and allows for everyone to shine. This is not an album for the faint of heart, but it is for anyone who wants those extra layers tied into their favorite genres of music to create a dramatic, theatrical, and captivating display of metal. Next up is Reflection Black with Burning Obsidian Star. The sophomore album from this Greek band is such a phenomenal display of goth rock and post-punk mixed together with just enough heaviness to it all, feeling like a mix of Unto Others, Grave Pleasures, The Sisters of Mercy, and Final Gasp if they came together and wrote an album as authentically as possible. The production is pure 1986, the songwriting has absolutely no fluff, every single note has a purpose here, mixed in with a vocal delivery that can send chills down your spine, and you have one of the best albums of this style in 2026. It's been a great year for the genre, and this is one of the finest examples you're going to find. Give this one a proper listen. Next up is Sol Negri with Anthems for a Grand Collapse. The sophomore album from the Spanish band instantly caught my attention when I received the promo for this, and it's kept my interest this entire time, putting together my favorite blend of death doom together while creating some of the most tear-jerking material that I've heard so far this year is no easy feat in a world that we know as 2026. But that's what's happened here, and that album title more than lives up to our current state of life. Every single note played here feels devastating and does not let up on the emotional wreckage. The production is exactly what the genre calls for and feels utterly powerful listen after listen. If you enjoy your death doom in the styles of Early Day Anathema, Swallow the Sun, My Dying Bride, and Shape of Despair, you absolutely need this band in your life. Up next is a band name I really hope I get right, Splendidula with Absentia. The fourth album from this Belgian band is a mix of atmospheric black metal, doom metal, and it's just created in such great unholy harmony. It can sound as angelic as it does demonic, and that combination is a winning combination for sure. While the production, mixing, and mastering is very much on the raw side, it works in favor of the music, giving it that atmospheric element that feels authentic, and especially if you enjoy the style, it will work in its favor. Adding guest vocalists from Tim Taras of Austere and the almighty Aaron Stainthorpe of High Parasite, and you have an album that truly feels like a mix of Austere, My Dying Bride, and Amateurs. If you need that mix of genres, I implore you not to skip out on this one. It is more than worthy of your time. Next up is Tarfod with an album title I'm going to absolutely butcher. Morger Taker Levet Loose. My apologies for getting that wrong. The astonishing 6th album in 2 years, and every time I say this, they are not an AI band. From this one-man Swedish band, it's quite possibly the bleakest, darkest, and most captivating album of this short life so far. Strip away most of the progressive elements on this one, though they are still there in the songwriting. It focuses much more on the atmospheric black metal side of their sound and features remnants of Order of Nosferat on almost all of the tracks here, with regular vocalist Johanna Furberg on one track, giving this album a much different flavor. While the production on this one is more on the raw side, it fits with the atmosphere of the music brilliantly, and the songwriting is easily some of the best of this style. It really gives me that early and dark era of Alcest vibes, mixed in with the haunting melodies and harmonies that will be stuck in your head for days on end. What I love about this band is that no matter the direction that they go into, it will always sound like them, and I love what they're doing here. Considering the track record, I don't expect this to be their only album of 2026, but even if it is, I can't wait to see what comes next. Now we have Threat Signal with Revelations. Threat Signal has been one of the best Canadian metalcore bands going since Under Reprisal, all the way back in 2006. 20 years later, the band has returned with their 5th album, and it's a fantastic display of everything that they've been capable of, and they're still pushing for more in their sound. It's always been interesting to hear a band that can channel Meshuggah, Fear Factory, Soilwork, and Linkin Park into their sound and make it sound natural, but they continue to do that here. Mixed in with an utterly fantastic production style that lets every song shine. If you've never been a metalcore fan, I can't imagine that this album will sway you into actually enjoying it, but if you've ever had a passing fancy for the genre, this will either remind you of how much you enjoyed it in the past, or how much you've been missing. Every time this band puts on an album, it feels like a mission statement, and that's what's happening here again with Revelations. They are a band here to stay. Now we have Winterfelleth with the Unyielding Season. The 9th album from this long-running black metal unit continues to prove why they are one of the most consistent and uncompromising bands in all of black metal. Every album has a signature sound to it, sometimes a little more symphonic, sometimes a little more atmospheric, sometimes a little more straight ahead, but it always sounds unapologetically like Winterfelleth. With almost all of their previous albums having a very dark, cold feel to this one is pure fire, and sadly, an incredible display of what the world feels like in 2026. It feels like everything is going to hell, and this is the perfect soundtrack to it all. At least the soundtrack to our demise is dark and majestic. The production is stunning, and the songwriting is what it's always loved about the band. It's just done in a little bit of a new way. For those who enjoy Wooden's Throne, Fen, Agalok, and Panopticon, Winterfell put out music like no one else, and they nail it every single time. This is by far no exception. And finally today we have Witch Ripper with Through the Hourglass. The 3rd album from the Seattle band feels like the heaviest and sludgiest ends of Mastodon and Baroness. Think Everything Up to Crack the Sky for Baroness and Red Album Blue Record for Baroness, and you have Witch Ripper. A band that clearly has the talents and creativity to make some impactful and full sounding music. Reminds you of 20 years ago, but updated enough for 2026. The production is so rich and full of songs that take you on a journey after journey in sound. As great as it sounds on record, I can only imagine that this album will hit even harder in a live setting. But if you love that mid to late 2000s sound, that progressive sludge metal sound, you need Witch Ripper, and I couldn't recommend that more. First up, we have Anthea with Beyond the Dawn. The sophomore album from this LA symphonic metal band is a catchy display of the genre, all while adding their own spin to it, featuring a love for the symphonic metal genre, with just the right amount of screams to balance everything out, mixed in with inspiration that from composers like Danny Elfman, Hans Zimmer, and John Williams, with a production style that fits the music like a glove, and musicianship that knows when to focus on melodies and when to showcase more technical aspects, and that hits everything that the genre is known for and keeps your attention the entire time. If you enjoy the likes of Camelot, Nightwish, Carmeria, and Neopera, you'll find something to love about Anthea. Next up is Crimson Glory with Chasing the Hydra. In something I never saw coming, the legendary progressive power metal band Crimson Glory is back with their 5th album and their 1st album since 1999, featuring a new lineup including Travis Wills on lead vocals and Mark Borgmeyer on guitar. The band channels every era of the band, from its proggy and technical sides to its all guns blazing power metal to its gorgeous melodies and harmonies in the more subdued styles. It feels like a great love letter to the past, all while showing what the band is capable of for the present present and what to look forward to in the future. Hearing a band like this come back as strong as ever and charting new territory is a fantastic thing to see. If this is your first taste of the band and you enjoyed the likes of Nevermore, Queensryche, Fates Warning, and Hellstar, Crimson Glory is required listening, and of course you gotta go back and check out their previous 4 albums as well. Next up is Crippled Black Phoenix with an album title I know I'm gonna get wrong, She Du Heim. The staggering 13th album from this UK band is some of the darkest, most subdued, and straight up music I've ever heard from the band, and that is the right decision. It's always good to switch things up as a band, and when you're as prolific as this band is, it's good to make the occasional album that feels more straight ahead, more listener friendly, and just suckers you in with the past catalog if anyone goes and checks it back out. That's not to say this album isn't filled with experimentation, because it truly is. But there's a lot more elements of post-punk, goth rock, and 80s music mixed in with a sound that gives you more of a throwback feel, all while giving you something relevant to today's world. The production is perfect for the sound, and the songwriting, while being more refined, still sounds very inspired and thought-provoking. This is a fantastic starter album for a band, especially with this kind of catalog, and it's definitely going to grab your attention. If you dig the likes of Godspeed You Black Emperor, Swans, and Susie and the Banshees, you may want to give this one a shot. Next up is a band name that I think I'm going to get wrong, but I'm definitely going to try here, Dudesvens, with their self-titled sophomore album. The sophomore album from this Dutch black metal band is an uncompromising approach to the genre that hits everything that you love about the genre, but done with more atmosphere and unholy precision. With just raw enough production style, a pure love for the macabre, this is a trio that is focused on writing music that feels like pure death stalking you at every turn, yet enriching you just enough just so you won't run away. But if you were told this came out in 1996, you wouldn't even bat an eye. It feels very, very authentic, but it still has a 2026 caliber to it all. If you enjoy the likes of Gorgoroth, Dark Throne, Satyricon, and Bluetooth Nord, make sure you do not skip out on this one. We have From Ashes to New with Reflections. The 5th album from this Pennsylvania outfit is some of the catchiest work the band has ever done, focusing even more on their genre bending to create a 2020s mainstream sound, but with a throwback to the late 90s, early 2000s. It's a combination that's more straight ahead, but more straight ahead fans are going to enjoy this one. While I've never been a nu metal fan, and this won't change my opinion much on it, there is enough of the alternative metal and modern metal sounds going on here that I can ignore that and still enjoy what's on full display. The production is crystal clear, the songwriting is clearly a formula meant to be an earworm after earworm, and if you enjoy bands like I Prevail, Motionless in White, We Came as Romans, and Beartooth, From Ashes to New has something for you. Now we have Godsnake with Inhale the Noise. My first foray into this German band comes in the form of their 3rd album, and I am floored. What an incredible display of melodic metal, thrash metal, and new wave of American heavy metal thrown into one. This track feels like Metallica, Death Angel, Trivium, and Lamb of God fused together to create a sound that hits like late 80s through mid 2000s sound, but updated just enough for 2026. The production is right where it should be, and the songs are balanced in between that over-the-top thrash and the catchiest riffing that you'll hear in this style. This is a surefire win for any metal fan, new and old. Melodic thrash metal fans, take note. Godsnake is creating some fantastic music. Next up is Hardline with Shout. 8 albums into the career of this LA band, it's that perfect blend of AOR, melodic rock, and a little bit of heavy metal that is endlessly satisfying. It captures the riffs, vocal lines, melodies, harmonies, and jaw-dropping solos that makes the genre work time and time again, but never feels forced or outdated. While the band is far from reinventing the wheel on this one, that's not the point of the music. The point is to create the most solid music possible in this style, and that simply works here. The production is nice and punchy, and everyone shines. This is a true standard bearer of what can be done with the heavier side of AOR, and what that's still capable of in 2026, and I can't get enough of it. An absolutely solid album. Now we have The Moon and the Night Spirit with Seed of the Formless. This is the 8th album from this Hungarian duo and my first foray into the band, and I wish I would have heard them sooner. What a fantastic display of pagan, folk, post-rock, post-metal, and a little bit of heavier stuff thrown in for a very enchanting mixture. This feels like the much heavier retelling of medieval fairy tales to feel even more haunting and enriching. Mixed in with a production style that feels ethereal and atmospheric, this is a band that I need to study up on their back catalog and enjoy what they've done up to this point, as this album is fantastic and I absolutely need more. If you want a mix of bands like Fawn, Dead Can Dance, Egglok, and Alcest, you need to check this one out. Now we have Wanderlust with The Human Farm. The sophomore album from this Italian band is a wonderful display of progressive power metal that is endlessly melodic, catchy, and thought-provoking, mixing in the right elements of progressive and power metal together that feels like Halloween, Symphony X, Tool, and Haken into a winning combination of sound. The production on this one is a bit more raw than I expected, but it's not distracting, and it makes the music feel even more human. At 11 songs and a little over 47 minutes, this is an album that feels fantastic from start to finish, and it takes so many twists and turns, all while feeling natural and rewarding on every listen. This is for all of the prog metal fans out there. You need Wanderlust. And finally, for brand new albums out today, we have Victorious with World War Dinosaur. What can I say about the 7th album from this German band? It's smile-inducing, it's as cheesy as you would expect with an album title like World War Dinosaur, it's filled to the brim with the memes, but it's done competently and written with actual talent, rather than just writing the gimmick alone. Balance both of those out is something a lot of bands have a hard time doing, but I feel like Victorious is always made music that is fun and filled with prowess, and that's no exception here. Done with a terrific production style, this is music meant to make you turn your mind off from the ever-depressing world around us and remind you that life actually can be fun, and in 2026, we need that more than ever. If you just want balls to the wall, joyous power metal, you get that here with Victorious. And now for everything that I missed along the way, starting with a band name and album title I'm going to butcher, but I'm going to try my best here. Ben Dragness with Stiller Abschied. This Swiss black metal duo's sophomore album is an album that continues to blow me away with every single listen. It's filled with so much power, triumph, and agony, all thrown into one, and it's no easy thing to achieve, but it's all done here in all of its glory. This is a band that comes as close to DSBM as I've ever heard without actually being of that bad production style that usually comes with the genre. This one's actually fantastic, and it makes the music shine through the utter darkness that comes with its style of black metal. The fact that this duo is not a 5 or 6 piece band is just mind-boggling to me, but if you enjoy bands like Agrippni, Astur, Malphas, and Soulburn, you need to check out what this DSBM and black metal band is all about. Next up is Bloody Valkyria with Requiem, Reveries of the Dying. The third album in 2 years from this one-man Finnish band is astounding. Having covered their previous album last year, hearing the progress of sound in such a short time between these two albums just showcases what this project truly has to offer. This is easily the most majestic and powerful album of the project so far. The band is a bit more on the raw side this time around, but the music more than makes up for everything that you might ever find lacking. At 8 songs and over 53.5 minutes, this is a grand scale assault of what epic and melodic black metal can sound like when they're fused together, and it's a wonderful thing to see. If you enjoy the likes of Keep of Calcian, Sayor, and Summoning, make sure you check out Bloody Valkyria. Now we have Inferi with Heaven Wept. The other big tech death album that came out on April 10th, 2026 comes in the form of Inferi's 7th album. This Nashville band is constantly pushing themselves into heavier forms, mixed in with just the right amount of melodeath to make this a winning combination. The musicianship on this one is jaw-dropping, and the production style behind it lets everyone shine further. The more I listen to this one, the more I can say this is the band's finest album so far. If you enjoy the likes of Arsis, the Black Dahlia Murder, and of course, the elephant in the room, Archspire, you gotta check out Inferi in all of their glory. Now we have Inferi with Heaven Wept. The other big tech death album that came out on April 10th, 2026 comes in the form of Inferi's 7th album. This Nashville band is constantly pushing themselves into heavier forms, mixed in with just the right amount of melodeath to make this a winning combination. The musicianship on this one is jaw-dropping, and the production style behind it lets everyone shine further. The more I listen to this one, the more I can say this is the band's finest album so far. If you enjoy the likes of Arsis, the Black Dahlia Murder, and of course, the elephant in the room, Archspire, you gotta check out Inferi in all of their glory. Now we have Lone Assembly with Knots and Chains. The debut album from this Swiss band is one of the most heart-wrenching and uplifting albums I've heard in the style of post-punk and darkwave I've heard in a long time. Combinating what makes post-punk, darkwave, and goth rock work with a dark romantic twist to it all makes for an album that you can cry to or make you want to hit the sheets depending on the situation. It's an alluring album set with the perfect stylistic production and songwriting that is as catchy as it is hard-hitting. It's an album from when you need to take a break with how heavy the world is and want to get back to where the music was just the darkest part, but it's still as catchy as all get-go. If you love that 80s infused dark music, make sure you check out Lone Assembly. Next up is Semper Acrobus with Following Omens. The third album from this Texas metalcore band hits all of the tropes I love about the metalcore genre without any of the filler. It knows when to get heavy, it knows when to get melodic and earwormy, it knows when to show off the technical abilities and brutal breakdowns. It has it all in one package, and it just gets better and better with every listen. Put that together with a clear and pristine production style, and you have an album that is meant for anyone who enjoys the likes of Unearth, Upon a Burning Body, and Killswitch Engage. This is my kind of metalcore. Go and check it out. Next up is The Solitude with the Sound of Absent Life. Simply put, this is pure Candlemass worship. From the imagery, to the band name, to the style of the music. This is an early day Candlemass done to an absolute T, and that is a great thing to see. Taking that sound from 40 years ago, and adding just a little bit of their own herbs and spices into the mix, makes for one of the best epic doom metal albums of 2026 so far. The production is vintage, the style is sleek, and the songwriting is everything that makes the genre work. What else needs to be said? If you love early day Candlemass and you want that classic sound, check out The Solitude. Now we have Toward the Throne with Midnight. The sophomore album from this French band is an astounding display of atmospheric and blackened death metal. It captures the dark and sophisticated take on the genre and makes it their own with some progressive songwriting and excellent musicianship. Feeling like a mix of Enslaved, Septic Flesh, Rotting Christ, and Keep of Calcian, Toward the Throne is a band that may be flying under the radar right now. I know I missed out on them, but that needs to change. This is an album that needs to be experienced, no matter your kind of black and death metal. This is simply how the genre needs to be done. Now we have Veneer with Word or Weird. I've heard it pronounced both ways. The 8th album from this band straight out of Denmark continues to show why their blend of melodeath and Viking metal is here to stay. Mixing the melodeath sound with Viking imagery is a combination that works on every level, and it makes the music hit harder and harder with every subsequent album. The production continues to improve and the songwriting is simply majestic. If you enjoy the likes of Primal Frost, Amon Amarth, Fintroll, and Wolf Chant, give Veneer your proper attention. You'll be so glad that you did. And finally today we have A Winter's Remorse with The Day Our Gods Abandoned Us. The debut album from this Houston band is quite the treat for the metal senses, combining an unholy mix of symphonic, melodeath, black metal, and metalcore together to create a sound that feels familiar but still unique, and you wonder how this combination hasn't been done nearly as often as it is. I can hear bands like Winds of Plague, Among Wolves, Through the Eyes of the Dead, and Carnifex here, and it all sounds very genuine and satisfying. The production feels human, and the songwriting is clearly inspired and showcases what happens when genre bending goes right. While I know this won't be everyone's cup of tea, this is an album that is an awakening for the mid-2020s, and that is a great thing to see. This band could go so far, and I truly hope that they do, and I simply can't wait to see where they go next. First up, we have The Amni Affliction with House of Cards. The 9th album from this Australian metalcore band hits that fine line between heavy and melodic, and does such an earwormy job of it that it won't leave your head for days. When it gets heavy, they know when to get down and crushing with the breakdowns and pulverizing riffs. When it gets melodic, the melodies and harmonies shine through the darkness and stick with you. While I've known the band for years on end, this is the first time I've actually sat down and listened to a full album, and I'm quite impressed with what I'm hearing after all this time. Makes me want to go back and check out everything else they've done. Balancing both sides and making everything feel even is such a hard thing to achieve, but the band does it brilliantly. If you dig the likes of Parkway Drive, We Came as Romans, Beartooth, and The Ghost Inside, you probably already know this band, but if you're giving them a proper chance like I am, they are more than worthy of a spin. Next up is Armed for Apocalypse with The Earth is Breathing Beneath Me. The 4th album from this California band is my first foray into the band, but I'm loving what I'm hearing. A band that can balance their most heaviest and sludgiest ends with full speed ahead hardcore is a killer combination, and it leaves you wondering where the next riff is going to take you. This is a crushing release that takes you from pillar to post, and leaves you wondering how you got there. The production on this one is off the charts for a style, and that's no easy thing to achieve with this kind of genre bending. And the songwriting is fully inspired, and it has so much great replay value. If you enjoy the likes of Inter Arma, The Assisia Strain, Ether Coven, and Primitive Man, this is a band that you need in your life. Now we have At the Gates with The Ghost of a Future Dead. This will be the most heartbreaking melodeath album of 2026, bar none. With the passing of Thomas Lindbergh, this may feel like a goodbye to a legend that nobody wanted to see happen, but it's one of the most genuine and heartfelt pieces of melodeath that you're probably ever going to hear. While this album is understandably more straight ahead than the band's previous work because Thomas actually recorded and did the vocals first and they wrote the music around this, it's done in such an earnest and inspired way, leaving for some of the band's best work that's ever been laid to record. And with the writing style this time around, like I just talked about, this leaves for the album to have a new perspective that you don't often hear, and it really captures your interest from beginning to end. This is not an easy listen, and it's filled with heartache, and it also leaves a lot of catharsis and a sense of moving on in the process. Whether this is the final At the Gates album, or they're leaving this chapter behind has yet to be seen. Regardless, this is one of the best At the Gates albums, and one that will leave one of the hardest hitting impressions on you. Everyone, no matter your style of metal, owes it to yourself to check this one out and give it your proper attention. Now we have Blinded 23 with Deuterium. The debut album from past and present members of Blinded, Catatonia, Wolverine, and Nighthawk, is a killer display of mixing progressive and post-metal together in what feels like a really great tribute to what Blinded has done in the past, but pushing forward for a new chapter. The production on this one is stellar and allows for everyone to shine and be heard while the songwriting goes all over the place, but nothing feels out of place and it feels fully needed. I can hear as much of bands like Catatonia, as I do Cult of Luna, as I do Neurosis, as I do Leprous. It's a great combination of sound, and it feels like a great mission statement for the band going forward. If you love that mix of progressive post-metal, Blinded 23 continue to forge forward in the best of ways. Next up is a band name that I apologize for getting wrong, Knock and Tursa with A Cry for the Slain. As I've gotten older, I enjoy folk metal that is more used as a spice rather than the full meal. The third album from the Scottish outfit is a perfect example of that, feeling much more of a blackened folk variety and hitting hard in the way of bands like Seor rather than Elvati, if you catch my drift. And it makes for some of the most hard-hitting and resonating music I've heard in this style in a very long time. Done with a production style that makes the music hit so hard, and just the slightest of nuances mixed into their blend of music, and done with inspired and tragic themes. This is an album that leaves for a lasting impression and never loses its luster. You'll have a hard time finding a better black and folk metal album this year. Now we have Golgotha with Hubris. The seventh album from the Spanish band is a deep, dark, and raw take on melodic death doom, and it feels very necessary for the times that we live in. While it doesn't hit the dirges of funeral doom, nor does it feel like a Sabbath album, the band mixes in this style of 90s Peaceville 3 doom, and it always hits home for me, and it gives just enough of that gothic feeling to make the music feel that much more accessible. The production is raw and human, letting you hear every note on display, and the songwriting that knows just when to hit the right notes and tones at the right times, and it gives you something to feel. It's a hard-hitting album that will send chills down your spine, and who doesn't want that in their melodic death doom? Now we have Haydn with CMA, or CMA. This Czech band's ninth album feels like a great culmination of the band's previous work, but it also forges a new path, mixing in their love of black metal, post-black, post-rock, and more avant-garde moments, and creates a very creative, intriguing, and mesmerizing experience from beginning to end. The production on this one balances the clean and the raw, and the songwriting is just simply off the charts. If you want a band that can mix Enslaved, Solstifer, Alcest, and Druth, you need Haydn in your life. Now we have Hoka with Via Miseria 4. The debut album from Joel Hoka, formerly of Blind Channel, feels like a war cry of individualism and self-expression, trying to escape the realities of life and make for a better future. Hoka had to redefine himself after Blind Channel dissolved, and in the wake of its demise, he came out making some incredibly written gothic-tinged rock and metal that feels so appropriate for modern 2026 audiences. The production is so nice and punchy, and the songwriting is definitely not going to be for everyone who checks out my reviews, but if you love poppy and catchy mainstream music, this is going to be some of the best that you hear this year. I loved what Blind Channel did, but I love when musicians make the music that they want to make. This is truly what Hoka has to offer. I'm excited to see where this timeline goes from here. And finally, for brand new albums out today, we have Premier Jest with Turn You On. The debut album from this UK band is that blend of electronic and alternative metalcore, and it's done perfectly. The songs can go from absolutely crushing to absolutely hooky on the turn of a dime, and it just feels so good to hear from time to time, from beginning to end. Every track is smile-inducing, and it feels like a great escape from the realities of 2026. The production has that modern touch, so it'll blow your speakers away, and the songwriting, while catchy, is intricate and well crafted. The easiest comparison here is Electric Callboy, and I can say that would be one incredible tour to see. It's big, dumb, fun, and we need that more than ever. And now for everything that I missed, starting with Poison Divine with Heritage. I apologize for getting both of those wrong. The fourth album from this French band is the kick in the pants that the fun side of folk metal has needed for quite some time. It's fast, blustering, and hits the right levels of epic, and just makes you smile from beginning to end while you listen to it. While I do enjoy the darker side of folk metal more, this is the right kind of folk metal that still gets me excited and keeps me going, and that's definitely what's on display here. When speedy, it reminds me if Bad Religion made folk metal, but when it slows back down, it hits like Elven King and LVT. It simply works on all levels, and I hope newer bands in the style can listen to this album and be inspired, and maybe put out folk metal like this going forward in the genre. If you miss the fun in folk metal, make sure to check this one out. Next up, we have Chief State with Keep Your Friends Closer. I've always had a soft spot for inspired and hard-hitting pop-punk. The third album from this Vancouver band is exactly what it's called for in the style, and it gets me every time on every listen. The riffs are so hooky, the vocal melodies and harmonies shine through, and no matter if they're going all guns blazing or they slow things down just enough, every song feels impactful and full of spirit. At 12 songs and a little over 35 minutes, this comes in, crushes your emotions, and leaves you wanting more, just as a good pop-punk album should do. This is my kind of pop-punk through and through. Whether you're new to the genre, you enjoyed it back in the day and you want to come back into it, or you're a die-hard metal fan and you're questioning why you would ever check something like this out, just give this one a spin and see what it does for you. It's well worth the time investment. Now we have a French title that I'm absolutely going to get wrong. Café de Bleuot with Lose Myself in You. The 11th album in 2 years from Alice Simard, and no, this is not an AI band, is an emotional wreck of an album that I didn't know I needed, mixing in black metal, alternative, and emo into one of the most emotionally draining and hard-hitting albums of the style that I've ever heard. While other albums are so far more into the lo-fi and harsher tones, this particular album is a 2-song album that fits perfect with the production style that is totally my taste, and it allows for the music and the lyrics to shine through in its dark capacity. This is the kind of album that I can tell will go over a lot of people's heads, and maybe even cause some people to get very angry about the final product, mainly because of the black and emo style. For myself, it hits everything that I would want in this, embracing so many outside influences to make the music captivating and intriguing, and it feels like a mission statement of what can be done with black metal for the future. Whether you're a diehard fan, a gatekeeper mentality, or anything like that, maybe you should avoid this one or at least proceed with caution. But if you want to embrace a new take on the genre that always deserves new life, be sure to give this one a proper listen. It more than unlocks for you, and it becomes more rewarding every time you listen to it. Next up is Godspear with Turn to the Light. The debut album from this Canadian-Ukrainian band is such an awesome mix of what the genre does best, while adding in their own touches to the music. Sometimes you just want to hear the tropes of what makes the genre work without reinventing the wheel, but you still want it to sound fresh. That's what's done here in spades. The double bass ferocity, the soaring vocals, the insane musicianship, and the excellent songwriting is all here, and it feels like the band is making this for the pure love of the music. If you want a mix of Blind Guardian, Rhapsody, Blood Sky, and Violet Eternal, Godspear is making music for you, and it's well worth your time. Now we have Loop Rider with Love. Simply put, if you love Boris, you will love Loop Rider. If you need more, the 7th album from this Tokyo band does everything that I love in the style of rock, metal, noise, hardcore, shoegaze, and more. They're not afraid to make the music that they want to make, and they will make you pay attention to every single recorded second. The obvious comparison again is Boris, but I can also hear bands like Melt Banana as well when they get into blazing fast speeds. At 9 songs and 45 minutes, this feels like the perfect length to get you interested and remember the band going forward. While this is my first listen to the band, I'll be going back and checking out what I've missed so far. I need something like this, and you just might need it as well. Now we have Melting Brain Club with Spiritual Filth. The sophomore album from this Norwegian band more than lives up to its name. It feels like my brain is melting the more I listen to it, combining so many different genres into a sound that leaves room for an extreme take on progressive rock, yet feels so appropriate. Their debut album was a bit more on the prog rock and darker side. Spiritual Filth feels like a reshaping of the band in the most bonkers of ways, mixing bands like Sixth, Enslaved, Between the Buried and Me, and Rollo Tomasi. The production handles everything with ease, and the songwriting is the pure selling point here, never lingering on one style for too long. This is an album that you may not get the first, second, or third time through, but if you let it unlock, it will reward you with an album that will never leave your side again. Outstanding work. Now we have Pizza Death with World Domination. Hilarious pizza thrash comes in the form of this Australian band's third album. No reinventing the wheel here, no experimentation, just heavy crossover thrash, hardcore punk, and funny sound clips. 20 songs, almost 35 minutes, and vocals that you will either love or hate. What else could you possibly want in this kind of cheesy goodness? You will either love it, or this will not be for you. There is no in between. Grab a slice and enjoy. Next up is Rain Diary with Night Church. The third album from this Finnish band is the right kind of poppy, dark wave, and goth rock that feels right at home for me. While this will be too much for some to handle, if you enjoy the dark rave mix of sounds that hit right in that goth and rock territory, this is an album that'll stick with you for days on end. It also hits the right elements of the past and the present while looking into the future, with a production that reminds me so much of 90s dance music, but with the substance of more dance-orientated music, kind of like Lord of the Lost. If you want to be sad and get out on the dance floor, Rain Diary is the band for you. And finally today we have Winterlust with Awakening. The debut album from this band, featuring past and present members of Kitty, Blindguard, and Martin Baroque, has created an eerie but delightful display of dark synth that just gets heavy enough, but focuses much more on the macabre sounds on display. Feeling like a great mix of Depeche Mode, Health, and the synthy side of Devin Townsend, this is an album that feels right at home for those who enjoy dark synth but want a little bit of a different take on it. The production feels like the early 90s in the best of ways, and the songwriting will send shivers down your spine, leaving you wanting more. If you have been craving this kind of music, I don't think you're going to get something much more authentic and captivating than what Winterlust is doing. Seriously, go check this one out. First up is The Biscuit Merchant with Golden Age. The 10th album of 26 albums, one album representing every letter of the alphabet in this Goliath of an endeavor by Justin Lawnchair, is here with Golden Age. For the letter G, the album goes more into a thrashy territory, which may come as a shock for those who discovered the band last year with their more progressive death metal tendencies with Tempora, though there are still some proggy moments throughout this album. The album is more streamlined and more focused, rather than being more broad and diverse, and it works in its favor. The production is a fantastic display and allows for everything to shine, while the songwriting has this Testament meets Exciter meets Strappy Own Lad feel that puts a smile on my face. While this is just 1/26th of the whole concept, I feel like it's a good starting part for the band. And if you're jumping on now, you'll see that more albums have more of a proggy side, more of a death metal side, more of a bonker side, and some more subdued. There's no telling what letter is coming for 2027, but I am eagerly awaiting to see where the Biscuit Merchant goes next. Until then, this is one of the best thrash albums that's gonna come out this year, and when you listen to it, you just might agree. Next up is Draconian with In Somnolent Ruin. The 8th album in 23 years from this long-running band sees the return of one of the best gothic doom metal bands to ever exist. A lot has changed in the past 6 years with just the band alone, not including the world. But with that sees one half of a new lineup from the last album, including a returning Lisa Johansson, and a mix from one of the most tear-jerking and sorrowful albums of 2026. The power of the band has always shown in its full displays with the right kind of dynamics hitting in just the right spots. The production pounds away while the songwriting more than carries its weight in doom gold. We have needed Draconian back for a while now, and it's great to see the band back in absolute top form. This is easily some of the band's best work, and it only takes one listen to understand why. Now we have Exploding Head Syndrome with Deathbeds. The 4th album from this Norwegian band hits that level of 90s punk, hardcore, and alternative rock that hits right at home for me. Done with such finesse and care about making the best sounds possible with no fluff or reinvention. It just needs to be solid, catchy, and memorable, and all 11 songs do that in spades. Though the final track does go past 7 minutes, when you hear it, you'll understand it's more warranted. If you enjoy the likes of Bouncing Souls, Bad Religion, Refused, and Early Day Rise Against, you need to hear what Exploding Head Syndrome is all about. Next up is IAT with Etheric Realms of the Night, and hey, I actually got their band name right. To put it simply, this is an album of the year worthy album in every conceivable way. This is everything that I love about genre bending, a grand horror concept, spellbinding musicianship, and the perfect blend of raw but authentic production. The fourth album from this Philadelphia band combines progressive, black metal, death metal, avant-garde, and so much melody and harmony to create an atmosphere that is unlike any other, but it feels so entrancing and memorable. While singles help, hearing the album as a whole makes this experience feel so needed. And of course, they actually made a whole film to go along with the album, which you need to check out. And also the fact that the band can channel Akerkaki, Opeth, Isan, Neoplascaris all into one band, and not only make it feel fresh, but revolutionary, is something to not take lightly. While previous album was called Magnum Opus, I feel like they more than outdid themselves on this one, and maybe this is their actual Magnum Opus. This is the band's finest work so far, and I can only imagine that trajectory will continue going forward. I can't stress this enough. This is one of the best albums of the year, and if you like your metal exploratory and thought-provoking, you need IAT in your life. Now we have Idle Threat with You'll Forget the Sun. The sophomore album from this Nashville band is a killer mix of post-hardcore, alternative rock, and the occasional indie thrown in to feel like a modern throwback to the early 2000s, but still have enough spice and nuance to feel like 2026. It hits emotional levels that are peak post-hardcore and 2000s metalcore that you just kinda had to be there to truly embrace, all while making things their own and showing how it can be done for the modern day. The production on this one is bombastic and lets you feel it on every level. While you'll have the most attachment if you enjoy bands like Early Day Thrice, Under Oath, and Haste the Day, if you want an emotionally drawn-out display of what can be done with post-hardcore, Idle Threat is here to take you away. Next up is Massive Ego with Symphony of Flies. The fourth album from this British outfit is just a rewarding display of darkwave, pop, and hints of goth rock that feels like it's truly needed right now. It feels like a throwback to the 80s and 90s display of the genres, while being just modern enough to make it work for today. The production is off the charts and it feels so satisfying coming out of the speakers, all while the songwriting will make you bob your head with every track. Even Boy George shows up for a song, which is a cool thing to see. For the heavier music fans checking this out and not really familiar with this genre, if you enjoyed Host and their debut album 9 a couple years ago, but you just wanted a little more poppy, you should fall in love with this. This is an excellent display of what can be done in darkwave, and it only gets more captivating with every replay. Next up is Restless Spirit with their self-titled album. What a fun album this is. The fourth album from this Long Island, New York band is just the perfect combination of Black Sabbath, Mastodon, The Sword, and Baroness. That reminds me so much of the late 2000s, but is also able to stand out on its own with a fun blend of catchy, riff-infused stoner doom with dynamics and flair. With a production style that couldn't work better if it tried. This is an album that takes the fun of the genre and puts it on full display. As great as these songs are on the album, I can only imagine how much better it's going to sound in the live setting. If you dig your stoner doom with personality, and it can cause quite a ruckus at the same time, Restless Spirit is here to deliver the goods. Now we have Rexoria with Fallen Dimension. The fourth album from the Swedish melodic power metal band hits that fun-filled, journey-inspiring, and just plain fun melodic power metal the way it's supposed to be done. It's some of the most rock-solid and no-frills display of the genre that I've heard in quite a long time, and it makes it so much more intriguing that way. The production is very human, and it allows for everyone to shine, while the songwriting is more straightforward, but it hits you hard. If you dig the likes of Metal Light, Moonlight Hazed, Let Us Storm, and Early Day, Beast in Black, this is required listening. Next up is Sins of Shadows with The Last Frontier. The third album from this French heavy power metal band is an excellent display of the genre, hitting everything that you want, but still gives you more. Feeling like a triumphant mix of Symphony X, Camelot, Iron Maiden, and Megadeth. This combines the best aspects of heavy metal, thrash metal, power metal, to make for a heavy and pit-inducing display of music. The production is just raw enough, and it still hits you in the gut, while the songwriting is refined, but gives you just enough flair. It's the perfect balance of everything. And if you want an album that feels like peak 2000s heavy power metal, but done for a 2026 crowd, check out Sins of Shadows. Next up is Sins of Shadows with The Last Frontier. The third album from this French heavy power metal band is an excellent display of the genre, hitting everything that you want, but still gives you more. Feeling like a triumphant mix of Symphony X, Camelot, Iron Maiden, and Megadeth, this combines the best aspects of heavy metal, thrash metal, power metal, to make for a heavy and pit-inducing display of music. The production is just raw enough, and it still hits you in the gut, while the songwriting is refined, but gives you just enough flair. It's the perfect balance of everything. And if you want an album that feels like peak 2000s heavy power metal, but done for a 2026 crowd, check out Sins of Shadows. And now for everything that I missed, starting with Bewitched with Diabolical Death Mass. The sixth album in 30 years from this longtime Swedish band, and their first album in 20 years, is a welcomed return, hitting that blend of black metal, thrash metal, heavy metal, and speed metal that has become even more popular since their last album. It pays tribute to those who helped start the genre off, like bands like Venom, but it's right up there with those who have really taken that light and made it their own with bands like Midnight. It's an absolutely no-frills affair at 11 tracks, almost 34 minutes, and all the tracks are under the 4-minute mark. They come in, give you their unholy glory, and leave you wanting more. The production is raw, but the kind of raw that simply works, and the songwriting is simple, but so effective. If you want a masterclass on how black and thrash metal works, Bewitched have returned, and is showing us all how it's done. Now we have Catalano with Perfect Storm. The third album from this Australian band is some of the most refreshing 80s inspired heavy metal I've heard in quite some time. While obviously there's so much here layered in glam and sleaze, the talent behind this band is mesmerizing, and they lay it all out on the table for this one. The production is simply perfect, and the songwriting is catchy as it can get. But they still know how to show their talents in just the right spots no matter the tempo or the distortion level. If you enjoy the likes of Black Swan, Temple Balls, Confess, and Stargazer, Catalano is helping deliver the music that is more than worthy of your time. Next up, we have A Dream of Poe with Catabasis, A Marriage Among Ashes. Considering this is the Portuguese band's fifth album, I'm astounded I've never heard of them until I randomly come across this one. That said, I am loving what I'm hearing. A tragic concept album that pulls at your heartstrings and rips them apart with sheer haunting beauty. The production is simply what needs to be done in the gothic doom style, with a glowing atmosphere behind it all, and the songwriting is effective, and it tells its tale in a way that calls for replays. If you enjoy the likes of My Dying Bride, Grain of Pain, Draconian, and Woe Unto Me, A Dream of Poe will be your new dark obsession. Now we have Evale with Enter the Woodland Realm. The debut album from this US and UK band featuring members of Ashenheart and Negative Bliss is an astounding display of black metal. While clearly having a love for the old school sound from its production value and dark atmosphere, there are new twists and turns to the music that the forefathers of the genre would never have dared to explore, making the music so much more dynamic and impactful. With a short and sweet affair at 9 songs and 37.5 minutes, it feels like the perfect length to give you a taste of what the band is all about, and potentially what could come in the future. If you like the more raw side of Darkthrone and Satyricon, but you want the nuances of the proggier and folkier sides of Enslaved and Borknagar, Evale is making a truly impactful statement that deserves your attention. Next up is Haste the Day with Dissenter. The 7th album from this Indiana band and first in 11 years is quite the mission statement. You can hear how much life has changed from the early days of the band, but also seeing this is truly the right path for them to take. While there are some of the heaviest aspects of the band still here and still in check, the band is exploring more of their dynamic and genre-bending sides, while going into more alternative and mainstream sounds. It's strange hearing moments that reminds me of Thrice, I Prevail, August Burns Red, and Latter Day The Devil Wears Prada, but that's what's on full display here, and it's done effectively. This feels like an evolution for the band, and I remember from the early days of the mid-2000s and hearing them now, I think it's one of the best changes that they could have made. Now we have In Malice's Wake with The Profound Darkness. The 5th album from this Melbourne, Australian band sees the band hitting their darkest and most brutal territories ever. They have clearly hit their demonic and the gathering era of the band, putting out some of the most hard-hitting and devastating riffs they've ever written, in a blend of death thrash that would make even Chuck Billy blush. Hearing the assaults on this album from beginning to end feels like an absolute right choice for the band, and it shows off what is possible in the band going forward. While there's plenty of thrash to go around, the death and almost black metal elements makes this an album that shines and stands out amongst the rest. As of right now, this is the balance that they need, and it calls for so many repeats. For those who enjoy the heaviest ends of Testament, Creator, Sodom, and Toxic Holocaust, you really need to check this one out. Now we have Lorelei with Peace by Proxy, the sophomore album from Heikki Langhans of Lightfield Reveries, Remina, Lord of Shadows, and so many more bands, has created one of the most haunting pieces of darkwave I've ever heard. There is something about being so associated with the gothic doom metal genre, but still being able to create something like this, with this much kind of nuance, that you simply can't get from anyone else. If you took out the electronics and replaced them with the gothic doom tones, this would be one of the most devastating albums of gothic doom metal you've ever heard. But creating it behind moments of darkwave, EDM, ambient moments, and so much more gives this a sense of calm and, dare I say, positivity? Or maybe that's not the right word, as I find a lot of relatability and especially catharsis that comes from the saddest music, and that's what I'm feeling here. If you want a dark, deep, and therapeutic take on darkwave, this is required listening. Next up is River Flame with Lunar Crusades. The debut album from this international band featuring members from Italy, France, and Greece. Feels like what would happen if you mix Keep of Calcium and Hammerfall together. Yeah, you heard that right. A band that feels like epic power metal done through the gaze of epic mellow black. It's such an odd mix, but that is what's on display here. Granted, the power metal side of things has more to do with the themes and the occasional instrumentation, and definitely not the vocal department, but I also love the combination of genre bending that's going on here, and it makes for an album that is a sheer wonder to behold. The production is a little on the raw side, but it's done so effectively, and the songwriting is endlessly inspired. Considering this is just their debut album, it feels like something bands that are 10 albums into their career could never manage to make. What a monumental release, and I can't wait to see where they go from here. Now we have Solera with An Aberration of the Void. The debut album from the Chicago band hit me like a ton of bricks, combining a mix of black metal, post-metal, and extreme progressive metal into a cacophony of sound that is endlessly engaging and only hits harder the more that the album unlocks for you. With a production style that lets you hear every level being recorded with ease, which is not always a guarantee in black metal, the songwriting shines on this album like nothing else. And having a mix of bands like Keep of Calcium and Abstract Illusion, Black Braid, and Cult of Luna, it's an incredible feat, and an album that I will keep going back to time and time again. This is how you make some of the most extreme genres in metal and make them into a whirlwind of songwriting for all the world to hear. This is a band that can hit the stratosphere if they're lucky, and I truly hope they do. And finally today, we have Spell with Wretched Heart. I'll keep this one short and sweet. The fifth album from this Canadian band is their darkest, yet catchiest album to date. Feeling like a mix of early day Ghost meets Unto Others in all of the best ways, and a little bit more on the occult side of things, and it's a winning combination. The production has much more of a vintage sound, and it works in its favor, and the songwriting is so catchy and memorable. If you loved Opus Eponymous from Ghost, and you want a little bit more of an 80s flair to it, Spell should be your new favorite band. I simply can't get enough of this one. First up, we have Angel Lore with Nocturnes. The fourth album from this French outfit is a stunning display of the raw side of gothic death doom, balancing the demonic growls and the angelic cleans in perfect harmony, matched with the tones of the genre that you know and love with just a bit more atmosphere. The production is humanized and still allows for everyone to shine through, and it hits the levels needed to make this an impactful and a sorrow-driven as possible. If you enjoy the likes of Tristania, Theater of Tragedy, Draconian, and Saturnus, you are doing yourself a disservice by missing out on Angel Lore any further. This is definitive gothic death doom. Now we have Atavistia with Old Gods Awaken, and wow, I actually got that right on the first try. Another band that I have heard for a long time, but never actually heard them until now, comes with the band's fifth album from this Canadian band, and it's such an intriguing mix of melodic and symphonic death metal, combining the best of both genres, making it all sound so refreshing and enjoyable. The production on this one is off the charts, and the songwriting feels endlessly inspired. I have truly missed out, and desperately need to go back and check out out their previous material if it's anything like this. If you enjoy the likes of Winter Sun, Ensiferum, Zornheim, and Torchia, you need to see what all the love of Atavistia is all about. This is how you take well-treaded genres and make them your own. Now we have the Ghoul Stars with the Dark Overlords of the Universe. The debut album from this Finnish band featuring members of Kuumen Laakso, Hood and Menace, and Thermate is a fun, heavy, and inspired take on horror punk. Between all 10 tracks and 34 minutes on display, it is a pure love for horror and horror-adjacent themes mixed in with Misfits meets White Zombie meets Murder Dolls meets early-day Motley Crue, and it feels like a fast, fun time, and it's full of repeat value. The production is rich and full, and the songwriting, while very simple, is straight ahead and to the point with no unnecessary fluff to the mix. This is all killer, no filler. If you want a short and sweet take on horror punk meets heavy metal, the Ghoul Stars are here, and I think they're here to stay. Next up is Heavenfall with Thorn. The sophomore album and first in 14 years from this Italian band shows that music should be all about the quality, not the quantity. A lot has happened over the past 14 years, and you can hear how that's all shaped with the songs on this one. Mixing together a melodic and heavy take on power thrash and heavy metal, feeling like a mix of Nevermore, Sabotage, and Ashes of Ares, with a great sense of how to write catchy riffs and vocal melodies. The production feels true and human, capturing how a band will sound in the live setting, and again, that songwriting is the true selling point of the band. I am always in need of new power thrash, and Heavenfall more than fits the bill, and hey, they just might for you as well. Next up is Open Sight with The Outfit. The third album from this London band is such an intriguing mix of sounds. It reminds me of what would happen if Dog Fashion Disco made a 60s, 70s espionage themed album, mixing elements of bands like Faith No More, Opeth, Iron Maiden, and more into a sound that feels alternative and progressive, but still plenty of metal moments. The production has more of a raw, but fulfilling sound to it all, and the songwriting goes through so many twists and turns, taking you on such a fun-filled and thrilling journey of sound. You don't often get a band that sounds like this, and if you want your music to sound to the left of center, Open Sight is more than worthy of your time. Now we have the return of the almighty Propane with Stone Cold Anger. The 17th album and first in 11 years from this long-running New York City band sees the welcome return of the band after Gary Meskill's attack that left him almost unable to return to music, and thankfully still kept him alive. And thankfully he is back, and the album leaves quite a mission statement in the process. The legendary Propane sound is here, with its classic hardcore, groove metal, and occasional thrash tendencies going throughout all 10 songs and almost 33.5 minutes in length. Between the themes and the overall sound, this feels like a perfect starter album for the band if you've never checked them out before, a great refresher if you've forgotten the band, and simply an album that feels like 2026 in a nutshell. No frills, no genre bending, simply the Propane that you know and love, but with even more aggression at the state of the world. This is music to get behind. Now we have Reliquia with In Theory and Practice, and I think I got that one right. This technically came out May 12th, so it's not technically out today, but it still fits in the out today category of how I do things, so try not to think about it too hard. The debut album from this UK band instantly caught my attention. While they released all of their previous material under a compilation last year, this is the first true album of the band, and it's an incredible mix of genres that I love. Combining a mix of blackened, doom, gothic, post-punk, and a little bit of dark wave into their sound, they make it sound uniquely their own, and it still gives nods to killer genres in the process. This is actually a shorter affair than you would imagine, especially with how much doom and gothic is on this album, at 6 songs and almost 32 minutes, but it feels like a perfect taste of what the band can do, and potentially hints at what's to come in the future. If you want a mix of bands like Paradise Lost, Godthrim, The Sisters of Mercy, and Darkest Era, you need to check this out immediately. And finally, for brand new albums out today, we have Sum of Seven with Echoes of the Hypermind. The debut album from this Finnish progressive metal band, formerly known as Sonus Corona, soothes the savage soul. It never goes into the deepest, darkest territories of the genre, but it hits the tropes of the 90s, 2000s progressive metal with just the right amount of growls to set things apart, used very sparingly. The production is rich and full, and the songwriting is so rewarding, giving off hints of bands like Haken, Intervitriol, Threshold, and the lighter side of Void Chaser, to create an atmosphere that feels like the right at home for those who enjoy the melodic and song-driven aspects of progressive metal. If this sounds like your kind of progressive metal, I'm pretty sure it will be, and you need to give this one a proper spin. And now it's time for everything that I missed along the way, starting with Beyond the Veil with Oblivion. The debut album from this Japanese band feels like the perfect melding of extreme metal, progressive metal, and other genre bending to create a sound that feels both futuristic and a tribute to the past at the same time. With a production that feels more vintage in sound, it still hits very hard, and the songwriting is clearly crafted with a keen sense of progressive tendencies. This feels like an album that was made for both my love of both extreme and progressive tendencies, and keeping it all in check. This album goes all over the place, and they edit everything, including the kitchen sink here, but I wouldn't want it any other way. Imagine a mix-up between The Buried in Me, Opeth, K.O.Dot, and Devin Townsend, and you'll start to get into the ballpark of what this band is all about. If this sounds like it's your bag, I guarantee that it is. Give this one your proper attention. Now we have Frozen Soul with No Place for Warmth. The third album from this Texas outfit sees the OSDM band exploring more of what old school death metal is all about. Don't get me wrong, it is still layered in the finest that the fans of Bolt Thrower, Gatecreeper, Undeath, and Obituary want in that sound. But the band starts to incorporate a few more 21st century death metal ideas in the occasional spots, making this a much more accessible album for the modern day death metal fan as well. This feels like a true gateway album to access what's been done in the past, but what can also be done in the current day and potentially the future as well. Also taking guest spots from Machine Head, Sanguisugabog, and of all frontmen, Gerard Way of My Chemical Romance. And you have an album that is for fans new and old to gather around and enjoy what old school death metal is all about. This is how you take a long-running genre and make it your own. Next up is Koyo with Barely Here. The sophomore album from this Long Island, New York band is a perfect blend of melodic hardcore, pop punk, and emo to recapture that early 2000s sound, but updated just enough for 2026. It's a short and sweet affair at 10 songs and a little over 28 minutes, but it's enough to garner instant replays over and over again. No frills, all killer, no filler, and it strikes such a chord in its themes and music. If you enjoy the likes of Chief State, Arm's Length, Stateside, and Early Day Taking Back Sunday, this is mandatory listening. This is the escape that you need with Barely Here by Koyo. Next up is what I think is pronounced Lire with Nothing Is Promised. The sophomore album from this Polish band, featuring the former hurdy-gurdy member of Elevate, is a stunning display of folk metal without sounding like your typical folk metal band. Instead of the over-the-top fun and cheese that you get with a majority of bands in the genre, and instead of the Viking-centric, paganistic feel that you also get, the band focuses much more on atmospheric, cinematic, and progressive elements, and of course, that hurdy-gurdy taking a huge role in the sound. The production on this one is astounding, and it fits perfectly with the music on display, and the songwriting hits so many heartstrings, all while giving you a different take that you just don't expect. While you'll hear obvious nods to Elevate, Illumashade, Cellar Darling, etc., you'll also hear bands like Ryogan, Mirkur, and Fawn for a great sense of dynamics. This is a fantastic release, and if you're interested in what this kind of sound that they can produce, you need to give this one a shot. Now we have Okaya with Waiting Here, the sophomore album from the Chicago band. It's kind of confusing because back in January they released this whole album without a couple songs on here. Now here's the whole album with 2 more songs, but regardless, this features AJ Reingart, who is currently, at the time, the live vocalist of the band Red, and they have put out an astonishing display of what modern metal can and should sound like. I completely understand if this is too poppy for those who normally check out my lists, but I also recommend that you sit down with this one and give it a proper spin, as there's plenty of heavy moments throughout this one, much heavier than you would normally expect in this sound, but of course it is combined with crystal clear production and songwriting that is expansive, especially for what you would normally expect in this sound. You have one of the most standout albums of modern metal that you're going to hear in 2026. If you enjoy the likes of the aforementioned Red, Dayseeker, and Armirage, but you want it with more dynamics and catchier, this is a band that's doing incredible work that is worth checking out. Now we have Panopticon with an album title I'm not even going to attempt to try to pronounce, but it is Norwegian for The Haunted Heart. The staggering 12th album from Austin Lund may be the most heartbreaking and gorgeous album in the Panopticon discography. The third and final album in the Laurentian trilogy acts as an album of reflection and death in a way that hits way too close to home for me in all of the right ways, all while being a great metaphor for what Minnesota has suffered through in both history and recent times. I'm even choking up as I'm doing this one. While While I know the main sticking point for a lot of people when it comes to Panopticon is the production value, especially when it kicks into the black metal side of things, to me it adds such heartache and a sheer cathartic beauty that only Austin Lund has established since the beginning of the band. The biggest departure on this album is the more folk side of things. In favor, it goes more symphonic, and if you're not careful, it can make you cry from just the tones alone, let alone the full themes on display. With every release, I wonder how Austin Lund could possibly top the previous Panopticon album, and he always finds a new way to do it. Yeah, this has become my favorite Panopticon album. It's more than worthy of the Album of the Year considerations it's going to get, and trust me, I'll be one of them to consider it. And I highly suggest to anyone, no matter your taste in music, if you care about wildlife, the human experience, everything going on in the US right now, or if you just want to hear how black metal can be one of the most heartbreaking and beautiful genres of music, Panopticon is here to show you how it's done. I don't know how Austin Lund could possibly top this album, but I know he's going to somehow, some way. Next up is Volcandra with Beyond the Will of Mortals. This one completely missed me, and I didn't even realize this Louisville, Kentucky band even released their third album. 13 months after its predecessor, Volcandra is back with what is easily the band's best work, and it's not even close. While I love the previous two albums, this is by far the band's best work, making the melodic moments stand out so much more rich, and the black and death metal elements hit in such the right ways to make it an undeniable force. The production is the best that they've ever had. The songwriting is so grand and rewarding on every listen. If you just want a killer mix of Skeleton Witch, Dissection, Volcandra, and Revocation, Volcandra is the band for you. And finally today we have Yatheria with Gone with the Devil. The third album from this Greek band sees the band expanding its sound. Of course the black metal is still here in full force, but they expand upon it to make it feel richer, deeper, more dynamic, and feel like a full album experience rather than just a collection of great songs. It's dark, evil, and captivating as always. It just takes a little more patience to enjoy the entire album, and to me, those are always the best kind of albums. The production on this one is the perfect balance of human and clear, allowing everyone to shine through the darkness. For anyone who enjoys latter-day Rotting Christ for obvious reasons, Dissection, Vride, and Septic Flesh, you need Yatheria, and I mean right now. First up is Armored Saint with Emotion Factory Reset. The ninth album from this long-running LA band hits right at home for any longtime fan. The band is hitting on all cylinders and you can hear it through the music. Considering it's been 6 years since their previous album, it's great to hear the band back fully refreshed and giving their blend of heavy metal, hard rock, glam metal, and the occasional thrash. This feels like an overall heavier album than what's been done in recent times, and it certainly matches the mood. The production on this one soars, and the songwriting is signature Armored Saint, which is enough dynamic expression in the occasional solos to allow for some wicked times. This is a fun album from start to finish, which is always my favorite from the band, and easily my favorite album since Win Hands Down, and maybe this is the best album they've done in the 21st century. I'll leave that up to you, but if you want a tried and true Armored Saint album, you got it right here with Emotion Factory Reset. Up next is Dimmu Borgir with Great Serpent Rising. The staggering 11th album from arguably the biggest name in symphonic black metal is here. While Shagrath and Silenzo may be the only members left in the band, they did fill out the album with some fine guest musicians to make for maximum impact. If you're looking for the most brutal and extreme album of the band's career, this is not it, Chief. This is an album that, while hitting some monolithic moments of heavy, is equally balanced out with more symphonic and melodic moments, and dare I say some ballads as well? This is the kind of album that needs to be heard from beginning to end to be fully unlocked, but when it does, it becomes a very rewarding experience. The extreme moments hit even harder, even if they are less, and the softer moments truly pull your heartstrings. The production also feels rich and full while still feeling humanized, which is a nice touch. While I can see many people being disappointed in this one for not being pedal to the metal 100% of the time, those who enjoy the dynamic side of the band will find Great Serpent Rising to be the best Dimmu album in a long, long time. Now we have Helvate with Kilikon Valley. The third album from this Kansas City, Missouri band is one that is pure fire and anger. Just from the name alone, you can tell what this album is aimed at, and I couldn't be more in favor of it. And the lyrics on the title track, oof, it's so appropriate for 2026. The rest of the album hits just as hard at those levels as well, feeling like a full-scale assault on the state of the world. With this album, they lean heavily into the thrash side of their power thrash sound, and it simply works. The production is human and makes you truly want to hear these songs in a live setting. If you enjoy the likes of Exodus, Overkill, Destruction, and Anger Machine, Elevate is a band that you need in your life. And finally today is Impure Wilhelmina, with a title that I'm probably going to get wrong, Les Sanglots. If I'm wrong, please let me know. The sixth album from this long-running Swiss band, celebrating their 30th anniversary this year, has put out a monolithic mission statement. Fusing so many genres together to make everything sound so refined is not an easy thing to achieve, but the band has been doing that for so long, it feels like second nature at this point. Coming off as an unholy mix of Cult of Luna, Catatonia, The Cure, and Godthrim, this is a band that seems to improve with every passing album, and I'd easily say this is the band's best work so far. The production absolutely crushes on the heaviest aspects, and it feels like 90s, 2000s goth rock when it gets a bit lighter. It's such a contrast in sound on paper until you hear it in execution. While I can't understand the lyrics this time around as it's entirely in French, I love how they are implemented and they fit the atmosphere so very well. If you've never checked out this band before and you are at all intrigued, you need to see what they're all about. Check this one out and enjoy. And now for everything that I missed along the way, starting with Confess with Metamorphosis. 4 albums into the Swedish band's career, and this feels like not only their most seminal album, but one of the best albums of the glam metal sound in 2026. The authenticity on this one is off the charts, and it strikes such a chord for longtime fans of the genre, all while sounding like one of the most competent and striking albums in a very long time. While there are so many bands of the revival sound, Confess is easily one of the best, and they have yet to let you down. Metamorphosis is the kind of album that'll put a smile on your face, but also give you the stink face when they show off their skill, and that's always the sign of a good band. Every song on here rules, no matter how heavy, poppy, or simply fun it gets, and the production on this one hits you so hard that you'll be reaching for the volume knob and you'll just want to crank it up. Confess rules, and Metamorphosis is the perfect example as to why. Just check it out for yourself if you want that classic mid-80s sound done right in 2026. Now we have Einar Solberg with Vox Occulta. My apologies for being late on this one, as some albums simply fall through the cracks. My apologies. The sophomore album from the Leprous frontman is my favorite work that he's done since The Congregation by Leprous. This has everything that I ever loved about early day and middle era Leprous, but done through more of a cinematic, symphonic, and dare I say gothic touch that you simply don't find in Leprous. The album reminds me so much of his brother-in-law Isan's last solo album, but done through the gaze of Solberg, and I do mean that in the highest of regards. When half of the tracks feature the Norwegian radio orchestra, you know you're going to be getting something good. It's a monumental achievement in sound, blending all of these genres together to create a progressive, gothic, artistic, and heavy release of emotions. When made with picture-perfect production as done here, this makes for one of the best progressive rock/metal albums that you're going to hear in 2026. If you need a sound like this, you can't do much better than Einar Solberg. Now we have the brand new band known as Held with Grey. The debut album from a band comprising of Douglas Robinson and Sal Mignano of The Sleeping and Josh Eppert of Coheed and Cambria is a band that I simply wasn't expecting, but I love every second of it. Feeling like a heavier mix of both bands, and a band where they're going to get most of their frustrations out on the world. While it's not just a heavy album for the style, it's done with some technical sense that shows just how amazing all 3 members of the band are at their craft, and hearing them together just feels magical. Despite this album being one hell of a gut punch to the emotions. The production is simply perfect, and the songwriting can go from sounding like their other bands to something as heavy as Mastodon, to as post-hardcore as Thrice, and I even hear the occasional My Chemical Romance nod in there as well. This is an album for a certain subsection of the people who check out my lists every week, but if you fit into this, this will be one of the most emotionally draining and cathartic albums that you're going to hear this year. I truly hope this is not a one-off, as I need to hear what a sophomore album from this band is going to sound like in the future. It simply rules. And finally today, and is one of the most polarizing albums of the year, is Periphery with a Pale White Dot. The 7th or 8th album from this long-running band, depending on how you count Juggernaut, Alpha, and Omega. Is it a double album? Is it 2 albums? I'll leave that up to you. Is somehow becoming my favorite album from the band. Now, I must say I have some different takes from Periphery than your normal fan. I've been around since the debut album. They did lose me for a bit with Juggernaut, Alpha, and Omega, but I came back around and I've enjoyed what they've done since. With this, it's a thematic dramatic album about isolation and loneliness, and if you know anything about me, I am the poster child for both of those. Hearing the different takes on those themes from some of the band's most aggressive moments, and easily the band's most streamlined and commercial sounds, is a true contrast in musicality, but it's also how I enjoy the music that I listen to. The yin and yang of life is real, and it can't be all one-sided all the time. Diversity is a great thing. All of that said, if you are a longtime fan of the band and you're expecting 10+ minute epics, the most insane progressive riffing and genre bending you've ever heard, that is not here. You might want to check out the previous album for that. But if you like a band who wants to write the best songs possible with as much of the fluff cut out as possible with the occasional quirks, that's exactly what's going on here. I truly enjoy it, and as much as it might make others mad, and honestly I love when my musical opinions rustle a few jimmies, I put this behind P2, this time it's personal, as my favorite album from the band, so take of that as you will. I like where the band is at right now in 2026, so if you enjoy your progressive metalcore or gent, give this one a shot and see if it's for you. You're not wrong no matter how you come out of this album. First up, we have Devin Townsend with The Moth. I don't know what I could possibly add about Devin Townsend at this point. I've been following the man's career since the mid-2000s, and unpopular opinion or not, I'm a bigger fan of his solo work than I was of Strappy Young Lad, and I love SYL. Over the years, Heavy Devi has put out some of my favorite albums ever made, and ones that I'll just never go back to. In the past decade, Townsend has been working on his magnum opus, The Moth, where he puts everything on the line, from conceptual aspects to showcasing almost every style of music he's ever done in a grand 24-track display. It goes all over the map, from his proggier sides to his super heavy aspects to the overall feel of the album having this rich, grand, symphonic feel done by the North Netherlands Orchestra and Choir. The production is off the charts and the songwriting is signature Devin, but done in a bit more of a sophisticated way that needs to be heard to be fully grasped. This is easily my favorite work he's done since Epic Cloud, and that's not an easy thing to say. It feels like a true culmination of his life's work, and while I'm not sure where he will go from here, I'm very excited to see what the future holds. Until then, The Moth is a thrilling experience that no matter your era that you love of Devin Townsend's work, this is worth your time and investment. Next up, we have Elder with Through Zero. Elder has returned after 4 years with their 7th album, and it's easily their most ambitious album to date, exploring more of their psychedelic and progressive sides more than ever before. The band has put out a new offering exploring their songwriting and what's capable in their sound, with 6 tracks and the shortest song being just shy of 6 minutes. The band is diversifying and showing what can be done if they allow their instincts to shine. The production on this one fits perfectly with the sound, and hearing the band hit so much of what I loved in the past, but expanding upon newer influences that truly works in their favor. Imagine a mix of Mastodon, Baroness, Chemist, and latter-day Pallbearer, and you have what Elder is right now, and they're flying in all of their glory. While it might be a bit early to say so, I think this is their best work to date, and it shows that being ambitious can truly pay off in the best of ways. If you've never had to before, check out Elder and everything that they have to offer. Now we have Eternal Evil with Forever Feared. The third album from the Stockholm, Sweden band feels like the perfect culmination of thrash, black metal, speed metal fused together to create a sound that sounds as fresh as it does vintage. It feels like if the band Enforcer started being influenced by Slayer and Bathory, and it truly works. The production is magnificent and plays to the strengths of the band, while the songwriting feels so inspired no matter the tempo or the style. At 9 songs at a little over 38.5 minutes, this captures everything that you could possibly want in this sound and somehow still leaves you wanting more. If you love this style, and you simply won't get enough of this one, it's one of the best of the year to combine all of these elements, and I can't imagine that you'll be disappointed. Next up, we have Galvanist with The Silence Between Stars. The sophomore album from the Spontana band is quite the eye-opening experience. The way that they create an experimental take on death doom while adding in flavors of sludge, post, black metal, and more into a sound with so many twists and turns that you simply won't see coming. Everything from the more fiery and evil side of black metal to the dark and dreary doom to the more enthralling and scream spoken word is here, and it's done in a way that feels natural no matter how many directions it can fly into. The production is nice and punchy, allowing everyone to breathe, and again, the songwriting is for those who truly enjoy their music heavy, but to the left of center. If you enjoy the likes of bands like Yob, Inter Arma, and Wild Beyond, Galvanist is your new obsession. Next up is Hecate's Enthroned, with a corpse of a titan, a lament long buried. Oh, how I've been waiting to talk about this one for a long time, and I'm really sad that it got pushed back till now, but it's here. This is likely going to be my favorite symphonic mellow black album of the year, and it will take a monumental release to topple this one. The 7th album and the first in 7 years from this long-running UK band is the band's best work to date. It feels so enchanting and unholy with its mix of apocalyptic black metal, haunting symphonics, and just the right amount of death metal elements to make this not only a thrilling experience from start to finish, but if you love the style, a necessary experience. The production is humanized and it still punches you in the gut with every single note, and the songwriting is endlessly inspired and it does not let up on that momentum, no matter the tempo. If you love bands like Nagelfar, Limbionic Art, Graveworm, and Old Man's Child, you absolutely need this one. Here we have Leather Witch with First Spell. From the ashes of Crystal Viper comes the debut album from Marta Gabriel. This feels like everything that I've ever loved about her work up to this point, all done in one album. From all guns blazing speed to the jaw-dropping guitar solos to the perfect melodic sections to heighten the music as a whole, this album has everything that you could possibly want in that heavy metal, speed metal sound. The production is pure vintage and feels authentic, with the songwriting that'll keep you coming back time and time again. If you enjoy the likes of the now dead and buried Crystal Viper, Enforcer, Hyperion, and Burning Witches, you will love Leather Witch. Here we have Maladi with the Dance of Tragedies. The 8th album from this off-the-wall band featuring the almighty Diha is the What Did I Just Listen To album of the year, and I of course mean that in the best of ways, as there's no bands that sound like Maladi, nor do I think anyone could ever replicate them. Combining avant-garde, progressive, experimental, and just plain wacky takes on black metal is something that soothes the soul and leaves you wondering exactly where are they going to go from here. The production is stunning, allowing you to hear every level of instrumentation and vocal ability, and the songwriting simply needs to be heard to even try to attempt to understand. As stated, no one truly sounds like Maladi, but it also sounds like what I imagine to be a mix of Pensées Nocturnes, Octurus, Withersake, and Akerkaki, and that's as close as I can get to being able to replicate the sound. It's something that you simply must hear for yourself and make your own judgment call. That said, I loved every single second of this album, and if you want your music as off the wall but intriguing as possible, you need to check this one out. And finally, for brand new music out today, we have Trelldom with By the Word. And speaking of left of center black metal, we definitely have that here with the 5th album from this Norwegian band, comprising of past and present members of Gorgoroth, Nightinger, and Altar. And of course, I'm talking about the almighty Gull. Hearing the inclusion of more woodwind instruments this time around with more saxophone and clarinet, and of course more keyboards, organs, and electronics is a nice touch to showcase the diversity that the band is capable of, all while showing that it can still write some very intriguing music. The production is very human, and you can hear every level with ease, which is needed for songs like these. Obviously, this will not be an album for everyone, but if you want an idea of what King Crimson would sound like if they made black metal, or if you dig the likes of Doheimsgard, or Ranzi Pazuzu, and Arcturus, but done a bit more proggy and off the wall, check out Trelldom and all they have to offer. And now for everything that I missed along the way, starting with Abandoned Agony with Endbringer. The debut album from the Swedish band is pure, unadulterated mellow death through and through. It has everything you love about the genre, from the heavy but tasteful riffs, to the out-of-this-world catchy choruses, to the melodies and harmonies that will be stuck in your head for days. The artwork aside, that won't be for everybody, but the production on this one hits hard and it lets the songs shine. The first band that I come to think of when I hear this album is Dark Tranquillity, but if you also enjoy the likes of Among Ruins, Thermality, Dead Void Inc., and As the Sun Falls, you will find so much to love about Abandoned Agony. Next up is a band name that I feel like I'm going to get wrong, but I'm going to try my best to pronounce it. Acolythus, with Unearthly Kingdoms Neath Lifeless Stars. The debut album from this Finnish black metal band hits ridiculously hard, and it feels like an album that came out way back in 1994, but done with so much more competence and musicality than you would normally hear from the time period. The production makes everything feel ice cold, and just so much more evil because of that. And the songwriting is the true selling point here, with some of the best traditional black metal I've heard in a very long time, especially for a debut album in the 2020s. If you love that old school black metal sound, but you want it done with a little bit more of a 2020 sensibility, you're not going to find much better than a brand new band like this. Seriously, check this one out. Now we have As the Sun Falls with Songs from the Veil, easily the band's best work to date, bar none. I discovered this Finnish band with their previous album, the 2024 sophomore album, Kamos, but 2 years later and 3/4 of a brand new lineup, the band is back with their best material. The songs hit so much more dynamics than ever before, hitting new territories and even doing a better job of what was done in the past. A stellar production style and songwriting that is some of the best you will ever hear in Melodeath in 2026. The band has more than up their game here, and every track simply shines. If you want some of the best, darkest, and truly spectacular Melodeath done this year, check out As the Sun Falls. Now we have Dark Geist with Words of Sinners. The debut album from this Bulgarian band feels like the perfect mixture of goth rock and gothic metal, mixing together a terrific mix of the past and present in the goth world while adding some 21st century sensibility in a way that feels endlessly catchy and still hits hard. There's so much of the music that reminds me of the band Takida, but of course you'll hear elements of bands like Typo Negative, the Sisters of Mercy, Him, and more. Their production feels like the right balance of human and clean to make the songs work to the best of their ability. If you're as big of a fan of Takida as I am, but you want to hear it in even more of a gothic and dark tone, check out Dark Geist in all of their glory. Haha, here comes some fun with Defect Designer with Depressants. The fourth album from this Norwegian band is completely bonkers. Imagine what would happen if you took Imperial Triumphant, Diablo Swing Orchestra, and the Dillinger Escape Plan into one band, featuring past and present members of Flesh God Apocalypse, Trollfest, and Discord. This is an album that throws absolutely everything against the wall in a sheer act of sheer brutality, with just enough left of center elements to grab your attention and wonder where things will go next. That 13 songs in almost 53.5 minutes, this will not be the easiest listen in the world, but if you want to know what would happen if you take the best of progressive death metal and you add enough uppers and methamphetamine to make it go absolutely insane, you get Defect Designer. What a ride. Next up is a band name that I think is pronounced Inthraced with Constellation Zero. The debut album from this Finnish band is one of the most majestic albums I've heard in Melodeath in such a long time. Considering it's been 12 years since their last EP, it's taken quite a bit of time to get through their trials and tribulations to this point, but the proof is in the pudding here with this beyond stellar debut album. It feels like what would happen if Keep of Calcium made Melodeath, with hints of Winter Sun, Children of Bodom, and Crimson Shadows for good measure. It's an album that feels like a trip through the universe and pulverizes you at every turn. Add in such a great mix of clean vocals at just the right spots among the deep growls, and you have a diverse album that any Melodeath fan should be chomping at the bit over. Seriously, anyone who has ever enjoyed Melodeath, symphonic metal, power metal, etc. needs to grab a hold of this one. It only gets better with every single listen. Next up is Lost in Separation with their self-titled album. The third album from this Dallas, Texas band hits so much of what I love about the newer era of metalcore. While clearly having so much covered when it comes to technical ability, they still show some diversity in sound and know how to write catchy hook after catchy hook. Combining all of these elements is not as easy as it sounds, but the band has been polishing their sound over the years, and while this is easily their most commercial sounding album to date, I dare say it's their best. I can see why a lot of people might not check out this one, but for those who love melodies and harmonies that are done with crystal clear production, heavy riffs, and remind you of why there are good elements in pop music in the world, this is an album worth your time. If you dig the lights of Alt, Iridium, Dream on Dreamer, and Like Moths to Flames, you absolutely should check this one out. Give it a proper shot if you aren't so inclined. And finally today we have Saratoga with an album title I know I'm going to get wrong because I'm terrible at Spanish, In Estado Puro. The 15th album in 31 years from Spain's best power metal band is here, and it's some incredible work. I of course, again, don't speak Spanish, but I love the vocal melodies and harmonies that the band has always shown, and it leads to some catchy moments that anyone could sing along with. Of course, the rest of the band blazes along with impeccable riffs and drumming that reminds you why the band has been around for over 3 decades now, and they have not lost the slightest amount of steam. The production perfectly matches the band, and the songwriting feels as catchy and as fresh as ever. If you enjoy the likes of Warcry, Mego de Oz, Angra, and Darkmoor, you should already know Saratoga, but if you don't, especially if you don't, you need to remedy that immediately. First up, we have August Burns Red with Season of Surrender. 11 albums, or 10 depending on how you look at their Christmas album, into this Pennsylvania band's career, and it's quite the heavy album. I haven't heard them be this straight up heavy in a long time. It feels like the more melodic sections or strip back for more traditional second wave metalcore, new wave of British heavy metal sound, and it works in the band's favor. The breakdown sections get near deathcore territory with just enough melody and harmony to keep everything in the metalcore realm. The production sounds phenomenal, with every single recorded moment being audibly cared for and recorded with purpose, and the songwriting feels fresh, but still feels like a throwback to a simpler time of the early 2000s. I'm sure any metalcore fan is fully aware of the band by now, but just in case, if you dig the likes of Unearth, After the Burial, For Today, and Norma Jean, the new album from August Burns Red is a heavy reminder of why metalcore has always been a staple of 21st century heavy music. Next up, we have Syra with Requiem for a Pipe Dream. The fourth album from the Swedish band is going to ruffle a few feathers, and I'm all here for it. While their signature sound of melodic metal is fully intact, the band is going further into the 2020s modern metal sound, getting catchier, more mainstream, and honestly, it's the right approach for them. Despite the band featuring past and present members of Amaranth, In Flames, The Crown, Shining, and Camelot, the band is playing the music that they want to make. It can be heavy enough, but it's got the appeal for any kind of heavy music fan, rock, metal, or otherwise, and I'll never find that to be a bad thing. Mainstream does not mean bad. So much of the album is about going through hell and back, both from the outside world that we're currently living in and the fight within yourself, and that shines through on this album in a way that says to trust your instincts. Musically, the band does so, and it's the right choice. The production is crystal clear and polished, and I imagine it will sound huge in the live setting. If you want a band that can channel both the Swedish melodic metal sound of In Flames for obvious reasons, and Sonic Syndicate, but also has the appeal for fans of bands like Bad Omens and I Prevail, Syra is delivering the goods in a way that I dare say might be their best material to date. Next up is Evergrey with Architects of a New Weave. 15 albums and 28 years from the long-running Swedish band, the soul of Evergrey continues to evolve. Whether they are going into full-blown power metal like in the early days, the proggiest ends of progressive metal, which they kind of done in their middle era, or the more straight-up melodic metal, which they've been covering for a bit of time now. The band knows what they are doing on every release, and this is no exception. Despite a lot of the turmoil going on through the band recently, you know what I'm talking about, the band has weathered the storm to make an album that hits a new level that seems to match the album title appropriately. While the dark signature sound of the band is still intact, you hear something that's not often explored in this band: optimism. You can hear a change in the band wanting to explore more than just the sadness this go around, and it feels authentic and cathartic. Some of the band's best melodies and harmonies from the band are here on this album, and they just feel like they'd be an instant hit in the live setting. The production is deep and punchy, feeling grand and full of force, along with the songwriting that hits that prog, melodic, dark, and more mainstream sounds of the band. If you're a longtime fan of the band, you should have seen this kind of album coming for a while now, and while the band always evolves, and having Evergrey being more cathartic this time around and a bit more optimistic is that light in the darkness that we need in 2026. Give in and check this one out. Now we have 7 Metal Sins with the Legacy of Chaos. The debut album from this French band is quite the display, feeling like a blistering display of heavy power metal with just enough hard rock edge and classic metal edge to make it feel both aggressive and super catchy, with a production style that is very human, and it feels like a band that knows their craft to the best of their abilities. It lets the songs shine through and strike hard no matter the tempo. The vocals remind me so much of Blind Guardian, and the music reminds me if you mixed Primal Fear, Halloween, and Lost Sanctuary together, making for a mix that works for the classic sound, but updated just enough for 2026. This is the signature sound of heavy power metal that I will always love, and 7 Metal Sins more than delivers the goods here. If you love this style, this album is meant for you. And finally, for brand new albums out today, we have Sleeping Pulse with Dreams and Limitations. The sophomore album and first in 12 years from Mick Moss of Antimatter and Louise Frazendiro of Painted Black is the perfect mix of progressive rock and alternative rock put through a dark veil. Moss's signature vocal style is something that has always sounded great to me every time that I hear it, no matter the style of music, and hearing it done in this fashion feels authentic and as devastating as ever. The music is backing all of this up, feels darkly cathartic dark and mature, but it also has the right nuances to not leave you completely lost in the darkness. The production is perfect for the style and music at hand, feeling both like 90s alternative albums that you've never heard, but while having enough proggy quirks that really cut through. Obviously, if you love antimatter and you want it a little proggier, you will love this one. But if you're unfamiliar, but you dig the likes of Lake of Tears, Latter Day Anathema, the alternative side of Catatonia like Last Fair Deal Gone Down era, and the prog era of Opeth, you need to check out Sleeping Pulse in all of their glory. And now for everything that I missed along the way, starting with Azaghal with Necrohelios. And I hope I got all that right. Sometimes you just want a tried and true satanic black metal album, and Azaghal has more than accomplished that here with their 14th album. Despite having been around for 28 years now, this is my first taste of the band, and I love what I'm hearing. Just that classic sound of second and third wave black metal, done with a keen sense of songwriting, excellent production, especially for the style, and an overall atmosphere that just feels dark and evil, but enchanting enough to draw you in before they go in for the kill. At 11 songs and almost 43.5 minutes, this feels like the perfect display of what the band has to offer, but will still leave you wanting more, and I definitely want to go back and check out what I've missed so far. If you dig everything from Sargeist, Behexen, to Early Day Emperor, to Curse Upon a Prayer, you will find something to enjoy about this one. Go and check it out. Now we have Doomsday with A Church for the Damned. What an eclectic band. The 5th album from this Canadian band feels like such a great mashup of so much music that I love, hitting heavy metal, classic metal, occult rock, doom, punk, and so much more all in one outing, all without feeling like a hodgepodge of sound. The production is just raw enough, but it feels so human, and it makes the music better because of it. And the songwriting, while exploring so much, feels refined and exactly what the band wants to make. It's not often that you'll find a band that feels like a pure mix of Ghost, Merciful Fate, Paradise Lost, and Misfits, but that's what you get here throughout all 9 songs in nearly 36 minutes. This album hits you hard, and you'll come back for more. Just check it out for yourself to understand why. Now we have Godthrim with Projections. The 3rd album from this UK band, featuring past and present members of My Dying Bride, Let 'Em Burn, and Crow's Blood, is the perfect mix of epic doom metal and gothic metal, feeling like an unholy mix of the aforementioned My Dying Bride, Triptychon, Candlemass, and Cathedral. The band has only gotten better since their reception back in 2017, and nearly a decade later, they are easily putting out their best work to date. It showcases all of the best sides of the band, feeling like a rubber band that's expanding upon their sound and tempo, but knows when to step back into their core sound and crush everything in its path. Even the almighty Aaron Stainthorpe shows up for a guest appearance in might be the best track on the album. The production is massive and lets everyone shine through, with the songwriting that rivals their past bands for some of the best work that they've ever laid to record. We all needed an album like this in 2026, and I'm happy to see that Godthrim return and explore even more of their sound. If you dig this style, I think you just might agree. Now we have Harbored with We're Only the Love That We Lead. The sophomore album from this Denver trio, featuring members of Allegiant and Oak, Ash, and Thorn, is an incredible step up from their debut, exploring more of what is possible in their sound, mixing more post-black, progressive elements, and overall expansion in sound to their style of atmospheric black metal, and it's exactly where the band needs to be right now. It makes for one of the most exciting albums of the genre in 2026. This is how you move forward in a sound and truly make it your own. The production on this one is astounding, and it feels so good to the ears, making the song stand out even more. If you want a mix of what The Ocean, Cult of Luna, Alcest, and Harakiri for the Sky are, you need Harbored, and I mean right now. And finally today we have Opera 9 with Venevicium, which I hope is how you pronounce that. The 10th album in 32 years from this Italian band strikes so hard with their blend of symphonic black metal, but with enough tinges of gothic metal and the slightest bit of gothic death doom to make them truly stand out amongst the rest. With a grand production style that hits you so hard, and the songwriting that just soars to the highest levels before it plunges into the depths of hell, and you'll want to be there for the entire ride. This is quite the trek at 11 songs and over 56 minutes, but it's worth every single recorded second. This is some of the best symphonic black metal that you're going to hear in a very long time, and it only gets better with repeated listens. If you want an unholy mix of Keep of Calcian, Cradle of Filth, Moonspell, and Dimmu Borgir, you simply need Opera 9 in your life. First up, we have Bloodhunter with Sons of the Abandoned. The fourth album from the Spanish band featuring past and present members of Nervosa, Sexplosion, and Eye Cluster is a fantastic display of the thrashier end of mellow death. There's so much melody and harmony thrown in at just the right moments, but layered around a thrash metal side that is effective and hits you at just the right times. It has a production that reminds me of the 2000s mellow death sound in the best of ways. The songwriter focuses on the song first, which is a great thing to see. If you want a mix of the Angelo Gasso era of Arch Enemy, At the Gates, Frantic Amber, and Children of Bodom, Bloodhunter is back and putting out some of the finest material of their career. Next up, we have Fires in the Distance with Circadian Promise. The third album from this Connecticut band is some of the most emotionally charged melodic death doom that you're going to hear this year, winning so many people over with their sophomore album 2023's Air Not Meant for Us. The band returns and takes everyone for an even more haunting ride, with even more somber melodies, harmonies, and more clean vocals to add to their devastating display of piano-driven melodic death doom. The production is top-notch and truly lets you feel every second of sorrow, and the songwriting, while long for some people, feels very appropriate and lets every track breathe. This is a heartbreaking and tear-jerking display of the genre that any fan of In Mourning, November's Doom, Hanging Garden, and In Vain should fall in love with instantly. This is some of the finest displays of melodic death doom that you're going to hear in 2026. Check it out and see for yourself. And now we have Joseph Thole with It Might Be Art. The sophomore solo album from Thole is quite the experience. His debut album, Devil's Drum, saw him explore outside of what he was known for at his time with Enforcer, and since that time, joining Tribulation and Tyran. More of his exploration of what can be done in the hard rock, rock and roll, heavy metal, and even close to black metal sounds, exploring even further into the sounds of alternative, AOR, rock, pop, post-punk, and more. This feels like a darker display from his debut, but it feels exactly like the kind of music you would want him to make. It's a short and sweet affair with 10 songs and almost 34 minutes long, but it's enough to satisfy anyone looking for this particular sound. It's always great to see Thole spreading his musical wings even more and showcasing his eclectic talent. This is a perfect example of letting your influences shine in the best of lights. Next up is Chemist with their self-titled album. It's been a long 5 years since this Denver band released new music, and it's great to have them back. Chemist returns with their fifth album, and it's easily the fastest and heaviest album the band has done to date. Their devastating display of doomed heavy metal is still on full display, but they've added one thing that I didn't expect, but it makes the album truly stand out from the rest of their discography: faster tempos. The classic sound of the band is here, but it's great to see them explore more sound with speed and heavier tones mixed in to make the doomy parts even harder. Now the band get even some circle pits going in live setting. I'm joking, of course, they've always had pits. Lyrically, the band continues their style from every track of feeling like the doomed tale of something like The Twilight Zone or Tales from the Crypt, and the musicianship comes with it truly stands out as well. The production on this one is so tight and punchy, you truly do feel every note hit and it feels so good. If you love the classic sound of the band, but you want it injected a little more with some Iron Maiden, Crypt Sermon, and early day Baroness, you need to check out one of the best albums of the year with the self-titled album from Chemist. Here we have Lockhart with City Pulse. This may be my favorite AOR album of the year. The debut album featuring members of Cauldron, Axion, and Bonfire was not something I expected, but I couldn't be happier it exists. This feels like one of the most authentic AOR melodic rock albums that I've heard, and that includes bands who helped create the genre decades ago. The production is as vintage as it gets, but it sounds excellent for the 2026 crowd, and the songwriting is so full of heart and inspired by the past while forging forward. Hearing songs that remind me so much of Giant, Honeymoon Suite, Toto, and Transatlantic Radio just makes me happy, and it's impossible to do anything but smile when I put this one on. Sometimes you just want a melodic rock album filled with catchy hooks, sing-along choruses, and the occasional solo that harkens back to a simpler time, and who couldn't use that right now in 2026? This is magnificent work. Now we have Morgue with Offerings. Hot off the heels of their debut album Ocean Grave back in March 2025 comes a sophomore album from this Albanian outfit, and they have more than stepped up their game. While the production continues to be a very raw and bleak sound, Offerings sees the songs have more of a progressive element, more post-metal, and more atmosphere, mixed in with the crushing death doom that makes this an album that will not only make you collapse under the weight of it, it will bring you to tears with its sheer emotional impact. Even at 5 songs and a little over 38 minutes, this flies by, even given the style. If you want a band that can channel Cult of Luna, The Ocean, Isa, and Conjurer, you need to check out Morgue in all of their emotional glory. Next up is Nuclear Tomb with Epoch Inhumane. The sophomore album from this Baltimore band perfectly nails what would happen if Voivod, Atheist, and Revocation made a new band, mixing progressive thrash, death metal, and the right amount of technical aspects to make something that feels like a true throwback to the late 80s and early 90s, but done in 2026. The production is vintage, but it feels so good to listen to, with the songwriting feeling fresh and inspired in a way that reminds you of why this style is so killer. At 10 songs in just around 36 minutes, it destroys everything in its path and it leaves you wanting more. I don't know who could possibly top this album for a progressive death thrash in 2026, but I welcome any band to try. Until then, this one stands out on top. Here we have Phantom with Not Midnight Yet. The third album from this Guadalajara, Mexico band is by far the band's best work to date, finding that perfect balance of heavy metal, speed metal, thrash metal, and theatrics to make this an album that has a little bit of something for everyone. The production is a step up, never loses that vintage sound, and the songwriting is so much more expanded upon, and that's what keeps me coming back to it time and time again. At 12 songs and a little over 56 minutes, it may feel a little long for the style, but I assure you it is all worth it. If you enjoy the likes of Cruel Force, Midnight, Sadistic Force, and Early Day Merciful Fate, you are right at home with Phantom. Next up is Radiant Black with Through the Valley of Decay. The sophomore album from Raphael Messiaen is an excellent display of how to mix such heavy music with so much melody and harmony, mixing a sound that reminds me so much of Gojira, Rivers of Nile, Opeth, and the melodic side of Fallujah. It creates a sound that syncs together in a way that feels so satisfying to the ears, mashing together a melodeath, progressive death metal, and occasional metalcore moment that feels like it is meant to bring people together in sound. It comes with 8 songs and over 37 minutes of music, and it leaves you wanting more. If that's what you're looking for in this style, Radiant Black is doing a magnificent job of delivering the goods. Just check it out for yourself. Now it's time for Stormkeep with The Nocturnes of Islam. I think that's how you pronounce that anyways. One of the most anticipated symphonic albums of 2026 is here, and the sophomore album from this Denver band featuring members of Blood Incantation, Wayfarer, and Lord Dothar, and it more than lives up to the hype. With an even more expanded upon sound than their debut, the band is spreading its dark wings in what symphonic black metal fans have wanted and shows what's truly capable, and it makes for one of the most enriching experiences of the genre of the year. Whether it is going all guns blazing in speed or making some of the most haunting melodies and harmonies you will ever hear, Stormkeep has proven that they are here to stay. The production is right where it should be, and the songwriting is endlessly inspired and rich. If you enjoy the likes of Latter-day Emperor, Old Man's Child, Dissection, and Moonlight Sorcery, Stormkeep may have released your favorite album of 2026. It's just that good. Next up is Soulburn with Quantifying Cosmic Doom. The fifth album from this Dutch band, formed from the ashes of Asphyx, carries the torch of what they've been doing since 1998, and it's a welcome thing to see. Combining the best elements of their blackened death doom sound with a production done perfectly for their blend of extreme metal, makes for an album that goes all guns blazing to the grittiest of death doom in the blink of an eye. It's quite the trek at 11 songs and over an hour long, but if you dig this style, they more than scratch that itch that you have. If you enjoy the likes of the obviously early day Asphyx, Hail of Bullets, Obituary, and a little more of a simplistic Akerkaki, Soulburn is making the music for you, and it's done magnificently. Here we have Taria with Frisian Noir. The 10th solo album, or 8th if you take out the Christmas albums, from the legendary Taria is here, and it's easily the darkest and heaviest album of her solo career, hitting everything that you would expect from her work with Nightwish, to the more extreme Taries with a guest spot from Danny Filth of Cradle of Filth, to some of the more expanded soundscapes of her discography, featuring other guest spots from Apocalyptica, Marco Haitala, and Chad Smith of Red Hot Chili Peppers, who's not making his first appearance with Taria, by the way. While nothing is out of the ordinary on this one, it is fantastic to hear Taria embrace the darker, heavier side of her work again, and show everyone who has riven from her start how gothic symphonic metal is done. She is one of the best for a reason, and that still shines through with Frisian Noir. Next up is Vathos with Solace. The sophomore album from this Romanian band, featuring vocalist Radu of Denumbra, is a cathartic take on the post-black genre that isn't just all guns blazing black metal 100% of the time. While some of that is here on the album, there is so much more when it comes to dynamics and the melodic metal moments of the genre that makes it such an intriguing listen. You will hear more of the lighter side of bands like Alcest, Death Heaven, and Agalloch, with the occasional moments that push the music over the edge. There's also a ton of clean vocals on this one, so either it'll be a fantastic gateway into the genre if black metal screams are not really your bag, or you'll want to steer clear of this one. It will not be your bag. For me, it is a heartbreaking album that feels like every note crushes me in a way that only feels like this style can pull off. I'll let you be the judge for yourself, but if you want a fantastic look at what post-black can be when it focuses on the more melancholic and melodic side, give this one your proper attention. And finally today for brand new music, we have We Set Signals with Interstice. The fifth album from this Australian band feels perfect for the 2020s modern metal climate, with just enough of a heavy sound to hit breakdowns. The band focuses much more on writing the catchiest riffs and choruses, with heartfelt lyrics that strike hard if you let it. All 12 tracks feel like they would work great in a live setting as well. The production is clear and polished, with a lot more elements of keyboards, symphonics, and more than you would ever imagine from a band like this. If you enjoy the likes of I Prevail, Bad Omens, and Okay Yeah, this is a band not to be overlooked. They are doing some great stuff. And now for everything that I missed along the way, starting with Agelmar with Ruin. Post-black seems to be fewer and far between this year, but when it is done, it's done in a way that feels so good to the ears. And that's what's happening here with the debut album from this German band. With such a rich and full production, especially for this style, this is a haunting take on post-black and atmospheric black metal genres, and that feels refreshing. Not feeling like it has to be catchy, and not feeling like it has to be esoteric. It falls right in the middle, creating the music that feels right for the band. Also, the fact that they are openly anti-fascist gives me another reason to support them wholeheartedly. If you enjoy the likes of Fen, Eglock, Alcest, and Vatnet Viskar, Agelmar is here for you. Next up is Converge with Hum of Hurt. The only thing better than a new Converge album this year is 2 new Converge albums in 1 year. The second album from the Salem, Massachusetts band feels quite a bit different than Love Is Not Enough, whereas the latter focuses much more on the grindy, chaotic, and intense side of the band. Hum of Hurt homes in on the more atmospheric, sludgy side. Don't get me wrong, this album is still full of the utter brutality that you would expect from the band. It's just a bit more dynamic and varied in tempos and styles. Considering both albums were recorded at the same time, the production sounds exactly the same, and it sounds brilliant. And despite the style changes, the album is only 2 minutes longer than Love Is Not Enough. Overall, Converge has hit both sides of their personality perfectly between both albums. But if you were looking more for the genre-bending side of the band, check out Hum of Hurt. This does make me curious to see if there will be any more albums that happen this year. Here we have Deuce Zaboth with Distortion of Lies. About a year and a half after their debut album, this Ukrainian band has returned with their sophomore album, and I'd love to report that the band is only going up from here. Mixing together their blend of Baroque-era classical influences, mixed in with black metal, is such a satisfying display of sound that continues the approach from their debut album Cycles of Death, but progresses even further, doubling down on what worked and exploring even more of what's possible. The production is a step up as well, letting you hear both sides of their musical personality perfectly. At 7 songs and a little over 35 minutes, it is the perfect length to showcase the full-on assault that the band can deliver, and will leave you chomping at the bit to see what's next. This is a killer release, and I hope fans of the style will not miss it. This deserves your ears. Next up is Dissentient with Black Galactic. The fourth album from this Ottawa band is both a killer display of musicianship in the world of progressive death metal, but also features some fantastic melodies and harmonies that you simply wouldn't expect. With their futuristic sound and concepts mixed in with a pristine and polished production style, this feels like an album that any fan of the Zenith Passage, Fear Factory, and Meshuggah should be foaming at the mouth over. I can see this being a bit too long for some, at 11 tracks and almost an hour long, but there is so much to engage with here. But for someone with my taste, it does have enough variation in genre bending to keep my full attention from beginning to end. If you need some heavy progressive death metal, check this one out. Next up is Dying Reverie with Embrace of the Blackwater. The debut album from this Finnish band is a phenomenal display of pushing the boundaries of melodeath, with a vocal bark that reminds you of Amon Amarth, with the musicianship of Wolfheart, Godark, and Kalma. This is a band that takes the songwriting as the most important aspect and makes sure that every note recorded matters, and it's done to full effect. The production feels fresh and human with stylistic changes that help separate the band from the pack, with all the variation but consistency on this album. It's a steady album that is sure to win over any melodeath fan that is looking for something that will feel familiar but fresh to the ears, and that's something the genre always needs. Do not miss out on this one. Here we have Execution Day with Misery Loves Company. The sophomore album from this Pittsburgh band hits the modern metal sound perfectly, balancing out the heaviest elements and the poppiest moments in a way that feels like it'll hit home for both sides of the equation and fit the bill on so many different acts and festivals. The production is robust and fills your speakers out in such a satisfying way, and the music feels like it is written for maximum catchiness, no matter the tempo or genre bending. This won't be for everyone that checks out my list, but if you enjoy the likes of I Prevail, The Plot in You, We Came as Romans, and Bad Omens, this will absolutely be for you. Next up is Grave Tea with Of Cults and Chaos. The third album from this German band is the classic sound of epic heavy metal and epic doom metal that feels like the perfect mixture of Candlemass, Eternal Champion, and Crypt Sermon. It's dark, sinister, and filled with so many moments that remind you of the classic sound, but done in an authentic way. The production is vintage, but still comes out clear and punchy, with songwriting that is clearly meant to have the songs come first, with the musicians' chops to back everything up. I love hearing that epic doom metal sound mix in with heavy metal, and when it's done right, there's not much better. That's what's brought to the table here, and if you need that sound as well, you need to check out Grave Tea. Here we have Horn with Apocalypse 1618. The 11th album from this one-man German band is a brand new discovery for me, but everything about it rolls. It feels like what would happen if Rotting Christ would sound like they were more influenced by Falkenbach, Winder, and Walterfluge. Horn takes the pagan black metal sound and gives it some of the best production of the genre in a very long time, and has written a phenomenal 8-track and over 46-minute long album, mixing together all of real-life atrocities of the era, the brothers' grim tales, and making it feel as bleak and as authentic as possible. For the genre, this is easily a top-tier album of the year and will get so many re-listens in the future, and I need to go back and check out the past discography to see what I missed. Until then, this is a thematic album that feels like a required listening for the pagan black metal sound. Next up is In a Forest Dark with To a God Unknown. The fourth album from this Portuguese band is a heartbreaking release that instantly got my attention, feeling like a sorrowful mix of Eglock, My Dying Bride, Catatonia, and Woods of Ypres. This is an album that will mess with your emotional state. A concept album based on John Steinbeck's novel of the same name. This feels like you were in the midst of nature and losing the wonder of life at the same time. It's amazing how an almost 100-year-old novel still holds up in 2026, isn't it? It really shouldn't, but it does. The production may feel off at first, but if you let it settle for a minute or two, everything starts to unlock and it feels profound and it hits hard. This is far from an easy listen, but it is a cathartic one. If you love the gothic, doom, black metal, and a deeply emotional music side of things, you need to check this one out right now. Here we have Night Roar with No Compromise, No Apologies. The debut album from this Israeli band is a thrill chaser of an album. It comes in quick and it leaves its mark in 9 songs and a little over 36.5 minutes of pure speed metal and almost blackened speed metal tenacity. The production has that classic 80s sound that fills the genre with joy, and it is done with musicianship that the music feels like it hits so hard, but it leaves you wanting more. If you enjoy the likes of early day Venom, Celtic Frost, Midnight, and Demon Slot 666, this is a short and sweet album you will not be disappointed in. Go check it out. Now we have Space Parasites with MNE. What a thrash album here. The third album from this German thrash band feels like a love letter to the big four of German thrash, mixed in with Huntress in a way that feels unrelenting, and it only gets better as time rolls on. The vocals sound witchy and demonic in the best of ways, mixed in with a sound that would make longtime thrash fans headbang, with a production style that is on point and songwriting that feels remarkably authentic. This is the kind of thrash that would get you burned at the stake for listening to, and honestly, when it's this good, that's not a bad thing. No matter your type of thrash, you owe it to yourself to check this one out and experience it for yourself. It's more than worth your time. Next up is Together to the Stars with Iridescence. As a huge fan of the band since 2020's As We Wither, the fourth album from the Stockholm Swedish band feels like such a fantastic culmination of all their work to date. The music somehow gets even deeper with its emotional sound and gets even stronger with its black metal tendencies. This also feels like a huge change as new vocalist Raphael Ronberg steps up and delivers a vocal performance that rivals the likes of Ghostbath, Wounds of Recollection, Unrequited, and Numenorian. It's a big change for the band, but a necessary one, and I think it more than paid off. I think with time, this could easily be the band's best work to date, and if you need some emotionally driven post-black, Together to the Stars outperforms some of the best of the genre and leaves you feeling hollow inside in the best of ways. This is going to be a short and sweet one with Vioblast, with Damnatio. 9 tracks, almost 30 minutes long of pure, unadulterated thrash in the veins of Exodus, Slayer, Destroy Them, and Total Annihilation. The 4th album from the Spanish band is everything that you love about thrash, and so much more. If you want a no thrills, straight ahead, all killer, no filler thrash from beginning to end, that's exactly what you get here. I can't imagine anyone being disappointed in this one if you love thrash. Just check it out for yourself. What else needs to be said? And finally today we have Wolf and Bear with A Hill to Die On. The 3rd album from the Sacramento, California band is my first experience with the band, but I love what I'm hearing. Mixing in the post-hardcore, math rock, and progressive metal genres in a way that feels as catchy to the Warped Tour crowd as it does technical ability that you can imagine them opening for Animals as Leaders, Dance Gavin Dance, or Steve Vai and Joe Satriani since they love to tour together. I can't comment on the lineup changes of the band as this is again my first exposure to the band, but I do love what's going on here with this lineup, and I'll have to do my due diligence and check out the previous albums to get a better take. While this is a wild album that expands upon so many genres, I know it won't be for everyone, but it is for those who want some exciting music to show what can be happening outside of the normal prog circles. With a crystal clear production style, this is going down as one of my favorite prog albums of the year so far, and depending on how you like your prog, you just might end up agreeing. First up, we have Blood Mother with their self-titled debut. The debut album from Rick Giordano, formerly of The Lion's Daughter, is here with a new project known as Blood Mother. There are so many moments that remind me of the former band, but instead of the synthwave electronic madness that happened with the past several albums from the band, you hear more post-black elements replacing them. A bit more creepy, gory, horror-induced themes throughout all 6 songs and a little over 31 minutes of music. The production is so tight and punchy, letting you hear every melodic and dissonant moments with ease. Even Eric Ramsier, formerly of The Lion's Daughter, does the drums on this album, so it still has the spirit of the band intact, just setting course in a new direction. I love this album, and it only gets more haunting and unsettling with every repeat listen, and I do mean that in the best way possible. If you miss The Lion's Daughter like I do, you need to check out Blood Mother. Next up is a band name that I hope I get right, Flyked with Sinister Strain. The sophomore album from the Swedish duo is some highly electrifying and devastating black metal, with a killer mix of the darkest riffs possible, mixed in with just enough melancholic moments to make this an album that sinks its teeth into you and does not let up. The production value on this one is on the raw side, but it's absolutely listenable and it fits in the atmosphere of the music, and the songwriting is done in such a way that it makes you wish that all second wave black metal bands had this musical value and proficiency. If you do like that sound, but you want it done with a 2026 sensibility, you need to check this one out. Now we have Lone Shore with Nothing Left to Deconstruct. The sophomore album from this Brazilian band has done some incredible work here, being able to take a progressive death metal sound and find a new avenue to take it without losing anything about what makes the genre work. If you are well versed in the genre, you will notice the Opeth influence immediately, especially that middle era Opeth, Blackwater Park era, but I also hear moments of In Mourning, Catatonia, and The Ocean, and they create a sound blending all of these styles in a rawer but tasteful nature. The production is rawer than you would probably expect for something like this, but it feels so human in the process. The songwriting feels endlessly inspired and never veers off course throughout all 7 songs in almost 52 minutes. There aren't enough bands blending progressive death metal and melodic death doom together, so I truly appreciate what Lone Shore is doing here. If you want that combination as well, you just might dig this one. Now we have Mork with Monolith. The staggering 8th album in 13 years from this Norwegian black metal band shows that they are far from losing any steam. If anything, the momentum seems to keep getting stronger and stronger. While maybe not hitting all of the all guns blazing sound that they've done in the past, they've replaced it with a much heavier sound that feels like it's entering more into a monotheist era Celtic Frost and Triptychon sound, mixed in with that old school Dimmy Borgir sound. It's quite the diverse album that when it gets slower, it feels heavier and punishing, but when it gets faster, it hits so much harder. The production is the right kind of raw where everything is fully intact and almost transports you back to 1996 in sound. Mork has been making such a great name for themselves lately, and with an album this good, it's easy to understand why. This is how you both pay tribute to the past, but forge forward in black metal. Now we have Prince of Failure with their self-titled debut. Now this was an unexpected album, featuring Daniel Tompkins of Tesseract and Paul Ortiz of Chimp Spanner. This takes both of the aforementioned bands, but it also takes so much out of both bands, and creates a new atmospheric rock and metal album that has just enough progressive elements to it, but adds so much cinematic, atmospheric, synthwave, and other elements to create a truly unique experience. The chemistry between both musicians shows so strongly on this one, no matter the genre bending that's going on, and by the end, you'll definitely want more. The production is tight and modern and punchy, letting every note hit strong. This is quite the trip, no matter if you're a fan of both bands or you've never heard of either of them before. You'll want to take a trip with this one. You're definitely not going to hear another album quite like this in 2026. Now we have Sidon with Fang Driller, Scars Beneath Memory's Wrist. If people aren't careful, this could be considered the best overall black metal album of 2026, and I'm not being facetious here. The fourth album from this Nashville band is a spellbinding mix of melodic black metal, post-black, gothic metal, punk, and elements of J-pop that, if this is your first experience with the band, feels like it comes completely out of nowhere. But if you are well versed in the band, it feels the most natural and easily the best that they've done to date. The amount of chemistry and inspiration on this album is off the charts and puts so many other bands in this style to absolute shame. The production is pitch perfect, but also quite raw, so it depends on your variation, and the songwriting is the key selling point here. No one is making music like this, and I don't know how anyone could replicate this sound. If you want something that mixes together Psy, Moonlight Sorcery, Stormkeep, and Balzac, Sidon will be your new obsession. Easily one of the best albums of the year. Now we have Sarmat with The Ornaments of Disturbing Perspectives. I'm going to keep this one as short and as sweet as the album. 7 tracks, almost 35 minutes of a pure black metal, black and death metal assault. This takes the genre to the absolute extreme and amps it up to full capacity. Every track on this one feels like it's done to its fullest extremes and it's still full with every single song and note feeling like a punch to the face. Even when the tempo slows down, the heaviness stays fully intact. It's one of those albums that if you want things to go on the farthest end of that apocalyptic sound. If you want an unholy mix of Behemoth and Panzerchrist, this is the band and the album for you. And finally we have Shadowborn with Heavens Falling. The debut album from the Swedish power metal band takes the best elements of power metal and pop metal and creates one of the most endlessly catchy albums of the genre in 2026. Whether it's hitting the soaring moments of power metal in days gone by, or doing their best to match what Beast in Black has mastered, the band hits both sides with tenacity and excellent skill. The production hits so hard through the speakers, it just makes you bob your head with every track. If you dig the likes of the aforementioned Beast in Black, Brothers in Metal, Battle Beast, and Electra Storm, check out Shadowborn. And now for everything that I missed along the way, starting with Avertat with Dead End Life. Sebastian Gorlach left December Noir back in 2024, but now want to stop making the style of music that he is known for, so he created Avertat, a band that has so much of what made his previous band work, but expands upon it. The lyrical content feels even closer to inner struggles, while also touching on real-life tragedy. Also, adding clean vocalist Enrico Languth gives this album an in-mourning feel, and it strikes so heartbreakingly in such an amazing way. Musically, you can hear so much pain and anguish that truly feels authentic, while adding more of a progressive flair, making the music also exciting, but you never truly know where it's going to go next. This is an outstanding album for the death doom genre, and if you enjoy the likes of My Dying Bride, Swallow the Sun, and of course, December Noir, check out Evertat. Next up is Cobra Force with their self-titled debut. The debut album from this Finnish band put out an instant classic heavy metal album for the mid-2020s. It has everything that you would want from their contemporaries like Enforcer, Night Demon, and Skullfist, but also harkens back to the classic sound of bands like Riot, Exciter, and Razor. The production feels like vintage mid-80s, while the songwriting feels both classic and just modern enough to make itself stand out from the crowd. Also, those vocals are absolutely insane on this one, hitting notes that you simply would not expect. At 8 songs and almost 42.5 minutes, this is one of the best revival metal albums that I've heard all year, and if you dig this style at all, you are going to fall in love with Cobra Force. Next up, we have Foreign Film with A Love Letter. A debut album from the Sacramento band is a true genre-defining album, mixing the best emotional aspects of post-rock and cinematic rock to create an album that will shake you to your core. It's the kind of album that you put on and just let you drift away, but if you're not careful, you will start to tear up in the most cathartic of ways. The production on this one is intense and it builds up and down so much, allowing for the songs to truly let out their magic in a great ebb and flow style. 10 songs, almost 42.5 minutes long, and filled with the sheer and utter beauty from beginning to end. If you enjoyed the likes of Hum, Junius, and even The Cure, you will find something to love about Foreign Film. Next up is Grimvale with Beneath the Veil of Silent Woods. Hot off the heels of their work together on the latest Tarfod album back in March 2026, and as of June 5th, 2026, Tarfod made a new EP called Skyfall. As it's an EP, I can't cover it, but it's a great release, and I fully expect them to do more this year given their track record. But back to Grimvale. This is a brand new band from Simon of Tarfod and Reverend of Order of Nosferat, making one of the most dark and evil sounding atmospheric black metal and blackened folk metal albums I've heard in a long time. Imagine this sound incorporating a healthy dose of the Mantle era of Agalloch, and you have one of the most enriching albums of the style in 2026. As is tradition with those who are involved, the production is on the raw side, maybe a little too raw for some, but if you can get past that hurdle, you will hear one of the most enriching albums that will sucker you in for the kill and not let up on its emotional intensity for all 8 songs in 61 minutes. Simon just keeps winning me over all the time with his endeavors, and this is far from an exception. If you need this style right now, check out Grimvale. Now we have Mono with Snowdrop. If you want one of the most emotionally devastating albums of the year, it's right here. I've been a huge fan of this Japanese band ever since I discovered them back in 2009 with Hymn to the Immortal Wind, and now the band is on their 13th album, and time proves that they are only getting better with age. Mono is one of the most emotionally heart-wrenching bands in all of post-rock, and I dare say music in general, and their style of post-rock, cinematic rock, and the right touches of modern classical music to pull on your heartstrings and never let up. Snowdrop is no exception here, soaring to the highest of highs and dragging you down to the lowest of valleys in an emotional ebb and flow that you simply won't want to shut off. It's an album that is heavily inspired by the loss of Steve Albini, their longtime producer, who worked with them on so many of their albums, but also works on a larger scale of loss, moving forward, and the use of flowers incorporating the honor of those we've lost. It is the kind of album that will make you cry without a single word being uttered. The production, while not sounding like Albini's work, still pays tribute to his style and showcases the band in a way that won't be forgotten. If you like this style and never heard of the band, I'm very shocked. But just in case, if you enjoy the likes of Godspeed You Black Emperor, Oh Hiroshima, and If These Trees Could Talk, check out Mono in all of their glory. Next up is Sapphire with Only Longing. The debut album from this Finnish band is something I'm a bit late on, but I just came across it and I love what I'm hearing. Mixing together a heavy melodeath sound with just enough gothic metal tendencies and the faintest bit of 2000s to 2010s alternative metal to make this an album that feels so familiar but done in a brand new form. Mixing together so many fast-paced moments with the right amount of tragic sounding melodies and harmonies is a winning combination that feels so addicting as the album goes from beginning to end. The production feels human and authentic, with songwriting that is fresh and inspired. If you want a band that feels like Moonsorrow meets Wolfheart, this is required listening. I simply can't wait to see where they go from here. Now we have Vandalheart with Grey. The debut album from this Flint, Michigan band is tailor-made for those who enjoy the 2020s modern metalcore sound and the late 90s alternative metal sound, mixing both in a way that feels integral to get the most emotional impact with just the right amount of heavy elements to leave a lasting impression. Mixing a sound that feels like the best of I Prevail, Deftones, and Ocean's 8 Alaska, who just so happened to show up for a guest spot on this album. The production is excellent for the style, feeling so nice and punchy, with songwriting that feels as heavy as it does ethereal. If you need a cathartic take on modern metal, check out what Vandalheart has to offer. And finally today we have Vasari with Frozen in Velvet Decay. The third album from this Finnish band is a raw approach to the symphonic metal black genre, and feels as intriguing as it does whimsical. The best kind of symphonic black metal has the right amounts of wonder in its music, and when you crack open the code to this one, you feel it hard with its blend and all it has to offer. The production is quite raw, feeling like a symphonic black metal album from 1996, but that also adds to its charm. The songwriting is easily the best part here, with everyone involved clearly knowing their chops and doing their absolute best to make a theatrical and haunting take on the genre. If you want a band that can handle the likes of Cradle of Filth, Dimmu Borgir, Latter-day Emperor, and Stormkeep, check out Vasari. They're only going to get bigger and better from here on out. First up, we have Druidus with Trip Meadow. The debut album from this UK outfit is quite the eclectic take on Doom, mixing together a blend of folk, psychedelic, and alternative in their style of Doom, makes the music fun and engaging, while having this very evil take to it all, and a production style that feels vintage, but songwriting that transcends so many eras. I truly enjoy what the band is accomplishing here, and if you want a Doom band that feels like it can channel everything from The Doors, to Windhand, to Alice in Chains, to all the them witches to castle. Druidess is making a huge impact here, and I'm excited to see where the band and the music goes from here. Next up is Entropist with The Vision. The debut album from this Denver band has created an engaging and thought-provoking display of progressive death metal, feeling like a mix-up between The Buried in Me, The Contortionist, Opeth, and Haken. The band explores so much of what can be done with the genre, while adding some really cool elements of deathcore, post-hardcore, and other genre-bending moments to make a band stand out amongst the rest in 2020's progressive death metal. The production feels flawless, and the songwriting takes so many twists and turns that it makes you excited to see where the band has a store in the future. At 8 songs and almost 61 minutes long, this is a brilliant display of a debut album that takes you from the heaviest of heavy moments to some of the most melodic moments that you've heard in this style in a long time. If you think progressive death metal needs a shot in the arm, Entropist is here to deliver the goods. Next up is Forsman with an album title I'm absolutely going to butcher, and I'm so sorry for doing so, but that's what's gonna happen here. Brendar Rustir and Fjorandi Fjordur. My apologies for getting that wrong. The debut album from this Icelandic black metal band is an insanely brutal take on the genre. While the band is fully a black metal band, there's so many moments that will remind you of black and death metal in its intensity and prowess. The songwriting on this one is a clear selling point, selling you on the elements of bands like Emwa, Behemoth, Anul Nathrak, and Flicked to create an unholy sound that feels like you are in the 7th circle of hell, but at the same time, you don't mind being trapped in the chaos. The production is punishing and just raw enough while still allowing you to hear everything and feel its intensity. It's been a while since we've gotten a black metal album with this kind of momentum behind it. You just need to hear it for yourself. This is what the genre should be striving for going forward. Here we have Junius with Sotera. I have loved this band ever since I saw them opening for Enslaved and Alcest all the way back in 2011. It's been a long 9 years since their previous album, but the Boston band has returned with their 4th album, and it absolutely slays. With 3/5 of a new lineup, the band is bringing back so much of their heaviest post-metal elements, mixed in with the right doses of art rock, shoegaze, and post-rock, in an album that feels like the heaviest thing the band has ever recorded, but never loses that dark, eerie elements that made me fall in love with them 15 years ago. The production is crushing, yet it lets you hear every single element recorded, and the songwriting is inspired and done with such well-crafted thought behind each track. I had no idea if we would ever get another album from this severely underrated band, but I am so happy that they're back. If you want a truly unique take on post-metal, Junius has returned, and they are back with a vengeance. Next up is Masterplan with Metamorphosis. Germany's Masterplan returns with their 7th album and first in 9 years. Their blend of melodic metal, power metal, and heavy metal has always been a winning combination no matter the lineup, and that is no different here. Between all 10 tracks and a little over 50.5 minutes, it is filled with their signature blend that never strays too far from the path, but feels like a returning sound that we've needed for quite a long time. The fast songs feel so nice and punchy, and the slow songs feel so melodic and full of heart. If somehow you have never heard the band, but you enjoy the likes of Advance for obvious reasons, Halloween, Edguy, and Nocturnal Rites, Masterplan has returned with one of their best albums to date. I just hope it won't be another 9 years till we get the next album. Here's Nunslaughter with Satanic Chaos Legions. The almighty Nunslaughter has returned with their 6th album, and it's quite the heavy trip. 14 tracks, a little over 34.5 minutes of pure American death metal, feeling like such a classic throwback to the original death metal sound, but updated for 2026 to have the same impact that it would have back in 1986. This is a no-frills type of album with no fat on the bone whatsoever. Just comes in with every track, destroys everything in its path, and leaves you in the wreckage. Every track on this one feels so good on record, and I imagine it'll sound even better in the live setting. If you enjoy the likes of Possessed, Exhumed, Master, and General Surgery, you need to hear Nunslaughter. This is one of the best straight-up death metal albums of 2026. Next up is Prime Creation with Souls of the Fallen. The 4th album from the Swedish power metal band is my first foray into the band, and I truly wish I would have heard them all the way back with their first album in 2016. This is such a fantastic display of the heaviest ends of power metal, but never losing the melodies and harmonies that makes the genre work. It feels like if In Flames were a power metal band instead of a melodeath band, and I mean that in the best of ways. The production is simply perfect for the style, and no matter how heavy or somber the music gets, the songwriting fits and never lets up on its impact. At 8 songs and almost 36.5 minutes long, it's enough for you to show what this band is capable of and still leave you wanting more. If you want a mix of Nocturnal Rites meets the music of In Flames, Prime Creation is your new obsession. Now we have Siamese with Disillusion. This Danish band has come a long way from their Siamese Fighting Fish days. After a major change in the band's lineup, the band's 8th album is a darker and more experimental take, but never losing the modern metal, alternative metal, and modern metalcore sound that the band has been doing since the name change. It still has all of the poppier and more accessible moments that you would expect, but due to the trials and tribulations of the band lately, the music is a much heavier take than it's been in a long time and feels emotionally gripping for that reason. At 10 songs and 35 minutes, it is the perfect time capsule where the band is right now, with an album that is helping them binge and purge and hopefully leading them into a brighter future. But I'll be happy no matter what musical direction they go into next. In the meantime, this is an album that will help you out as well if you're feeling the wreckage of 2026, but you want it heard in a very accessible way. Check out Siamese, and if you're feeling saucy, go back to the first 2 albums when they were Siamese Fighting Fish to hear the more proggy side of what I fell in love with all those years ago. Here's a short and sweet one from Speed Slut with Siberian Rights. I love black and speed metal so much, and for the 2020s, we've been sitting pretty well with the genre. Now we have even more with the debut album from this Danish black and speed metal band, taking the idea of speed metal but layering it in classic black metal, adding a vintage production style, all killer, no filler, and songwriting that leads to a 9-song and almost 35.5-minute display of the genre done right in every conceivable way. If you enjoy the likes of Hellripper, Vulture, Night Roar, and Sadistic Force, Speed Slut is everything you want and more. I simply can't sell it better than that. And finally, for brand new music out today, we have Swan Rider with Melodies of Despair. The sophomore album from this one-man band known as Coda Swan Rider is a progressive death metal album unlike anything that you've heard. This takes so much intensity, but in both the themes covered and the musical direction, and makes it into a fluid take on progressive death metal, hitting so many directions but never losing sight of what the music is all about. At 6 songs and nearly 57 minutes, this is a bit long for some listeners, but for someone like me, this captures everything that I love and does it refreshingly. If you enjoy the likes of Flesh God Apocalypse, Niebla Scaris, Middle Era Opeth, and An Abstract Illusion, Swan Rider is an underdog of a project that you're going to fall in love with immediately. And now for everything that I missed along the way, starting with Abyssal Liturgy with Lamentations of the Desolate. It's been quite the busy year for Gregory Ritchie. Between a new Silent Deep Ocean album back in February, his latest solo album back in June 5th, Ritchie returns once again for a new band known as Abyssal Liturgy. And this is some of the darkest funeral doom that I've heard in quite some time. While Silent Deep Ocean has more of an experimental take on it, Abyssal Liturgy is 100% pure funeral doom in the deepest and darkest of ways, with piano leads in the right moments to add even more of an emotional impact. The production is raw and gritty as any good album in this genre should be, and to feel the true human nature of it all. And the songwriting is the dirges that will hit you so very, very hard. Themes and lyrical content of this album are something that resonates with me quite hard, dealing with the ideas of depression and loneliness, which I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy, but feels so cathartic in a musical sense. This is the exact opposite of a cheery, joyous album, but it is the kind of album that you can come out the other side feeling seen and validated. While obviously not for those who hate slow tempo music, this is for anyone who loves the funeral doom genre and feels like they are in a very dark place. This will hit hard, and I'm very thankful for that. Next up is Artificial Silence with Hollow Drift. The sophomore album from this Washington band is an excellent display of progressive metal, progressive rock, and the right amount of symphonic elements to make this stand out from others in the genre. No matter if they're writing a 3-minute short track or a 24-minute epic, everything has its place here and feels natural and fully intended to showcase both the musician's skills and songwriting ability. The music can get as heavy as Dream Theater and Haken, but it also has more of an alternative aspect, like in a band like the Deer Hunter. Of any band that I can think of, this heavily reminds me of the band Native Construct, who I deeply, deeply miss, mixing both rock and metal elements in a whirlwind of sound with enough differences to make them their own band. The style of prog has been hit or miss for me this year, but an album as good as Hollow Drift deserves its flowers. This is one of the best prog albums that you're going to find in 2026, bar none. Now we have Cambrian with Oceans Away. The debut album from this Dutch band is an astounding display of progressive metal and progressive rock. A concept album about a murder mystery that takes place on the ship known as Oceans Away that leads to so many musical and thematic twists and turns. I can see this being a little too cheesy for some people with its scenes and skits and storytelling, but for others, it's the kind of storytelling that reminds you of Arion and scenes from a memory era dream theater in the best of ways. Musically, I can hear so many elements of Seventh Wonder, Haken, some Opeth style growls at the right time to make this a dynamic and rewarding musical experience. It's been a while since I've heard a conceptual prog album this engaging, and I'm so thankful for a band like Cambrian pulling something like this off with a final product that earns every respin that it'll get. If this is your kind of prog, you need to check this one out. Next up is Dream on Dreamer with Heavens. This feels like such a left turn and departure for this Australian band, but at the same time, it feels like the right approach. 6 years after their last album and complete burnout, the band returns with their 6th album, and instead of going into the heavy metalcore sound that the band was known for, the band has shifted more into a modern, alternative, and radio-friendly sound. No screams, no breakdowns, all purely focused on writing catchy songs with massive hooks and binging and purging their souls after a major change in their personal lives. The result is either going to be something that makes you mad that they abandoned their old sound, or it'll sound refreshing and show a new chapter for the band. I can hear elements of the softer side of bands like I Prevail, but I also hear moments of bands like Caskets, Siamese, and Execution Day that all bring those melodies and harmonies home. I can see many people hating this one, but for me, it's a refreshing change of pace that has lyrics that truly strike a chord, and a style that the band wanted to make. In a world like 2026, you have to make the music you want to make, or what's the point? And that's exactly what's done here with Dream on Dreamer. Now we have Einir with Lifeblood. It's been 5 years since their last album, but the almighty Norwegian Viking metal band has returned with their 10th album, and it truly hits hard. It feels like an album of two halves, the first half feeling a bit more melodic, more clean vocals, and catchier, with the second half getting more into the darker, heavier aspects of the band, all while giving this more bombastic and dynamic approach to their songwriting as well. In a sense, it feels like the best of Einir with brand new material, showcasing both sides of the band and where they are in 2026. This is easily some of the best music the band has done to date, no matter what side of the band you enjoy. It'll have something for you. The production feels so appropriate and gives life to the music at hand. If you enjoy the likes of Tearfang, Manic Arm, Borknagar, and Middle Air Enslaved, you will dig Einir. Next up is Inherits the Void with The Silent Abscission. The 4th album in 5 years from this one-man French band is truly the finest work attached to the Inherits the Void moniker. The thematic album about 8 tales of different takes on the universe and the monumental impact of the different events on it. Vocalist Romain Negro and drummer Nicholas Mueller are guests on this album to help flesh out the sound, and their takes on the album only heightens the power of this album brings. The music feels so strong, and the actual songwriting has improved even further, which I didn't know was going to be possible. It's a total step up for the band, and it brings the music from it so very far. If you enjoy your atmospheric and melodic black metal in the vein of Winterland, Emois, and Du Sabbath, you need to check out Inherits the Void. Here's Iron Cobra with Eternal Dagger. The 3rd album, and first in 11 years from this German band, is an album that any old school heavy metal fan needs right now. It encapsulates everything that you love about the sound, but done with enough flair and finesse to make them stand out and show what they are doing in the genre is right. The production is pure vintage in all of the right ways, and the songwriting is filled with so much heart and power that every song shines from beginning to end. If you dig the likes of Venator, Saber, Entraced, and Red Shark, you are going to love Iron Cobra. Next up is Lex Legion with their self-titled debut, the original King Diamond backing band with Nils K. Rue of Pagan's Mind on vocals. Is there any lineup that is sexier? Well, musically, this is everything that you would want it to be. It sounds like old school King Diamond with a little bit of Pagan's Mind flair, done in a short and sweet 9-song and a little over 34.5-minute collection. The music is as heavy and as haunting as it should be, with everyone on the album simply shining through. I truly hope more comes from this band, including more albums and hopefully live shows, as this is the kind of lineup that deserves to have a full-scale assault on all fronts. If you dig this old school sound, you will love everything that Lex Legion has to offer. Now here's Lulu Suicide with Fiber Optic Lovers. The sophomore album from this Polish band hit me like a ton of bricks in an unexpected way, and I'm so grateful for it. It takes a truly unique band for me to enjoy something of this style and gravitate towards it, as it is not my usual bag, but when it's done right, it pulls me in with full force, and that's what happens here. With themes and lyrics that'll make you cry your eyes out. Musically, I hear so much of The Cure, middle era Porcupine Tree before they got heavy, Riverside, and the alternative rock era of Anathema in the shoegaze, dream pop, and cinematic rock feel. The production feels like the perfect 90s album mixed in with the tragic beauty of the compositions. At 11 songs and a little over 42.5 minutes, this won't be everyone's bag that checks out this list, but I guarantee that this is the kind of album that you will never forget the second that you hit play. Brain tissues for this one, it's going to hit you hard. Next up is Matin Row Opera with Cinematography, featuring ex-members of the Versailles Live Band. This is the 11th album from this Japanese band and somehow my first foray into the band. This is such a fantastic display of the Japanese style of symphonic power metal and hard rock, filled with so much emotional impact and flair that it feels like you're experiencing an anime soundtrack right in before you. The production is human, but filled with so much polish and clean elements with songwriting that knows how to hit the heartstrings and make you want to start a pit at the same time. 11 songs and almost 48 minutes of pure fury in the best of ways. If you enjoy the likes of the aforementioned Versailles, Galanarius, and X-Japan, you will love Matin Row Opera. Now we have the Skullet process with Agnomysticism. The sophomore album from this French progressive tech death band is equal parts brutal and beautiful. Seeing the progression from their debut album to now is insane, with their drive to incorporate more synths along with more atmospheric moments, leading to a more ethereal sections in between the absolute technical chaos of their songs. Blending both together is such a triumph of sound that only gets better the more you listen to it and the more it unlocks for you to appreciate every layer of sound. The production is top notch and leads to such appreciation for the musicianship at hand. If you enjoy the likes of Fallujah, IAT, Beyond Creation, and Obscura, the Skullet process will be here for you. Now we have Warning with Rituals of Shame. It's been 20 years since this UK band's sophomore album, and now it's time to talk about their monumental third album. You can truly hear how bands that have come after Warning have been influenced by their sound, and now, with 2 decades of waiting, Rituals of Shame more than lives up to their legacy so far. It's the perfect culmination of doom, combining the sadness, introspection, and pain that life brings, done with a vocal delivery that will haunt your soul, and slow, ominous riffs that will echo through your head for days. The production is pitch perfect for the style, and the songwriting is undeniable in its power. If you want to hear how bands like 40 Watt Sun, for obvious reasons, Paul Bear, and Chemist got their sound, you need to check out Warning. We needed them back, and I'm eternally grateful for it. And finally today we have Quartz Mother with Hesperus Phosphorus. This is such an intriguing album, fusing black metal, melodeath, dark folk, and indie rock into a sound that feels so dark, but so human. The production on this one is quite raw, which will turn off some immediately, but if you can get over that potential hurdle, you will have an 8-track album that goes across the board with some quite heavy riffs to sounds that would make Bjork blush, and everything in between. The themes on the album work great as an allegory for life, both in ancient times and for the times that we live in, and seeing them blend together is quite haunting, but so effective. You will hear a ton of black metal and black gaze elements that Panopticon and Death Heaven fans will love, done through a quite raw approach, balanced out by indie and folk elements that tie everything together and act as breathing room for the rest of the assault to the senses. Checking out their previous work on more of the indie and folk side, now taking a much harsher and more metal approach is a cool thing to see, and I'm curious to see what direction the band will go in the future. Till then, I highly recommend this if you want to hear a raw and intense take on the state of the world.